As of 2025, there are over 2 billion websites on internet. But you might be surprised to know that only around 10%, yes, just 10% of them are actually active. The rest, abandoned, broken, or just poorly built. Ever thought why that happens? It's very simple. Most of them weren't made well. They were slow, confusing, hard to use, or never maintained properly. Ask yourself this, apart from famous apps like Instagram, Snapchat, Spotify, how many websites do you actually enjoy using? Probably not many. That's because building a good website isn't just about design. It's about how the site is structured, how it functions, and how well it performs. And that's exactly what full stack developers do. They take care of everything from what user sees on the screen to what happens in the background when you click a button. A full stack developer is someone who builds both the front end, which is UI, and backend, which is server and database of a web application. Every single day, over 250,000 new websites are created, and behind each one, developers. There are millions of web developers worldwide, and the number keeps growing. If you open LinkedIn, Naukri, or Glassdoor right now, you will find 10,000 plus active job openings for full stack developers, from internships to senior roles. When I was in college, over 80% of my batchmates choose full stack development as their main focus, and during placement, more than 90% of the companies that came were hiring for this exact role. It wasn't a coincidence. It's because full stack skill actually leads to result. Startup, tech companies, even established enterprises want people who can build complete application from ground up. But the problem is most learners stop at basic. They start with HTML, CSS, maybe some JavaScript, and then get stuck. They never build anything real. No project, no deployment, therefore no confidence. That's exactly why we at Intellipaat have created this complete full stack development course. We will start with front-end, which include HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Then we will cover one of the famous libraries, which is React. Then we will move to backend and cover Node.js. And by the end, you will have real working project you can showcase in interviews or freelancing. So whether you are aiming for placement or a career switch, this course is made for you. So let's get started. Is the demand for full stack web developers dying? Are no-code tools like Webflow and Wix are taking over? And what about AI? Will it replace developers? These are the big questions everyone is asking. But here's the truth. AI and no-code tools are only replacing average developers, not the skilled one. Businesses, especially in e-commerce and B2B, need high-performing, scalable, and visually stunning websites. And no AI tool can match the creativity and problem-solving abilities of a skilled full-stack developer. In fact, the demand is still booming. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, employment in this field is expected to grow by 16% from 2022 to 2032. A survey by Stack Overflow found that 50% of developers identify as a full stack because they can handle everything, from designing user interface to managing databases and backend logic. And if you are wondering about job opportunities, just check platforms like LinkedIn, Glassdoor, and Naukri, where there are over 10,000 plus jobs opening for full stack developers at different experience levels. And salaries, they range from 1.8 LPA to 15.4 LPA, making this a highly rewarding career. Think about it. Every day you use apps like Instagram, Swiggy, or Netflix. But have you ever wondered how they actually work? Who designed the sleek interface? Who ensure that your data is stored and retrieved instantly? And that is where a full stack developer comes in. They manage front-end, what you see and interact with, back-end, the logic that processes your request, and databases, where all your data is securely stored. But here's the catch. Many beginners get stuck in an endless loop of learning HTML, CSS, and JavaScript without ever becoming job ready. If you want to stay ahead of AI and secure your future, you need to follow a solid roadmap. That's exactly what I'm going to give you in this video. By the end of this video, you will be having a clear step-by-step guide on how to become a full-stack web developer. But before we dive in, let's first understand who is a full-stack web developer and what does full-stack web development means. So, full-stack web developer is someone who can build both front-end, what user sees and interact with, and back-end, the logic, database, and server-side functions of a website or web application. In simple terms, we can say that they handle everything from designing a web page to making sure that it works smoothly behind the scenes. So, full-stack web development refers to the process of developing both the client side and server side of a web application. It includes working with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript for the front end and back-end technologies like Node.js, Python, or Java, handling databases like MySQL or MongoDB, and finally deploying the application to make it accessible online. Now, in this video, we will go through 5 important steps that will help you become a full-stack web developer from scratch. So, let's get started. So as you can see here on the screen that web development consists of two parts, that is front-end development and back-end development. Front-end, which includes everything on the screen and whatever you interact with. Back-end consists of everything behind the scene, and they both together make full stack development. So step 1 is, imagine you visit an online store. The very first thing you see is the home page, product listing and search bar. The buttons that allow you to add items in your cart. All of this is a part of a front end, the user facing side of the website that focuses on design and user experience. To build a front end, we use HTML, CSS and JavaScript. HTML, which basically structures the page, defines how the headers, paragraph, list and content will look like. It serves as the skeleton of any website. Now, have you ever noticed how buttons change color when you hover or images zoom in? And that's where CSS or cascading style sheet comes in. They add animation and interactive effects to make browsing smooth and engaging. Plus, it ensures that sites work perfectly on mobile by adjusting layout for different screens. So now in HTML, you can learn basic HTML structure, HTML tags, form structure, selector and semantic HTML. In CSS, you can go by box modeling, padding, properties, flex and CSS selector. CSS makes it visually appealing by adding colors and styling, dynamic effects, and all the animation and transition which you see on the screen is because of that CSS only. So when it comes to CSS framework, you have two popular choices, which is Bootstrap and Tailwind. If you want a quick pre-style design, go for Bootstrap, which is great for beginner with ready-made components. But if you need flexibility and customization, Tailwind CSS is better, lightweight and lets you style with the utility classes. And then comes the JavaScript, a scripting language that brings your e-commerce site to a life. While HTML structures the page and CSS makes it look good, JavaScript makes it interactive, allowing you to add items to your cart instantly, filter products smoothly and get live searches suggestion as you type. It also handles all the math behind the scene, calculating discounts, taxes and the tools in real time at checkouts. It is basically brain behind the action. So in JavaScript, go on by studying loops, promises, callbacks, asynchronous and synchronous programming, operators and DOM manipulations. Now that we have covered the basics of HTML, CSS and JavaScript, it's important to learn a framework or library to build modern dynamic website efficiently. Basic web development alone isn't enough to create fast, interactive and user-friendly application. And developers rely on framework and libraries like React, Angular or Vue.js. These tools help in building smooth and responsive user interfaces, ensuring a seamless shopping experience for users. They make development faster by providing structured component and optimizing performance, making them essential for any aspiring web developer. And if you're new to this, I would recommend start with React.js. It's beginner friendly, has a huge community and is widely used in the industry. React's components-based approach makes it easier to build and manage UI element, and its virtual DOM ensure better performance. The entire learning process can take around 2.5 to 3 months, and you can refer to resources like W3 School, MD and Web Docs or YouTube tutorials for the guidance. Big tech companies like Google, Facebook, Amazon, Microsoft and Netflix, along with countless startups and digital agencies, are always on lookout for the skilled front-end developers. And if you are keeping up with the latest trend, you are already ahead of the game. JavaScript framework like React, Vue and AngularJS are everywhere, so mastering them is must. So in React.js, you can go on by studying props, state, hooks and React.js components. Now learning the entire front end will take some time, but once you have got a good grasp, it's time for us to move on to our next step, which is implementation. There's no point in jumping straight to backend development without practicing what you have learned. So focus on building small projects using your front-end skill. You can create clones of e-commerce site like Amazon or Flipkart, build a portfolio website or even develop a basic e-commerce platform to apply your knowledge. Now, once you feel confident in front-end development, it's time for the third step, which is backend development. The backend handles everything behind the scenes, from processing user data to managing databases and ensuring everything runs smoothly. Without it, a website is just a collection of static pages. Now, let's say a customer clicks the Add to Cart button. How does the website know that which product they selected or update the cart and process the payment? That's where backend comes in. The backend is the logic behind the website, handling user authentication, order processing, and database interaction. It ensures that when a user logs in, they see their order history, or when they buy a product, the stock updates automatically. We have popular backend technologies like Node.js with Express.js for JavaScript developer, Django or Flask for those who love Python, and Spring Boot for Java developers. On the server side, we have languages like JavaScript, Node.js, Python, Java, PHP, Ruby, and C# to handle databases, authentication, and business logic. And if you're a beginner, I would recommend starting with Node.js since it uses JavaScript, making the transition from front-end to back-end is much smoother. Start with basics of Node.js, understanding the event-driven architecture and asynchronous programming. Then move on to NPM, which is also known as Node Package Manager for managing dependencies, and Express.js is a popular framework for building APIs. Learn about routing, middleware, and database integration with MongoDB or MySQL. Security is crucial, so focus on authentication using JWT or Auth. Also explore file handling, WebSockets for real-time communication, and deployment on platforms like AWS. So these frameworks help developer build API that allow front-end and back-end to communicate. So now that we have learned the framework and languages for back-end development, it's the time to move to our fourth step, which is integrating back-end with a database. So every time a new user signs up, an order is placed, right? Or an item is added to the cart. The information needs to be stored somewhere, and that's where database comes in. Databases are used to store product details, user account, order history, and payment record. And we have two main types of databases, which is SQL, also known as relational, or NoSQL, which is also known as non-relational database. In SQL, we have MySQL, PostgreSQL, SQLite, and Oracle database to store data in structured table. These are great when you need to maintain relationship between data, like keeping track of user and their order in an e-commerce site. Then comes NoSQL, also known as non-relational database. We have MongoDB and CouchDB, which are more flexible and better suited for handling large amount of unstructured data such as user activity, logs, or real-time analytics. So when you should learn what? If you're building application with complex relationship like banking system or e-commerce, start by SQL. But if you're working on scalable data-heavy application like social media or IoT system, NoSQL is way to go. Apart from these traditional databases, cloud-based database management system like Firebase, AWS, DynamoDB, and Azure CosmoDB provide scalable and hassle-free solution. These platforms handle hosting, scaling, and security, making them perfect for modern applications that need real-time updates, global accessibility, and minimal maintenance. So if you're working with structured data relationship, go for SQL. But if your focus is on scalability and high performance, NoSQL or cloud-based databases are the way to go. Okay, so after these 4 steps, we have covered 90% of full stack knowledge. Now we move to step 5, which is deployment and hosting. Once our website is built, we need to make it accessible to user. This is where deployment comes in. It ensures that our site is live, scalable, and secure, allowing people to visit it anytime. But before deployment, it's crucial to use version control system like Git and GitHub. These tools help track changes, collaborate with others, and revert to previous version if needed, making deployment smoother and more organized. For hosting the front-end, platform like Vercel and Netlify make deployment super simple. The backend can be hosted on AWS, Azure, or DigitalOcean depending on project's need. For databases, cloud-based solutions like MongoDB, Atlas, or Firebase help manage data efficiently. But deployment isn't just about making a website live. It's also about handling traffic and securities. So tools like Docker and Kubernetes ensure your website can scale smoothly and handle thousands of users without crashing. So apart from these 5 steps, I need you all to focus on some additional skills that will make you well-rounded full-stack developers. APIs or application programming interfaces are crucial because they allow different software systems to communicate with each other, whether it's fetching data from third-party service or connecting your front-end to your backend. When working with APIs, you will come across REST API and SOAP API, 2 major protocols. REST is lightweighted and widely used for web services, while SOAP is more structured and secure, often used in enterprise application. Understanding networking is also important since web applications rely on servers and data transfer. Knowing how requests and responses work, how DNS resolve domain name, and how load balancing help manage traffic will give you a strong technical edge. Then there is this Linux, a skill many developers overlook, but one that plays a big role in managing server, handling command line operation efficiently. Being comfortable with Linux command can make debugging and server management much easier. Finally, there comes the data structures and algorithm. Are fundamental to writing efficient code. They help optimize performance, improve problem solving, and prepare you for technical interviews. Concepts like arrays, linked list, recursion, and sorting algorithm are heavily tested in coding interviews. So having a good understanding of DSA will open up a better job opportunities. By mastering these additional skills, you will not only build functional website but also create optimized, scalable, and secure application, making you a strong, confident full stack developer. Plus, the roadmap for the same is attached in the link given below in the description. So let's begin with a very simple idea. A full stack developer is someone who can build both the front end and the back end of a website. Front end means everything which you can see and interact with. Say, for example, the buttons you see, the text, the colors, the layout, all of that. And the back end is everything that works behind the scene. The data, the login system, storing user information, and handling your request. So now imagine this whenever you open any app, say, for example, you open Instagram, right? What do you see next? A nice clean layout, the login screen, animations, and a user-friendly design, which is very simple and interactive. So this part is built by a front-end developer using tools like React.js, Tailwind, CSS, REST APIs, and Git. And let's not forget the HTML and CSS, which we'll be using. And this is the same thing which I'll be teaching you down the line. And we will be creating a static website using HTML and CSS. So this was all about your front end. But the moment you type your password and click on login, your data goes to a server, right? That server checks whether your credentials are correct. It then fetches your profile and shows your feed. All of that is backend. The tool used in backend include Node.js, Express.js, and database like MongoDB. So if someone can handle both, like they can handle a front end and a back end, they are known as a full stack developer. So as you can see here, a full stack developer is someone who has knowledge of both front end development and a back end development. So suppose he's a full stack developer, he knows front end development, which includes user interface and experience, JavaScript, HTML, React. And then here comes a back end developer who manages basically the server side logic and data management. He works with Node.js or AngularJS, Express.js, and database management systems such as MongoDB, right? So, in addition to mastering HTML and CSS, they also know how to program a browser, like using JavaScript, jQuery, Angular, which you must have read or heard about in college. Or they program a server using PHP, ASP, Python, or Node, and they also program a database using SQL, SQLite, or MongoDB, right? So this we already discussed, who's a front-end developer, the UI which they manage, so interactive buttons, responsive design. So moving ahead to front-end developer, as already we discussed that whenever you open UI of any application or website, the very first interface which you see and interact with is basically work of a front-end developer. And they use tools like React.js, Tailwind, CSS, APIs, and Git and GitHub. Okay. Now moving ahead with a backend. So as soon as you hit a login button to your Instagram, what happens next? The data is sent to a server and which checks if your credentials are correct. They fetches your profile and loads your feed. So all of this is invisible and it happens in backend. Okay. So they use this tool like Node.js, Express, MongoDB, as I said earlier. Yeah. So this is a quick differentiation between a front end and back end. You guys can go through it. Okay. Now let's move to our next topic, which is basically introduction to MERN stack. So what is a MERN stack? So, a MERN stack is a Java stack that is used for easier and faster development. So a MERN stack developer primarily focuses on building web application using MERN stack, which consists of four key technologies in which you have MongoDB, Express.js, React.js, and Node.js, right? So now moving ahead to MongoDB. So a MongoDB is a NoSQL database that stores data in flexible JSON format. JSON format as in a key value pair. Okay. So suppose there is a name, and alongside the name are there. Then age, then alongside the age will be there. So basically, what we are doing is key value pair. Okay. So it's ideal for handling large volumes of unstructured data or semi-structured data in which your audio files are there, video files are there, right? So basically in this MongoDB, the data is stored in JSON format. JSON as in JavaScript object notation. Now moving to the second stack of this MERN, which is Express.js. So Express.js is a lightweight web framework for Node.js used to build APIs and web servers. It simplifies routing and middleware handling in the backend. So what I mean by routing is it manages the login and register request something, and it creates different URLs like home, login, API, products, etc. And it also helps in connecting to the databases, whatever database which you will be using. And it send responses to the front end. So you can think of it like as it routes the request, okay, to the correct code and then send responses back to the user. Now moving ahead to React.js, which is a very popular JavaScript library. It's used for building fast and dynamic user interfaces. Okay, so it lets you create reusable components. Okay, like button, forms, cards, and it makes your UI very fast and interactive plus dynamic. And it uses a concept of virtual DOM. So virtual DOM is like if suppose you are just editing a particular block of code and you don't need your whole page to reload, and you want just that particular block of code to reload, then React.js provides you the feature of the same, in which only the required component will be reloaded. So now coming to the fourth stack, which is Node.js. So Node.js is a runtime environment that lets you run JavaScript on the server side. It is used to build scalable, high performance backend application. So previously what used to happen that JavaScript you could only run on browsers like say for example Chrome or Firefox. So Node.js it allows to run JavaScript on your local server. Okay. Suppose VS Code or any particular IDE if you're using. So Node.js allows us to do so. Plus Node.js is non-blocking and asynchronous, which means it can handle a lot of user at the same time. So now there must be a question in your mind that why should we learn MERN stack? Why particularly this stack? So one language, say the JavaScript is used in both front end and back end. So this is a plus point. If you're learning MERN, then it is open source and supported by large communities. Then it's ideal for building modern apps like Netflix, Uber, or Instagram clones. And then the fourth point, it is fast and scalable. Okay. Now coming back to our main topic, HTML and CSS. So for the same, I'll be using code editor as VS Code, and I would suggest you people also to use the same editors. And you can create HTML file using any text editor, including the basic notepad which you must be having in your laptops. But VS Code offers several functionalities, including live preview or better file organization, which make the development process very easy. Okay, so now here are the steps which I have given you can use. You can download VS Code by going to this particular URL, or and then what next, you can create a folder on your desktop or any desired location, name it, suppose one.html or index.html, which most people prefer. Then you can create an HTML file. You can open your VS Code, click on file, open folder, and select the folder you just created. Then inside the VS Code, click on the file and then new file. I'll be showing you the demonstration for the same. No need to worry. Okay. So you can just go through the steps and do the same, and you can pause the video right here and you can install the VS Code, and then you can unpause and then we'll start the execution. Okay, now coming to HTML. What is this HTML? So HTML stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it forms the backbone of any website. It provides the structure and content. Okay, so HTML, it's a foundation language for web development. It's a standardized system for document creation, and then it contains tags defining structure and the presentation. Then it connects the interconnected web pages through links. Okay. Now let us understand HTML with a very simple analogy. You must have eaten burger at least once, I'm assuming. Okay. So the bun or the outer covering, okay, is your HTML. It holds everything together. whatever the filling is there inside, the bun covers it. And I think every burger holds the same layout. So it holds everything together, and whatever the internal features is, whatever the seasoning is, whatever the sauces are, they in our case will be CSS, which will be understanding down the line. Okay, so this was it. Okay, yeah, this is another a good example to understand HTML. So basically the car skeleton, only the body is called HTML. When the car is painted or decorated, it's called CSS. And the car engine, or the all the internal logic, how the car is running, its engine, accelerator, everything, it comes under JavaScript. Okay, now coming to the basic structure. So this will see by demonstration only. I'll show you. Okay, here's your VS Code. Go to this file, then open folder. If you don't have any folder, go to desktop. Okay, here I have created a lot of folder, but create a folder. Say for example, we have HTML2. Okay, and then select the folder. Right, in HTML2, go to here, create new file. Say for example, 1.html. Right? Okay. So we have created the HTML file, and in VS Code, you can enter shift plus exclamatory sign and then enter it, and you will get the whole template of the HTML. So that's why I said you to use VS Code. Okay. So I'll be explaining you each and every part in detail. So HTML is the root element of your web page. Okay. So your head tag, it basically contains a meta information and title also. So whatever title you'll be putting in your head tag, or anything which you will be putting in your head tag, will not be displayed on your website. Okay. Then the head tag is there, and I have used the term tag here, so don't get confused. I'll be telling you about the tags also. I'm just telling the simple layout of the website. Okay. Then here is the body. Whatever you'll write or whatever you'll want on your web page will come inside the body. Suppose, say for example, I want to write, we'll give a heading. Hi, this is my first session of HTML. Okay. So if I'll start it, and guys, don't forget to install live server. It will help you to directly start your code on browsers. So open with live service. Okay. Yes. So you can see here, hi, this is my first session of HTML. It's written here. Suppose you want to give the title of your page, no problem. We'll go to the VS Code. Okay. And here in title, we'll give first site. Any title you can give. Control this. So here you can see here in place of document which was coming previously, your first site will come. Right. So you understood the basic layout of the HTML file. Okay. So now moving ahead. So in this particular lecture, we'll be making a website whose template will basically look like this. So you'll be having header as a tasty bite. Here you can see. Then a banner image will come like this. Then about section will be there, and image related to it will be there. Okay. So about this particular tasty bite website, then this image will be there. Then there will be menu section. And in menu section, there will be the 3 menu option. Basically, 3 pizza option will be there. Then we'll be having footers with link available. Okay, like contact us or address and all. Okay, there. Okay. Now coming to what is a HTML element. So HTML element is everything from start tag to the end tag. So suppose instead of tag name here, I'm putting P1. Okay. And then I'm telling hi, welcome. And then I'm closing my P tag. So this whole thing comes under your HTML element. Okay. See the example you can see you. So here are 2 example more. What are HTML elements? Understood? Okay. Now coming to HTML tags, as I said earlier that I was using a term named tag. So HTML tags are the fundamental block of the HTML which is used to structure and format content on web pages. For example, for writing paragraph, you use paragraph tag. I mean P tag. Then for inserting images, you will be using IMG tag. For putting links, you will be using link tag. For scripting, you will be using script tag. So for every functionality, whatever you do on web pages, you'll be using a tag associated to it. Okay. So some tags are self-closing, meaning they don't require a closing tag, such as MH and BR tag. And some tags requires a closing tag, which includes your heading tag or your paragraph tag. Okay. Now coming to headings. So in HTML, H1 to H6 tags are used to define headings and subheadings of a web page. They structure the content and help users to search and understand the page organization. So here you can see on the screen the diagram itself is very self-explanatory. Heading 1 is the largest heading, then heading 2 comes and the smallest is heading 5. So you can write your heading like this. It will be enclosed in a h1 tag or h2 tag or whatever tag you are using, and you can even style your headings. So regarding the CSS styling, I'll tell you later on also, but just understand this fact that you can style your heading. So basically headings are used to highlight a particular text, or in books you have seen, right? Before starting any paragraph, a heading is there. To just say what is this paragraph all about, we put a heading. Okay. Now coming to the HTML paragraph and title tag. So a title tag, just now I showed you the demonstration. The title tag, it defines the title of a document. If you're using the Amazon, so the title comes there as amazon.com or something like that. And the tags must be text only, and it is shown in the browser's title bar or the pages tab, which I just showed. I'll show you again here. This one, this first site. Okay, so in our case, the title would be Tasty Bite or Food Delivery. I'll show you the demonstration. And the paragraph is marked up as this. Paragraph, so you people already know what is a paragraph. So it is enclosed in a paragraph tag, p tag. Okay. So before moving to lists, I'll just start the basic demonstration of our site. So before moving to list, I would request you guys to open your IDE or VS Code or Notepad if you're using, and start implementing the code side by side with me. So as we will do coding, we'll learn new topics also, and if the topic requires the theory or explanation, I'll explain you the same. Okay. So pause this video for a while and start implementing. Okay. So guys, I have created a HTML folder on my desktop, and in that HTML folder, I have created this index.html file in which we're doing all the operations. And then I have downloaded some of the images from Google, which I'll be needing in my website. Okay, so you can download the same from Google or using any free website like FreePic or anything. Okay, in a JPG, PNG, any format which you like. So this is the template of the HTML. Just press shift plus exclamation and the template will be loaded on your page. Okay. So this is the title. So what title do we want here? You can see we want Tasty Bite. Okay. So instead of documents, I'll put Tasty Bite. So head tag will be closed and our body tag will start from here. Okay. So in body, what do we want? So we have done this part. Tasty Bite, we have that. Now in body, we want a header which will speak Tasty Bite. Okay. So I'm putting the header. In header, I want H1. Okay. In H1, I want Tasty Bite. Okay. So this part is also done. Now we want image. Okay. So now for the image banner, we will be using a section. Now what is the section tag? I'll tell you. So why do we use a section tag? So the section tag in HTML is used to define a logical grouping of related content, okay, on a web page. You can think of it like a chapter in a book. So every new topic is included in a particular section, okay, which groups the related content. I mean, in a section of a particular topic, you will find the information related to that particular topic only, okay. So why and where do we use the section? So when you want to group related content, that group has a heading and serve a specific purpose like about service, contact, and when we want to keep our code very organized and semantic. Okay. So you can see here the section which consists of two tags, and these two tags will tell you about only the about section of particular page. So about us, and then we are a food delivery company, etc. Then we'll close the section. So I guess you have understood what a section tag is. Okay. So moving back to our code. So in section, we'll put the heading as of now, banner image, right? Then the banner image section is completed. Now we will make another section which will contain about Tasty Bite, okay? So it will be having a h2 about Tasty Bite. Then we'll open a div tag. Basically, it's a division. It is used to divide the segments, okay? And then we'll be writing paragraph. So now after the heading, we'll be using a div tag, div. Basically, it's a division tag, okay? So in div, I want a paragraph in which I'll be writing about like what the food delivery is all about. So suppose we are here to serve you the most delicious food. Okay, I'll close this one. Paragraph tag. You remember there is a photo of Tasty Bite photo also. I'm giving you here a paragraph tag. So we have a image placeholder. Okay. Then I will be closing this division. So let's run and see what's the output. Open with live server. Yeah. See the Tasty Bite came, the name came, banner image about Tasty Bite and this thing. So let's complete the rest of the skeleton of the website and then we'll move to the CSS part. So now our this section is completed. So I'll be closing the section. Okay. Now I'll be opening a new section for the menu. Okay. It will consist a heading as menu. So it will be written our menu and then we'll be closing it. Then again we'll be using a div. Okay. So inside this I'll be using a paragraph and my first is Margareta. It's the spelling Margareta pizza. Okay. Then I'll be closing this particular p tab. So you remember here is a button also to place order. Okay, order now button is there. So for the same, we'll be using a button tag which will consist order now. And I will be closing this div tag. Okay. As of now, we have done these things. Let's see how does it looks like on website. See, so our menu section which we created and gave the heading as our menu, it came here. Then after that, the Margherita pizza and then order now. Right. Now let's move ahead. So this Margherita pizza similarly will make two more sections. Okay. So I'll just copy paste the code and I'll change the name. Okay. So instead of this Margherita pizza, happy paneer. Okay. And here I will write grilled salmon. Okay, so here I'll be closing the section because our one section which consists of the menu is completed. Now let's come to footer. So we'll be using a footer tag for the same, and then in our footer a paragraph tag will be there which will consist a link h ahref. Ahref is used to put the link in the website which will be equals to hashtag. Then I'll be closing. So we have not updated the location of the link. So I'm just putting a hashtag over here and I will say here is a contact. Okay. So the black box AI, I downloaded it, completed it automatically. So I'll be using a privacy. Okay. And it's closed. And hashtag FAQ, frequently asked questions. And then I'll be closing my paragraph. Okay. So moving to another segment of the same is the copyright section 2023. And then put Tasty Bite. I will close the footer. Okay. Now let's see how does it looks on the screen. Okay. So you can see here the template, the overall template for the website we have created. It consists everything. But now the only task here is to put the images and put some CSS into it. Okay. So the next step is putting the CSS. So firstly, we'll just learn a bit about what is CSS and then we will try to style our page with the help of CSS. Okay. So as we guys are now clear that how our website skeleton would look like, the only part left is styling them using CSS. So moving to the CSS, but before we move to the CSS, there's one thing which we left earlier, which is list. In HTML, list is a way to organize information on a web page, which is very similar to how you make a list in your notebook. So list, for example, your mom or dad would have said, okay, make a list of all the grocery items which we have to buy this coming month. So you do by like putting 1, 2, 3 or in an order list using bullet or symbols. So there are three main types of list, which is order list. So they are numbered like 1, 2, 3. Bulleted list, they are highlighted using bullets. And then the definition list. Then there's a definition list. So these list terms and their definition. So basically we use only ordered or unordered list. And the syntax for the same is OL, then LI tag, then items put, and then close the order list tag. Similarly for unordered list, you have to close UL, then close it, and in between you can incorporate your lists, right? So now before starting CSS, I would like to show you people how our website will look like after we apply CSS to that file. Okay. this is how our website is going to look like after we apply CSS. So this was the original structure without CSS file, and this is the final structure after CSS file. Okay, there's this banner image, and there is this then background image in heading. Then there is this image. Then the menu options are there, and the photos related to menu options are there, and then we have the footer section. So this is the website which is going to look like after we apply CSS to it. So this tasty bite, it will come in center. It will have a cell spacing padding, then this banner image, this header section, and this image here we have added. This menu option, the images which we have added right next to next, all we have done through CSS. So this is the overall website which is going to look like. So let's apply CSS and see how does it looks. Okay, so CSS, it stands for Cascading Style Sheets. It describes how HTML elements are to be displayed on screen or paper or any other media. So CSS saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. External style sheets are stored in CSS file. Okay. So here you can see a role of CSS at web page is basically of presentation and style of content. So why will use CSS? So CSS is used to define style for your web page, including the design, layouts, and variation in display for different devices and screen sizes. So here is a one sample example of the website with and without CSS. So here you can see without CSS, the website looks very dull, blank, no colors, no alignment and all. But once we have applied the CSS, you can see it is full of colors and alignment. The text has centered, and then proper font sizes are there. This button has got colors in it. Okay, so now you must be having a clarity that why should we apply CSS. So now coming to the type of CSS, we have inline CSS, internal CSS, and external CSS. Now let's look at them one by one. So inline CSS, styles embedded directly within HTML elements using the style attribute. So it is very ideal for unique styles on single element. So inline by using the style attribute inside the HTML element. So suppose we have a heading H1 and we want to make that heading color blue. So we'll put style, that will apply the color which is blue, and here's the name of the heading, and then we'll close it. So it will make the heading blue in color. Okay. Now coming to internal CSS. Styles defined within a style tag in the head section of an HTML document. It is suitable for single page styling. So suppose you have to style only a single page and repeat. Now moving ahead with internal CSS, styles defined within a style tag in a head section of an HTML. So suppose this is a head section of an HTML. I want to style my whatever tags I'm using in my web page. I have to style that. So I'll be putting style in the head section of the HTML, and I'll put the style. So suppose here I'm using two tags H1 and P. So I'm putting here style, then I'll put the background color which is a blue, then I'll put H1 which is, I'll put my heading blue in color and the paragraph red in color. So this is the style tag which is very suitable for if you have single page styling. So it is used there mostly. So now moving to external CSS. So styles linked from a separate .css file is used. So you will find this external CSS used very commonly, like many coders or developers, they use only this external CSS because it then makes your code very neat and clean. Okay, because it is segregated from your old HTML file, and it is saved using .css file, I mean other file. So it is very best for styling multiple pages, and it promote maintainability. Of course, we use by link. So in our website also we'll be using the external CSS only. We'll be making style CSS file, style.css, and inside that file we'll be making our CSS. Okay. So these were the ways to apply the CSS to HTML. Now moving to CSS selector. So how can we move to CSS selector? Okay. Now moving to CSS selectors, we have basically four type of CSS selectors, which is element selector, universal selector, ID selector, and class selector. Okay. So the CSS universal selector, under the universal selector, you must set property and value for any element. Okay. And the declaration will work for every element. So the universal selector is used to select all the elements present on your HTML file. So we declare it using asterisk, and then we defined anything which we want to see on the screen of the main HTML file. Then we have the CSS element selector. Suppose I want to apply CSS to one of my particular headings, so I'll be using element selector. So under the element selector, you need to set the property and value of the element. For example, H2, I'm selecting, I want my H2s to be colored as this color. So this is the way. Now we have CSS ID selectors. So use the ID attribute for an element to define the style rules. For selecting an element with a specific ID, you just need to use the hash character followed by the ID of the element, and always remember the ID of the element should be unique within a web page. So here's an example. We will apply the style rule to all the element with ID content. So suppose in our HTML file, we have put in ID content for particular paragraphs. So in that content, we'll put the color and font size. So suppose we'll apply the style rule to all the elements with the ID content. So all the elements which have the ID as content, that CSS will be applied to that ID. Then we have CSS class selector, which we will be using for styling our website also. So it use the class attribute of an element to define the style rules. For selecting an element with a specific class, you need to use a dot character. Just mention the period character followed by the class of element. For example, dot main, and then we'll put the margin top and bottom. So this was the CSS selectors. Now moving to the last topic, which is CSS box model. So before CSS box model, let's make a style.css file, and let's try to implement the some of the CSS, and then I'll tell you the importance of CSS box model also later on. Okay, so this is our website, and we have to make our website like this one. Okay, let's see. So we have this tasty bite. So before we start with the CSS, I have downloaded some of the images from GPT or from other online sources, and make sure that whichever images you are downloading, it's present in the same HTML folder. So whatever the images I will be using, it's here in under the HTML folder. Okay. So now I will be making one style.css file, right? Now I'll come back to my index.html, and I will just link my HTML file to the CSS file. Okay. So I'll put a link. Okay. Then rel. Then I'll put style sheet. It will point to this file, style.css, and then I'll close it. So what is it basically here is doing is we are linking our style sheet here. Okay. I'm just commenting it. You can do it by pressing this braces and exclamation mark. So now we have linked our CSS file to our main HTML file. Okay. So now we will style our header. Okay. So this is our header. We'll style this. So I'll go to my style.css. So now that we have linked our CSS file to the HTML file, what we'll do is, so I want my this tasty bite to come in a box. So I'll put a CSS for the same. So how I am going to do this? I'll be putting a universal CSS with margin 0 and padding 0. Okay. So now that we have connected our HTML file with the CSS file, let's apply CSS to the HTML file. Okay. So firstly, we'll apply CSS to the body element. We'll be adding background colors, then font size and all. Okay. So here I'll write body and curly braces. Then I will writing font family. Okay. Then I'll select any of the fonts from here. And guys, I don't remember this font name and all. I have just taken this from the Google document. Like you can refer to any Google document for the list of colors or the background color or the type of font which you want to integrate into your CSS file. You will easily get off the web page. Okay. Okay. So this one is this one. Then I'll be adding background color. Then I'll be adding color as. Then I want the line height as 1.6. Okay, now let's save it. Now let's refresh it. Okay, so now you can see that we have here a slight orange type of background color. I mean, it's very light in color, and the font size has also been changed after we have applied the CSS to it. Okay, so we have done the body changes. Now let's move to our header section. Okay. So now in this section of the banner image, I'll simply put a class. I'm giving it a class as banner. Okay. And then I'll be importing image. So I'll be doing in image src equals to banner.jpg because I have copied this image in the same folder. Then we'll put a alternate image if our image is not loaded. Tasty bite image. Okay, that's it. Now let's save it and now let's run it. Okay, so now here you can see on the screen that the image is loaded here. Wait, I'll show you in the full screen. This image is loaded, but we don't know about the height or width of the image. So we'll have to set it, okay? Because see, this is covering the entire half page. So now we'll be setting. So we'll go to our style.css. Okay. So for the banner image, I'll write dot banner. Okay. Then img. Okay. So I'll give the width as 100%, then height as 360, and then object fit cover. Okay, wait. So once you will save it, so I would suggest you guys to just play around the height, width, just play different height. Like I have put here 100. You try by putting 125 or put 80 and just see what difference does it make. Okay. Now let's see by refreshing it. See. I'll save it. Wait a second. Okay. So when we have put the width, height and object fit cover, you can see the image has just taken not the entire page, but the measurement what we have set. Okay. So now we have fixed this banner image. Now let's move on to this pasty byte thing. Let's fix it up. Okay. Now we have to fix our header file. So what we will do, we'll put header. Okay. Then braces. Then we'll put the background color as this one I copied from internet. I'll keep the color as white. Then I'll give the padding. Now I'll explain you guys what do we mean by padding and all. Okay. Then I'll put text align. Then text align center. Then similarly I will give font size 32 pixel. Font weight as bold. Okay. And then letter spacing as 1 pixel. Okay, now let's do the alignment. Okay. So you can see here that we have fixed the header. We have fixed the image. Okay. Now it looks similar somewhat. No, it doesn't. Padding and text alignments are missing. So we'll try to fix it up. Okay. So we were lacking some alignment issue here. So I just aligned this. Now let's save this. Okay. So now you can see that we have matched this thing. See this thing and this thing. It looks similar. So we have done this. But the thing is, we are lacking in one more aspect, which is if you will see the difference in this thing and this thing, you will find this padding and spacing issues are there. So let's learn about what do we actually mean by cell spacing, cell padding, and then margins. Okay, the very last topic in CSS which is left. So that is CSS box model. So the CSS box model is a way to think about how elements are displayed on a web page. So imagine each element is a box with 4 layers. Suppose content, your main content, then this padding, then border, and then margin. So the content is the innermost part of the element which contain text, images, or any element. This one. The padding is the space between the content and the border. So this is the border, this is the padding. So this is the space between border and the content. What is the border? The edge around the padding. So after the padding, there comes your border. And the margin is space around the border. Okay. This is a part of code. I would like you guys to please practice this code. Then only you can understand what I have just said about padding and spacing. Just write this block of code in your new HTML file in a VS Code and just run it to see how spacing, padding and margin works. Okay. So moving back to our code. So to fix this up, we'll be having universal CSS. We'll put asterisk. Okay. Then box sizing, border. Then we'll put margin 0 and padding 0. We'll say it. See. Now you can see both are same now. Okay. Done. So our image section is done. Our topmost tasty bite section is done. Now moving ahead with our about section. Okay. Then firstly we'll go to our index.html, we'll find a about section and we'll give a class name to it. Okay, here we will be giving class name equals to about section. Okay, we'll save it. Here also we'll give a class name, this is about content. Okay, so done. Okay, now let's style this about section. Okay, about tasty white and all. Then we'll put dot about section and we have to set our headings, so I'll put here this. Then I will say font size 24 pixel. Okay, then I'll put as this color. Then I'll put margin border bottom as 20 pixel. Okay, now let's save it. See, this about tasty bite, the heading, it's also changed, the color and all is changed. Okay, now we are done with the about section. Then we'll move to about content. Okay, about content and then braces. Then I'll put display, I'll put flex. So I'll be using display flex to align my pizza menu like one, then another, then another in a consecutive order, right? Then I'll be using flex wrap. I'm just trying to beautify the thing, that's it. And I'll align items, center, then justify content, center. And the gap between the contents I want 40 pixel. Okay, now let's save it. Let's see what happens. Okay, now the about content is done. Then we'll put a class in our menu section also. So section class equals to menu section. Okay, so yes. Then we'll put the CSS menu section. We'll put padding. Let's not put it auto. Let's give it as 40px and 20px. Then I'm again saying just play with this padding and margin, then only you'll be able to understand it better. Or if you are having any sort of problem, you're free to use ChatGPT or the AI tools. You can integrate in VS Code also. Then I'll text align center. Then I'll put background color. Okay, now let's save it. See, now our menu section has been here in the center. Okay. Now let's align this our menu color and all. Okay. So first of all, we'll change the dot menu section. We'll apply CSS to dot menu section heading. Okay. Here H2. Again, we'll keep font size 30px. Then color. This one only. Margin bottom 30 pixel. Okay. Let's save it. Let's run it. So you can see our menu section is changed in the color of the same color. Okay, this one, the same color, and margin also we have set it, so it is just now separated from the rest of the content. Okay, now moving ahead, now we have to put CSS to these things. Okay, so now here we'll be putting class equals to menu item. Okay, and similarly here also we will do same menu item, because whatever I'll put in one will get reflected to all the three. Okay, so we'll save it. Now we'll apply CSS to these fields. Okay, so let's put dot menu item display. Will put inline block we want. Will then set width and all. Here we'll set width, margin, background, box, shadow, and padding. Okay. So I have included everything, that is width, background, border radius, box shadow, and padding. I'll show you how does it look like now. So you can see we have now 3 boxes. Background is white. You can see the color of the boxes is white. Then we have put the border radius, this one, as 12 pixel. Then box shadow we have put, and then padding we have inserted. Okay. Now let's move on to putting the images in these sections. Okay. So I'll go to my index.html. Then here I'll be putting image src equals to pizza1.jpg. Okay. Here also same, we'll be putting image src equals to pizza2.jpg. I'll be closing this tag here and here also. Okay. And what I forgot, that we will give the class to all these. Okay. So here class equals to menu image. Okay. Similarly, we'll do here also class equals to menu dot image. Now let's move to our style.css file and let's put styling to the images there. Okay. Now we'll put here dot menu image. Then I'll be putting the width and all. I'll be putting height. Now check that. Border radius I'll be giving. And pixel. This all I'm doing for the pizza images. Okay. And margin border. Okay. So here we have applied CSS to this dot menu image. Now let's see the result. So you can see these are aligned. Okay. Now what else we have to fix is this thing, this banner image we have to remove and the footer. Okay. Now let's quickly do that. Okay. We'll go to next.html. We'll remove this banner image. Okay. We'll save it. Let's see. Okay. The banner image, it got removed. What else? Okay. Now let's put the styling to the dash name also. So we'll put dot dash name. Okay. So the every dash name we are having, we'll give it a span class. Okay. So I'll tell you why we are giving the span class. Firstly, let me insert here span class dash name. Okay. Then we'll remove this paragraph tag and we'll close it. Similarly, we'll do for the rest also. So now why we are using the span here? We are using span to group similar items. Okay. So I have inserted the span in all the 3 items. Now we'll put the CSS in the same. Okay. So now we will apply the CSS to these menu items, and due to time constraint, I've already applied the CSS. I'll explain you the code line by line and you can understand. And if you want the code, you can refer to the description below. You'll find the code there. Okay. So the dot menu item, this CSS creates the card for each of the menu items present. This display in the end block, it allows the card to set next to each other. Okay. So we remember we had 3 menu and they were setting next to each other. So this creates that. We have this width which fixes the width to 220 pixel. Then we have margin and then the background color which we are setting as white. Then we have the border radius as 12 pixel which makes the corner of the menu cards rounded. Then we have the box shadow and padding. So this was for the menu items. So moving ahead with menu image, so all the 3 pizzas were having a corresponding images related to that. So that this CSS is for styling the image part. Then we have the width which makes the image stressed to fit the card. Okay. Then we have the height of the image and then object fit which ensure the image fills the area without distortion. And then we have the border radius to round the image corner, and then we have the margin. Now moving to the next block, which is dish name. So this block of CSS is used for applying styles to the dish name, like the pizza items were there. So we are applying CSS for that. So this displays block which ensure it takes full width and stacks properly. Then the font size 18 pixel, then the font weight. Then we have this margin bottom which separates it from the button. And then we are specifying what color we want, which is this black. Now this is for styling the buttons. So we are saying that we want background color as this red one. We want the color of the button as white. Then border we don't want. So padding which gives the button as size. Then we have border radius, the button, the round corners. Then we have this cursor for animation and then transition. Whenever we are going on a button and we are clicking it, then this transition will show a smooth hover effect. Then this button hover, then background color will change to red as soon as we will click on that button. Now moving ahead to style our footer, we have said I want background color as this red one, then color white, then padding 20 pixel. Then we have text aligned to the center. We want all the footer element text to be in the center. Then we have specified the font size as 14 pixel. And then we have said that margin top as 40 pixel, which gives space from the content above present. So now this particular block of the CSS is for styling the anchor tag or the links and all which is present inside the footer. We want the color of the links as white. We want text decoration. We want to underline the links to show that they are clickable. Then I want the horizontal spacing between the links. So I have set this margin as 0.8 pixel. Okay, so this was all for this particular code, and I'll show you how the website will look after we apply the CSS to it. So this is the website which will look. We have style list menu items and this footer elements. So this was all for the CSS and HTML code. I hope you guys will practice it, and the code you can find in the description below.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack web developer course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn tech stack like MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, Node.js, along with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and more from the IIT faculty. With this course, we've already helped thousands of professionals transition into high-paying developer roles. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. No doubt this course can take your career to new heights. So check out the course page link in the description and take the first step towards becoming a certified full stack web developer.
Now that you guys are clear about HTML and CSS, which helps in building the structure and style of a website, it's time to move on to the brain of web, which is JavaScript. So JavaScript is what makes website interactive, from clicking buttons, sliding images, showing alert to validating forms. All of this is handled by JavaScript. So understanding JavaScript properly is the key to becoming a full stack developer. So one of the industry experts now will be taking over from here.
Okay, so this guy called Brendan Eich is the guy who created JavaScript. So the journey is really stunning, frankly. He created this technology in less than 10 days. Most of this information is already available on the Wikipedia. I've actually extracted it from there so that we can speak about this. So he was given less than 10 days to create a technology. So he was a pro in few technologies. So he kind of, picked the best out of those, put together, and he created the technology that we are working on called JavaScript. The technology was not initially called JavaScript. They had a plan to call this as LiveScript. Okay. The code name was, they wanted to call this as LiveScript. Sun Microsystems was closely working with Netscape Navigator those days. So you know about that, right? Sun Microsystems is the owner of Java. So Java means what? Is it coffee or tea? Coffee, isn't it? Similarly, also a blend of coffee. So they wanted to create something similar. Around that time, Microsoft came to know that, hey, these companies are developing something really great, and that would become a threat to my company. So they patented the word live so that they could put a stop on this project. But will that really, will that really stop this project? No way, isn't it? So they did not have the word LiveScript, though they moved to other options. So around that time, Sun Microsystems accepted to share the word Java. On the client side, you'll have JavaScript. On the server side, you'll have Java. So they expected this to be a infallible combination of technology stack that can work wonders. But recently, Sun Microsystems was acquired by Oracle. And Oracle said, okay, this, what I've got from your company's amalgamation is just the name Java. So I don't want to spare that. So Oracle denied using the word Java. So hence the word JavaScript again had to be replaced with some other option. Around that time, Sun Microsystems, when JavaScript was following a standard called ECMA, ECMA for short. ECMA stands for European Computer Manufacturing Association. So that was a standardization body. So they accepted to share this name because around that time, even now, as of now, Sun Microsystems, this JavaScript, which follows ECMAScript compliance, is the only language that follows ECMAScript compliance as of now. So earlier there were other languages. Okay, most of them are obsolete as of now. Like ActionScript is obsolete. So the only language that follows ECMAScript is JavaScript. So you can now officially use the word ECMAScript to refer JavaScript. So you got the name, right? So you know why ECMAScript is used to refer JavaScript, because we don't have any option left now. I guess, they will come up with some name, but as of now, as of this state, we'll have to still stick to the word ECMAScript. So if someone asks you what is ECMAScript, it's a computer manufacturer's name. Okay, but that's the name that we have. I guess I've summarized all the things in few, sentences, so you don't need this slide. So what can JavaScript or what can ECMAScript do is the question. What can it do? It can do something called as memory management. So if you write a program, it'll decide which of these lines should be executed first and which of these lines should be executed little later. So you can schedule things. There are few methods that are available which can create a pseudo thread in JavaScript. And what JavaScript also does is it actually compiles your programming line in a program that you have written. So maybe you may be curious to understand it is compiling. What is it compiling to? So you write JavaScript, what is it compiling to? In case of this browser program, it gets compiled to JavaScript itself. So that is why it is also known as transpilation, because it is not changing anything. You write JavaScript and you get a compiled version of JavaScript. And in the process of compilation, there are few changes. I'll bring your attention to them when we move forward. But now JavaScript is not the same for every browser. So each browser follows a different architecture. You cannot expect Chrome to behave like Firefox and Firefox to behave like Safari and Safari to behave like Opera, correct? They all are created by different companies with different architectures. They had different approaches to browser. So each one of them uses a different interpreter or different engine, which will make sense of the JavaScript that you write. So as of now, there is less that you have to worry about, because most of these browsers have now shifted from their own engines to V8 engine. So earlier, IE used an engine called Chakra. Now they have started using V8. So V8 is a open source engine developed by Google for the community. So many browsers have started using it. So the errors are more or less the same if your program runs on Chrome or if it runs on IE, even if it runs on Opera, even if it runs on, I guess Safari also have now started implementing V8. I'm not sure. If you have Mac, probably you can check that out. But the last time when I checked, it uses something called as JavaScript Core. And Firefox has been a rebel. Firefox is the company which started JavaScript, isn't it? Netscape Navigator was renamed as Firefox, is a creator of JavaScript. So they use something called as Spider Monkey or Grease Monkey, which is the engine behind the scene, which will read your JavaScript. So you write the JavaScript is read by these guys. And if you see that not all the browsers use the same engine. So in each browser, there were differences earlier. So you came in to learn this web program now, isn't it? But much before you came in, there was a lot of rough road. So it's good that you did not learn JavaScript earlier, because you had to unlearn a lot of things. So I'll only be focusing on things which are quite contemporary now. So what JavaScript can do is, it cannot create a file for us. It would be quite absurd, if a browser program could create a file on the user's machine, isn't it? So if you open a web page, if that web page is capable of creating a file on your machine, that would be a threat, isn't it? So you cannot do that. You cannot talk to a database for the same security reasons, because that way, so it cannot talk to a database, and JavaScript need not have to be compiled by you as a developer. It gets compiled implicitly by the browser. And JavaScript is stateless. So it doesn't know what the user is doing, in which page is he. No, he cannot. So it's our responsibility as a developer to do something like that. And now this JavaScript engine, which is built into the browser, have these constraints. But there are other flavors of JavaScript which is not following the browser's limitations, because they are not working inside the browser. They are on the server. Now, that was some years back, Baldev. So the documentation is very old. Okay, JavaScript was interpreted much before 2015. So let's move on. There are few versions of JavaScript which were built to deliver things on the server side. The first company, which that is Netscape Navigator, they created a product called Rhino. So Rhino.js was first library to implement some things on the server side. So JavaScript was capable of being executed on the server side. But Node.js came along and it said, hey, I can take inputs from you create a module. That way we all can work as a community and we can help each other build a big application, a robust application. So that approach was really liked by the community and Node.js was created. And now Node.js has become Deno has become Bun and things like that. So things have evolved a lot. So let's move on. So what is JavaScript? Just to sum up, JavaScript is a tool for web developers. It can create, manipulate HTML and CSS for you. It can interact with the user to listen to what he's doing. So we can listen to clicks, swipe left, swipe right, drag, drop, tap events. It actually goes a little further from that. Okay, so just that, these are some very common events that can be addressed. Of course, events are also classified into user events and system events. I'm referring to user events. We can also validate the input that the user has provided. It can detect and find out what is the features that are available on the browser. Can the user's device play a song? Can I store some information on his machine using cookies? What language is he using as a primary language and things like that. The only thing that JavaScript can create is cookies, which can be stored on the client side. So because JavaScript uses something called as a callback mechanism, so you can expect a task to be completed and the function which is following will be called when the task is completed. So that's how JavaScript maintains that single thread approach. Okay, because browser does not give all the resources onto JavaScript to run as many processes as possible, because even there can be many tabs in the browser, isn't it? So that would drain the system out. So they have this approach of a single thread. Okay, and we use something called as callbacks to address them. So why JavaScript? JavaScript is predominantly a monopoly as of now. There are no parallel technologies to JavaScript. Of course, there is a technology called Dart, which is being surfaced now. Google is trying to emphasize on that, but it has its own limitations. So JavaScript is good for user interface coding. So it basically allows you to manipulate things on the user interface. It's quite flexible. You can do a lot of things with JavaScript. At least, I've worked with few other programming languages, but JavaScript has been the most versatile out there. You also have this guy, James Gosling, who created Java, vouch for it. So JavaScript is the most object-oriented language compared to Java itself. These are very trivial questions, and I cannot give a vague answer. Now, how can someone decide is JavaScript better or Java? Java has its own strengths and weaknesses. JavaScript has its own strengths and weaknesses. A lot depends on the nature of the application that you're trying to develop. JavaScript is very safe and it can be molded to front end or the back end. But the person who is listening to you in his interview, why choose JS? And he replied that I need not have to learn two different languages for front end and back end. But if the listener who is on the other side, he is a hardcore Java programmer, he would hate that answer because his job is now being taken over by JavaScript developers, isn't it? So in this workshop, we'll be addressing some fundamentals of JavaScript. So we'll be addressing, in JavaScript, you don't have floating points, decimals, integers, unsigned integers. You simply refer everything as a number, okay? You also have Booleans, true or false, and you have strings where you can, declare anything you want in quotes. So there are a couple of ways to declare strings as well in JavaScript. You have double quotes, single quotes, and you also have something called as a backtext, which was introduced in ECMAScript version 5. And then you have objects. Frankly, all of these numbers are objects, Booleans are objects, strings are objects, and objects are also objects in JavaScript. Arrays are also objects. In fact, arrays are dynamic objects. All the objects in JavaScript are by default dynamic by nature, which means that you can add a property to it at a. So I have defined numbers, how things can be, how a Boolean can be. This is for people who are very new to programming. So there is something called as undefined to define something that you have not yet assigned a value. Let's say I create a variable, called it user, but I did not assign a value. It contains something called as undefined. Undefined is a data type in JavaScript. I'll probably show you that with some examples and then it'll be easy for you to understand. You also have something called as null. Null also means nothing. Then when you have undefined, why should you use null? See, there is a difference between both of them. Undefined is a system assigned type. Null is a developer assigned type. So when you want something not to be assigned with anything, then you say user equals null. But if you don't assign null, it implicitly becomes undefined. Now we'll start jumping into some JavaScript. I guess, with that basic introduction, it'll be easy for you to understand what I'm writing. So there are different flavors of JavaScript. You have something called as inline, in-file, and external JavaScript. So what is inline? This is not something that I would recommend you use at all. So I would probably stay away from that. But you see, there is a syntax right in the slide. So if you want to create a JavaScript inline, you can start writing them. But this has very less use case, because the purpose of JavaScript is to use a single program in different places, isn't it? In some cases, you would want to share that script across multiple HTML pages. That's where you would choose something called as external JavaScript. And that's the best possible case that you would be using when you're developing a large application, because you want your JavaScript to be addressing multiple issues and the same issues which may occur in multiple pages as well. So that is where you will use an external JavaScript. But however, in this workshop, just to keep your attention on a single page, I'll be writing in-file JavaScript. So in this workshop, we'll be addressing some variables, operators, strings, arrays, functions, conditions, and loops. So let's fire up VS Code. And guys, let us go create a new file. Maybe I'll create a folder. I'll call this as day 1. In the day 1 folder, I'll create a new file. I'll call this as step1.html. Now in this step1 HTML, we'll write some HTML code. And I have actually asked you to install some extensions. Because of that, you can type exclamation and press enter. You'll get the template ready. You can also use HTML:5 if you want HTML5 template. Okay. You can also use HTML XML template like so, but we would all be working with HTML5 templates moving forward. So I suggest use exclamation or single or triple exclamation and then generate a template out of that. And we will now be learning some fundamentals of JavaScript. So I'll call this title as JavaScript Fun. And what we'll do is, we'll write some h1 tag. I'll say welcome to the workshop. So now that I have this page, I would like to display this inside a browser. So you right click. This file was created outside this folder, so I've moved it inside. I'll right click. And now I can select open in browser, because remember, we installed this extension called open in browser. You can also use live server, but there is a specific example where I would be using live server. For only that example, I suggest use live server. The rest all you can use open in browser. Now let us run this using the open in browser extension. See, I can select either the default browser. In my case, Firefox is the default browser. I can select other browser, and now it gives me a drop down. I see Chrome, Firefox, Opera, IE, and Microsoft Edge and things like that. So let's select Chrome, and that should open the browser, and you'll get to see your program is running. So now we'll sprinkle some JavaScript here. Okay. So how do I start writing JavaScript? You'll go write a script block. Use a script block, and then you are free to write JavaScript. You see there is a start of the script block and the end of the script block. In between, whatever you write is JavaScript. At least it will be parsed as JavaScript. It will be compiled as JavaScript. So we'll now go create a variable. So we all know that now you can create variable of these many types. Okay, these many types: numbers, Boolean, strings, and objects. We'll be addressing actually all of them moving forward, But let us get started with something very easy. We'll understand variables, operators, strings, arrays, functions, conditions, and loops. Anything that you put inside JavaScript be used or parsed as a script by the browser. I told you that, isn't it? So anything that you write inside, see, you can also write a HTML tag here, but browser will think that whatever you return is a script. So you right click, you right click and you choose these options, open in default browser or open in other browser. Now I'll also be addressing few intermediate and few advanced parts right now. There are a few which are very easy for you to understand. So watch. So what I'll do is I would go create a variable and then I would want to use that variable here. So I can use an alert to display this in a message. So I'll say alert user. And with this command, what will happen is that it will open an alert window and display this message. I'll right click, open another browser, select Chrome, and you get to see my name is being displayed here. Easy. So what we learned here is that you can create a variable and this variable can be used. But see, every time you throwing an alert would not be so cool. So what I'll be doing is, instead of using an alert, I'll be using something called as console.log. What this does, this is not a JavaScript command. This is a browser command. Browsers have their own commands. Okay, so this Chrome or Firefox and most of the other browsers do have a command called console.log. Of course, console has many other methods. Log is the one that I would be using in this workshop. So here, if I say console.log, the same message will be now logged. Where is that log? You need to debug this program to get this. If you right click and choose inspect, you'll be debugging this program. Now choose the console tab here, and then you get to see this string, this message here. And you have some potential useful information here. This is actually being logged from the step1.html in line number 9, isn't it? So if you click on it, it actually takes you to that file and tells you where exactly that code is. Okay, in step 1, this is what we are referring to. In line 9, we are logging this message, isn't it? So I can go back to the console and you get to see here. In fact, you can use this console to learn everything in JavaScript. But I want you to carry a file so that you can use this as a reference. So I would not be writing everything in the console. It will be available until this file is open. When you close this file, the console will lose its memory. Let's move on to the next. Because see, this console is coming from the window object, and this window, when I open another window, the previous console doesn't have the effect in the new window. So it is available only until this window is open. So when you close it, the console will lose its memory. Now coming back to the context, guys. So what are the other types that we can store? So we know that we can store a string, we can store a number. Let us say, for example, power. Power is a number, let's say, and I would go and say 1.0. Now I can use this power to do some simple math. Okay, I can say power, and I can probably say into power. Okay, plus 100 is what I want to log. And since this is a number here, this plus operator would work. Okay, so if I go back in the browser, you'll get to see the message is being displayed. Now, moving from these variables to something called as operators, meta tag basically explains the browser as to how this web page will be treated. To the content, we have, we can also say agree, and agree is a Boolean value. I can either have true or false in it. So I'll say true here. And something that we should keep in mind is that when you're working with these different data types, these operators do have some behavior. So I can take this power and I can assign or add that to user. Maybe I will say user plus power, just to make this example slightly meaningful. So let us now run this. So you see that the string got concatenated with 1. So when a string is involved, you see I'm using the word concatenation. Okay, I'm not adding, because string and number cannot be added together, right? See, this doc type here declares that this is an HTML5 document. Okay. What would happen if you don't have this? Will your web page be rendered? Of course, it will be rendered. Okay. So browser will then put its intelligence into place and find out, okay, what kind of a document is it? Because there are several ways to write HTML document. Okay. So there are several standards as well that were used in the past to write an HTML document. So as of now, we'll be following HTML5 because that's the future. That's what we will be using moving forward. What others were, supported? There was something called as HTML and XHTML, and XHTML did follow standards like they would strictly be following the HTML standards, and they are transitional, which means they are not strictly following, but some syntaxes are not following the standards, and so on and so forth. And you also had the support for frame sets. So all of them have now been obsolete. So we'll simply stick to HTML5, HTML doc type HTML. Now we have this HTML lang equals English. Okay. So what is the significance of this? Without this, will it work? The answer is yes, it will work. Just that, if a screen reader comes to access this page, there are some screen readers that people who are visually impaired will use. They use a tool called JAWS, like a browser basically. So when you hit a web page, it'll come to this page and it'll start reading them. When it is reading, it has to set a language. In which language will I read this document? So you are telling ahead of time that when the HTML tag itself is read, you're saying that, hey, the lang that this document will be using is English. Makes sense. So that way it'll switch to an English engine and start reading the content. So it'll read this content in English for the person who is not able to see this page. So you don't need this. If you are writing a French application, then you'd use FR here. Okay. So if you are using German language, then it would be different. So if you're using Chinese, Arabic, whatever, so things would be different here. But I'm using English because predominantly this web page will have some English in it. Makes sense? So these two lines are out. Now, what is this here? So this is referring you to say that the character code that I'm using is UTF-8. Now, what do I mean by that? See, each one of you here, if you're using different types of keyboards, each key that you press will generate a different ASCII value. Since, each one of us will be using a different keyboard to create or to read this application, you need to bring in some uniformity. So let us say we all are using English US standard keyboard and someone else is using a Chinese or an Arabic keyboard. So for them, the alphabet A will generate a different ASCII value, different character altogether, correct? So we have to bring in some uniformity and say, hey, I'm using an English US standard keyboard, and please treat the characters that are being displayed on the screen as UTF-8. UTF-8 is a character code. Basically, it's a way of generating characters. Okay, so you have many others, frankly, that you can use. So you will see that you have UTF-8, UTF-7, and you have UTF-32, blah, 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 blah. There are many of them. But I'm using a US keyboard wherein I have ASDF characters. So the characters that I would be generating is UTF-8. And if I send this file, if I put this onto a web server and it will come to your machine will immediately recognize that, hey, using UTF-8, and the characters that I have to show to the user will be in English, okay, following the UTF-8 standards. And now there is another meta tag here. Okay, this was used or implemented by the Apple guys because they came up with the Retina screens. Okay, or a monitor that had higher pixel density. So you, as of now, if let's say if we generalize things, okay, I'm using a Windows PC. Of course, it's an MSI laptop and it's meant for gaming purposes, but it does support a good resolution. But by and large, most of us here would be using 72 dots per inch resolution. Okay, but Apple Mac can squeeze in up to 150 dots per inch. So if you go by that ratio, a 100 pixel by 100 pixel image on your screen would look as 25 pixel by 25 pixel on their screen. I mean, if they're using 300 pixel ratio, but if they're using 150, then it would look like a 50 pixel by 50 pixel image, which means that the image will become a little smaller. So will the fonts be. Okay, if I'm using a font size 16, if the user uses a higher pixel density desktop laptop, then he would be seeing 8 size font, isn't it? So in order to bring that uniformity, they have this viewport meta tag which tells the browser, hey, match the size of the application with the size of the device and have an initial scale ratio of 1:1. Okay, so this is the English translation of what the syntax is here. Okay, so it's trying to tell you that maintain the viewport. Now, what is viewport here? If I open the browser, starting from the left corner, top corner to the bottom right corner, this area is referred as the viewport. Okay, so that viewport will have a ratio of 1:1, and the width of the device and the width of the application will match. Okay, of course, you have several other configurations. This itself can get several, we can probably delve on this. What is the issue if we forget to add? So let us say you don't add any of these. Okay, let me surprise you. I will not use any of them. The answer is no. So if I run this example, you'll still get to see the same output, isn't it? Is it not looking the same? But then the browser is taking few nanoseconds to understand or make sense of what you have written. Does that make sense? So you are applying these meta information so that you are giving direction to the browser. See, if I open this entire area is 100%, isn't it? So this area has a dimension. What is the dimension? How many? It's not about pixel. So this entire width is 100%. This entire height is 100%. If you don't use this, okay, on a screen that does not support retina display and normal display, you will not see any difference. But if you are using this, let's say you are using a Mac, especially if you are using an iPhone, okay, I suggest use this syntax and don't use this syntax, and you'll see difference right in front of you. Make sense? Because without this syntax, the file will be squeezed to half of its size. With this syntax, the file will adjust itself to match the viewport's width and height. Okay, so that was a basic introduction. But trust me, all of them are relevant. So let's move on to the next topic. So what is a variable? Basically, it's a container that gets a name. Okay, so variable, let us say you have, so variable is the name for a container where the information is stored. And once you have assigned a variable, a value, you can access it whenever you want until you have destroyed it. You can use the word delete to destroy a reference. Say, for example, here, if a variable assigned with variable, what will happen? Yeah, there is a way to do that as well. Okay, you can do that. But in JavaScript, you'll have to define a variable. Okay, but can that defined property can also change? Of course it can. Then the computed value will be assigned. Unset as well. Say, for example, I come here and say, hey, console, log me this user. So what would be the value that I get here? I get Vijay, correct? What would be the value that I get here? Kumar, correct? Let me just comment this out. There's a single line comment that I'm using. So let's focus on these now. Okay, so let's save this, run this in the browser in Chrome, and you get to see that it is having two different names. In line 9, it had a different value. In line 11, it has a different value. Can I unset this? Of course you can. So you can use the word delete and use the word user, and it'll forget about that. Now, if I ask, hey, console log me user, it'll say, what is user? I don't know. Okay, it's undefined. That's what it will say. Okay, so in this case, delete user, delete user, delete user should actually work. But I guess, this is, just let me check why this did not delete, or, if I'm not using it in the right way. Okay, so it is actually deleting a property, not the object itself. The object reference will still be around. So if I had a property of the user, I can delete that. So I can unset, but the object itself cannot be unset. But keep in mind that there is something called as delete. Not that, I was not aware of that, just that, I would want you to be aware of where I will go search for some solutions if I have a problem, isn't it? So let's move on. So you have the ability to delete a property. Why your output is visible under console tab only and not in the UI. See, all of these are console statements. You'll be able to see them in console. So you'll not be able to see here because I'm not logging anything here. All of these are debug messages. Make sense? Now, there are some rules that you need to follow when you're creating a variable. Variable names are case sensitive. So variable names cannot be same. If you are creating two variables with the same name, the previous variable will be overwritten. And when you are creating a variable, you should make sure that that follows a specific case. Say, for example, so we have a variable that we have assigned a value, and then we have seen that it can change its value. And what I was trying to refer is when I'm creating another variable. So if I go create user, let's say Batman. Okay. So I create another variable. And now if I ask what is the user, what is the output going to be. So here it was Vijay and then Kumar, it became Kumar, but later on you created another variable with the same name. So it will override the one that was previously returned. From this line onwards, after this line, the user will be Batman. Now, if I want to create a variable, if I use an uppercase user, this and this are two different things. This is a different reference and this is a different reference. Okay, so you'll now see that I can use both this and this. Let's go to the next step. So you have learned about what are the rules that variables should follow. Variables cannot be named with some reserved keywords. There are tons of them, frankly, and it may not be easy for you to recall and remember everything. I've made a comprehensive list. I trust that some of them will be able to remember them, but most of you may fail to remember them. That's okay, right? So this is a list of reserved keywords. In fact, they have added few more. So you can see break, delete, function, return, type, off, case, do, if, switch. Most of these other programming languages have these reserved keywords, and JavaScript is no different. They follow some similar standards, fortunately. Okay, so you can use these, you can avoid using these names. But let's say I create a variable by name break, var break equals. See, as of now, the browser itself is telling you that break is not allowed as a variable declaration name. Okay, but not all of them will be that friendly. Say, for example, if I say case, in this case, browser is telling you that, hey, you cannot use it. Say, for example, I use something called as. Okay, so most of these keywords that you use here are immediately caught, and it will tell you that, hey, you cannot do this. Okay, let's say break. But let us say I am adamant, I'll go use this. So I'll say console log this variable break. Will it work is the question. So as of now, the browser is definitely throwing some errors. You see this unexpected token break. It cannot be used. Okay, but there are some of them may actually escape. Say, for example, we'll use something called as new here. This and this. So I'll change this to new. Yeah, the browser is not allowing you to do that, but some of those keywords may escape. Okay, say, let us say eval, let implements package. I will try package. Okay. So package is a reserved keyword, no doubt, but you can use it. But see, don't be so adamant on, trying to use something which is not acceptable. Okay. So make sure that, you are aware of these reserved keywords, because sometimes, they may also backfire you, isn't it? Let's go to the next slide. Plus is used both with numbers and strings. Okay. It is meant for adding or concatenating things together. Minus is used to subtract things. Star is used to multiply things. The / is used to divide things. So that way the X will be divided by Y. The value on the left side will be divided with the value on the right side. They're like 2 by 7 or 2 by 8. Okay, then you also have something called as a modulo operator. So most of these are very easy. These are very common in any other programming language, so you probably will encounter them. You also have a post increment and pre-increment and post decrement and pre-decrement operators. So you can say x plus plus. So it will basically display the value and then increase, or it will display after it is increased. Okay. You also have assignment operators. Again, there are tons of operators, guys. Okay. So here I suggest when you get into this, we have the complete beginner's guide, and somewhere here you'll find operators. I think I'll look for operators. So there are a lot of operators here, right? So you have plus equals, assignment operators, blah, 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 blah. There are many of them. Will we be able to cover all of them? No. So if you try that, then it'll probably complain and say, this is not a number. Okay, because apart from this plus operator, which can be used for both numbers and strings, okay, or a number, or a Boolean. So these are some assignment operators. So we have equals. So I want user to be Batman. We have seen these equals being used already. Because both of them are basically used for comparison. Then what is the big difference? So in JavaScript, maybe this is step 1, right? So I'll go create another example called step 2. Step 2 is for operators. Again, I'll rename triple equals, data type should also match. So let us go create a variable. I'll call this as val1 equals 100. Val2 is also 100. Now, they both are same, isn't it? So if I say, hey, console, log me if this val1, if it is equal to val2, what would be the answer? It will give me a Boolean value. Yeah, it will give a Boolean value as an output. So let us go check this out. Something missed. See, that is because I'm trying to, save everybody's time. Okay. Yeah. So it says true, but let us say I convert this to a string. So they both are different. This is a number, but this is a string here. You know about that much, right? So if I run this example, it still says true, which is wrong, isn't it? Say they're not the same. So in such cases, when you want to check not only the value, but the data type, that is when you would use a triple equals. Okay, so the first one is true, the second one is false. So what did we learn out of this is when you're using triple equals, it does something called as a strict type check. Okay, so it does something wherein not the value, but all the types are also checked. So in JavaScript, you will be more or less using this instead of this. This is not all that favorable in most of the cases, because this is exactly what you wanted to do. So let's go to the next topic. Where are we here? I guess, rest of them are very similar. So you have something called as greater than or equal to. So whenever you want to compare, you can use these operators. Okay. And now we'll move on to the next topic. So if you go back here, so what is an array? It's a collection of variables. It's a group of variables. And in other other programming languages, arrays should have a similar data type. Arrays is a group of similar data types. But in JavaScript, it is not. Why? Because in JavaScript, arrays are dynamic objects. So you have many ways to define an array as well. Okay, so let me show you some slides before we jump into some examples. See, you have these many ways to create an array. So you can use a new keyword and create an instance of an array and say, I want this array to have 5 pockets. So I need to have an array with 5 index values, or 5 properties can get into this. Okay, so if I define something like this, can I add the 6th one or the 7th one? When I say, hey, I want to create an array of 5 pockets and I want to now add the 6th one, will that be allowed? In other languages, it is not allowed. So what is the difference then? This in the minimum will have 5 pockets. Can I add the 6th value? You can. Can I add the 10th value? You can. But it'll have a minimum of 5 pockets, even if you don't have any values. Let me show that to you. See, that's where it becomes quite interesting how JavaScript is different from other languages. So this is step 3, array. So I will now go create a variable. I'll call this as ARR equals a new array. And I will say, hey, I want to create a length, the number of elements that I want, 5. Now, if I say, hey, console log me ARR, so what is expected here? It is expected to show you 5 placeholders without any value, because we did not assign any value to them, right? So if I run this in Chrome and debug, you can check the console. There are 5 values here. In fact, if I refresh once again, then it will show what is the value in this array. Watch. Okay. And it says all of them are empty. Isn't it? All of them are empty. Now, how do I add a value to this? So I can now say, hey, array, on this, the very first value can be denoted with 0. I'll say Batman. Okay. The second one, ARR, square bracket 1. Superman. ARR, square bracket 2 equals Aquaman. Now, if I run this example, see, we have added 3 values. How many pockets did we add? 5. What happens to the rest of them? In JavaScript, everything is a heterogeneous array. Okay, because they are all dynamic by nature. Now, coming back to the context here, see, there are 2 empty values here. Now, you may say, can I add this in the 4th? See, there are 2 empty values here, isn't it? Okay, so you can create an object like this in JavaScript just with the object notation. And I will be covering objects quite in depth, so you'll probably enjoy that. So you see that there are some placeholders. There are some empty spaces here. There are 2 empty spaces there. If I now go add, let's say I want this to be in the 7th place, that is. See, there are 4 empty spaces here, isn't it? Can do some shuffling here. Maybe I can not be in the sequence, maybe. In any case, okay. So I'll have these 4 values in between there. So I hope all of these are making some sense to you as to how an array is created in JavaScript. Okay. What are the different types of values that I can store into an array? You can actually store anything you really want in an array. You might be quite surprised to know that you can create or store anything you want in an array. Here, so you'll say ARR square bracket 1. Okay. See, all of these are strings. Can I store a number? I can. See, I can store a number. And array will actually remember its data type. Okay. And now if I want to take this value and do some math, I can. That would work. Okay, it'll remember its data type. What else can be stored? So I can go to this array, the 6th index, and store another array. So let's say if I write, I am Batman, I am Aquaman. Yeah, this is a single string. No, there is nothing like that. So you can actually store as much as you really want in an array. But however, there is a catch. Every browser program has a catch. It has a threshold. It has a limit. How much memory can this program that I'm about to write can be utilizing is the question. According to the standards, JavaScript can store up to 2 megabytes of information. So that again, really doesn't mean that, just because you have the luxury, you start abusing it. Because you can add as much as you want. Will you go add as much as you really want? That would not be a good programming approach, isn't it? Would you like to use a program that does not follow some standards? The answer is no. So you should, although there is no restriction, we will all act with some responsibility. As a JavaScript developer, you definitely will have to deal with that a lot. So for example, I will add this. So, and this is an array in an array. I'm not logging that, of course. So let's say console log ARR. And that should work. So there is an array here. Of course, you can have. Okay, it's you can create multi-dimensional arrays. Like grids, you can create them. You can, why not? So then this is an array, isn't it? How the answer for that question. So let us try that. Okay, then and probably you'll have an answer for yourself. Most of these I suggest you can try on your own, but since you have brought in a question that I was about to explain, you'll probably get the answer. See, when you're using this multiplication, okay, this operator, what can this work with? It can work with a number. It expects 2 numbers on either sides, isn't it? So if I run this, it'll give you the answer. But what if one of them is not a number? In this case, this is still showing you this, but let us say this is hello. It tells you nan. What is nan? Nan means not a number. ARR square bracket 5. Is this a number? Not a number, correct? So if I run this, you get nan, not a number. So some of these operators that you've learned actually can work only with numbers or strings, and some of them can only work with numbers. They cannot work with different data types. How do you access? Okay, see, this gives you an array back, correct? Now you use the array notation again and access. Let us say I want to access the second one. Yes, nan is a data type. Nan is not a data type. No. Nan is a value. Yeah. So null, you will also find something called as, null is a data type. Yeah. You also find something called as void, which was introduced recently, is also a data type. Okay. So I guess, with this, some of your basics are now there are many things that you can do. So an array can have different data types. See, if you don't understand how to program in JavaScript, and if JavaScript, and you have always worked with Java, let's say, you cannot expect JavaScript to work like Java. So your understanding of the language might be the cause. So JavaScript does few things in the way that it can. That is all. 10 days of error in JS, is that a series or something? Because it looks familiar for me. Is that a blog or article or something? So arrays do have some properties that you can use. One is called length. Arrays are made out of an array object. So it has a constructor, and it also has something called as a prototype. Now, just keep this word prototype in your mind as of now. Prototype is a property that is associated with every object in JavaScript. So I made a definition here. Prototype is a property that is associated with every object in JavaScript. So you'll encounter this word prototype moving forward in several occasions, and your doubt will be cleared. Say, for example, if you go to this documentation, and if I look for this array, correct? Arrays do have some methods. Let's say array. See, you see that now array dot prototype. Now, what is prototype? It's a property of an object. What is the object here? Array. Array is the object, prototype is filter. Similarly, if I say number, strings do have many of them. So you'll find string dot prototype, string dot prototype dot split. Now the split is added on to this object called prototype, which is a property of the string. Okay, so prototype is a property, which in turn is an object actually. I'll explain how to use them. So you have length, constructor, and prototype. Okay, so in the previous slide, you can see this ARR has a constructor, which is this array, correct? It has the length. So it basically tells you how many pockets are occupied. But if I create an array without any restriction here, like this, if without any restriction, like so, using this array notation, then you are creating a dynamic array which can take as many properties as you want. In JavaScript, you will never encounter this index out of bounds error that you may get in Java or PHP or any other technology that you would have worked with, because most of these technologies will give you index out of bounds. So if you're looking for a property that does not exist, let's say, for example, I ask, give me the 10th value of the array. Does the 10th value exist? That is 11th value. Does it exist? No. It'll always give you an answer. So that sometimes, may trip you off. So it says undefined. So you see there is something called as undefined, right? It is coming to you from line number 17. Line number 17 was looking for array with the 11th index, the 11th place, index value 10. So it says undefined. I don't know what you're talking about. So instead of saying, I don't know what you're talking about, it simply says undefined. Cool. So let's go to the next step, guys. So arrays do have some methods. Frankly, there are many, many methods. Will we be able to cover all of them? No, you know the answer. Okay. So I will be addressing a few of them. Let's say, okay, I'll be addressing few of them. See, there are many methods. See, if you dig into the documentation says that it has something called as a constructor, and as a property, only few things are defined. You have only length defined, correct? Now, whenever you see @, these are some internals. I don't recommend you start using them. See, we will learn about iterators later. So I'll explain what iterators are. But iterators and unscopables and species are internals of an array. So you can convert an array to an iterable object or an unscopable object using certain keywords. But these are internals. It is not meant for developers, for us to use. But can we derive something out of that? Of course we can. So let's move on. So there are many methods, guys. So you have @concat, copy within, entries, every, filter, find, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to read the name, but there are many of them. Maybe some of them. But I suggest, learn some trivial methods. Learn some, basic methods, some fundamental methods. I'll be giving you some analogy for some of them so you can remember them for a longer time because they are quite useful. So you have something called as concat. What concat does, it basically joins two arrays. If you have array A and array B and you want to convert both of them to the third array, you can do that. So in my slide, there is a description for it, isn't it? You also have something called as join. What join does, it'll take the array's values, converts them to a string, okay, separated with comma. As for example, let's say I have this. Maybe I'll create another array for the sake of this example. Let us comment these consoles. So you can use a single line comment or a multi-line comment. Single line comment starts with double /, multi-line comment starts with / and asterisk, and you terminate that with asterisk and /. Now let us go create an array, var Avengers. This is an array of all Avengers. Let's say, we'll say Iron Man, Hulk, Thor, just to name a few of them. Okay, so I've got all of them. I've got 4 of these heroes here. And I want to take this array and split them and display it. So I can say console.log. It actually splits it for us. Avengers. It actually, sorry, it'll use something called as join, not split. So if I run this example, you see I got this Iron Man, Hulk, everything is comma separated, isn't it? Now I can say dot join. If I run this, see, you got all these values separated with comma, isn't it? Separated with comma. Them to be separated with a pipe character, like the way I have put that in the slide. It all started with Angular. Okay, when I started working with Angular, Angular has an application called Heroes application. So you see that now I can take these values and join them with a pipe. You can also join them with a tilde. Again, see, there is, if you watch Spider-Man's movie, with the great powers come great responsibilities, isn't it? So as a JavaScript developer, you have some responsibilities. Semicolons are optional in JavaScript. Okay, see, I can remove all the semicolons and this program would work fine. But there is a hidden problem with JavaScript. JavaScript uses something called as auto semicolon insertion. That's a feature of JavaScript. It's not a problem, it's a feature. So when there is a problem, JavaScript, in order to debug, will insert the semicolons in every line. And that will work against you if you have not inserted semicolons. So make sure you always use a semicolon to terminate the line. If you don't use it, your program will still work, but that will fail you at the point where you don't know where to fix. Okay, so make it a practice. And again, each one of you as a developer, when you're entering into JavaScript, there is a way to write JavaScript. Like for example, there is a way to speak Hindi. There's a way to speak Telugu. There's a way to speak Tamil. There's a way to speak Kannada. There's a way to speak English, right? Just because, you have learned Hindi, you cannot speak English the same way, correct? You will be easily caught. Not that way. Yeah, that's one of the features, one of the benefits. Okay. And you'll actually stay out of trouble. I'll probably show you a problem moving forward, but let's see now if that would actually create a problem. But what I mean to say is that, make sure that you always start using semicolons, and that way you'll be out of trouble in most of the cases. So if you want to write a function, I'll go write a function like this. Use the keyword function, adder. Okay. And then you will write a function like this. Okay. And this is very common. I've seen many people write something like this, isn't it? And notice I have not put any semicolon here, and this program would work. But when you write a program like this, and you know that there is a feature called automatic semicolon insertion. If there is a bug in this program, the browser will actually put a semicolon at the end of every line. See, this function will now be broken like this. And now you see, did you catch the bug here where the problem was? So in JavaScript, you have to always do something like this. When you're writing a function, make sure you start the opening body in the same line, okay, and never do something like this. Will this work? Of course it will work. But you will confront an error which will not be able to debug, because your program will never tell you that there is a problem here, because it will insert a semicolon and then it will tell that, hey, you have declared a function without a body. Okay, so you'll never be able to find such problems. I suggest, as a JavaScript developer, if you are really serious about JavaScript, there's a book called JavaScript, The Good Parts, written by a person called Douglas Crawford. I value that book a lot, so I suggest you also can learn. This is by O'Reilly. This is how the book looks. It's available on Amazon. See, I suggest you can buy this, or if you're smart enough, you know where to get this book. I suggest take some time out, read that book. It'll give you a great insight of how JavaScript really works from inside. Then you'll stop making all the problems for yourself. But like any other programming language, JavaScript also has its discipline that you need to follow. Okay, then you will stay out of trouble. Now, next aspect. So you have pop will remove the last value. Now, the opposite of that, you have shift, which will remove the value in the first. So you can say pop and shift. Pop will remove the last value. Shift will remove the first value. Now you also have the opposite of this. Push will add the value in the last. Okay. And unshift will add the value in the first. So a lot depends on the kind of operation that you may want to do on an array. So you can use these methods. Then you also have something called a slice and splice. Now the slice and splice does something very similar, but differently. Slice will remove the value that you have asked for and will return the array. Okay, so I've put this note in the slide itself. Will remove and return from the start index to the end index. So the end index is excluded. The end index that you are suggesting is excluded. And the returned value can be used to create another array, and it will not modify the existing array. On the other hand, the splice here will take 3 parameters. It will ask, okay, from where do you want to start and how many values you want to remove. The third parameter is the new value that you would want to insert in that place. Okay, but this splice will actually modify the existing array. So this slice is referred as a pure method. Splice is referred as an impure method. Why? Because this is not modifying, and this one is modifying the array. Okay, just keep the word pure, impure in your mind. If you graduate to learn React or Angular, you'll probably understand what pure and impure is and how to use them. Now you also have the methods to pass in an array. The new value is single value, correct? You can pass in an array instead, and that would work. Yeah. Okay. So you also have something called as reverse. You can use sorting. Sorting would sort the array for you alphabetically. And toString and toLocalString are actually the same. The toLocalString only will consider what is the locale that is already set on the user's machine. See, browser, when you install, will set a default language. More or less, it would be English. Okay. But if you are in a different country, your browser has a different language setting, then when you convert it to a string, it will use that locale to convert to a string. But see, your program was written in English, correct? It will not convert it to French. Yeah, so Yadalam has brought a problem. So this sort here is quite dynamic. It's not exactly like the way we would expect it to work. So it's quite tricky, and there is a way to fix that as well. Okay. So in certain cases, like what you have asked now, I'll create an example. So it'll make sense, and it'll be optimum utilization of the time that we have together, isn't it? So he has created an array which has these values, correct? And he's right. Okay, if we do a sort on this log, err1 dot sort. But why is it not working? So let's run this. See here, it is not sorting, but let me show you. Okay, if I say Avengers and sort it, will it work is the question. See, it is sorted. You agree? Yadalam, has it sorted? Yes. But why is it not sorting a number here is because implicitly this sort method will convert this to a string and sort. Okay. Because it converts it to a string, these zeros will have no values, but you are trying to interpret them as numbers. But what are they? Strings. Sort will convert things to a string and then use them. So that is why when you're using a number, it will not make sense to you, isn't it? But so sort actually takes a callback function. It takes a callback function. Watch. So I will create a function. Okay, I'll call this as sort fun. Any name is fine. So this function that we will pass, which is actually used as a callback function to this sort, it takes two parameters. It implicitly implements a sort fun to do something called as a bubble sort now. Those who have worked with C, C++, you know what is a bubble sort. So it actually takes these first two values and pass them here. And the outcome of the first two values will be used with the third value. The outcome of these values, or whichever is left out, will be used with the fourth value, and so on and so forth until it exhausts all the value in the array. So this sort fun expects two values, val1 and val2. What is val1? The first value. In fact, it will be the second value, not the first one. Okay. And the val2 will be the first value. And then you have a purpose here. So you need to basically return one of these three values. You need to return either -1 or 1 or 0. You need to return one of these three values. How you would want to return these three values is up to you. Okay. So you may come up with some logic to return 1, or you may come up with some logic to return -1 or 0. If you return -1, it'll do an ascending sort. If you return 1, it'll do a descending sort. If you return 0, it'll not sort. So I will now, because see, I know all of these are numbers. What is val1? I know that's a number. What is val2? I know that's a number. Okay. Now, if this problem would have a different solution if I had a mixture of strings and numbers. In that case, I had to convert it to a number using a parseInt or a parsefloat or a number constructor, one of these three ways. Okay, watch. So I will return, if I return 1, I take these two values, but I'll simply return 1. It doesn't make sense, but let us run this program. I did not want to create these many clones. I will now use this sort fun here. Okay, so let's run this example. Refresh. Okay, it still does not make sense to you, correct? It has 1, 2, 9, 1, and 700. But if it returns -1, you'll see something is happening. See, you got 7, then 1, then 9, 2, and then 1. So something is happening. If I return 0, then you will actually see no change. This is the original value that I passed. The original value. So I explained it to you that, if I pass, if you return 1, it does a different sort, -1 does a different sort, 0 does not sort. Now, the logic is up to you, how you would want to come up with. So what I'll do is I'll use a condition here. If the val1 is less than val2, then I want to return a value. Then I want to return 1. Okay. Else if, I'm using a conditional statement here. So if, else if, I'm sure if you are aware of. If not, we'll be addressing that also later. But we are trying to address two different topics. This is a condition. If this happens, do it. If this is not happening, do this. If this and this does not happen, do this. Okay, so I'll now use if the val1 is greater than, I will say if it is greater than val2, then return -1. If not, return 0. See, I have come up with my own sort compare function. Now, if I run this example, so this function is capable of doing something now, right? So if the value that you have passed is less than the second value, it will return 1. That will do an ascending sort. Else it will do a descending sort. So if I run this example, see, it is a descending sort now. Okay, because I returned 1 here. Now, if I return -1 and if I return 1 here, then it will do a ascending sort for us. Sorry, this is a descending sort. Now we'll do an ascending sort. See, makes sense now? Is it working for you? So if this is not a simple object like this, if it is a complex object, then this sort compare function will change. You cannot use this sort compare function for everything. Okay, so these arguments are not something that you are passing. Yeah, this is not something that you are passing. This is because this sort function is used as a callback. These values are implicitly passed. Tamil receive. Okay, you don't pass them. It will be implicitly passed because this sort fun is a callback function. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on. So we have sliced, splice. I guess these are very easy. You can easily learn them on your own. You have reverse. That's something that you can learn on your own. Again, you should keep in mind that whenever you're working with arrays in JavaScript, it is deemed that you'll be working with strings. Okay. So that's why, most of these functionalities may not work or have the same expected output because you are using a number, but it was expecting a string. So whose problem is it? So now that you know how to deal with it, you can implement them. So there are some new methods in ECMAScript. So in ECMAScript 5, they have introduced some new methods. You have something called as for each, map, filter, every, sum, reduce, right, index of, and last index. Although some of them are repetition, so you can see reduce and reduce right are similar, and index of and last index of are similar. You can try them on your own. Again, there are many methods, guys. I've only picked a handful of them. Why? Because these are predominantly popular. Okay, and you will definitely end up using them one way or the other. So what is for each? So we'll go create an example for that. Okay, and you have a small task. I'll probably take few numbers from you because I need some flavor. Let us go create a new file. Step 4. My script block ready. So guys, in the chat window, can each one of you put in a number between a whole number between 0 and 100. Okay, and make sure that those numbers don't repeat. And I will not take all the numbers. I'll randomly pick few numbers because see 25, 25, 45. Make sure that you don't repeat them. Okay, and let's go create a variable. Fav nums is an array, and we start with 18. Type all of them: 25, 24, 45, 63, 13, and can stop. Okay, I don't need many numbers. We just need about 10, 15 or so. 6, 99, 3, 77, 100, 1, 2, 14, 72, and 49. Okay, I guess I've used almost all the numbers that were sent. Now let us say I have a requirement. Okay, sorry, I have a requirement to, we cannot copy. Okay, hold on. I'll put this on Pastebin. You definitely can copy it from there. from this favnums, let us say I want to print all of these values. What would I do? I would use a loop. Okay, so one of the aspects that we are learning here is called loops. See, we have strings, operators, variables. We'll be covering strings later. We are in arrays now. And we have functions. I'll explain functions also in great detail moving forward. Now we are in loops. So what condition is something that we just used, one of them, the if condition. We have other conditions as well, but if is predominantly popular. Then we are now talking about loops. What are loops? So you can ask a program to, now what we can do is we can iterate through all the values. So because I have a loop, I want to, execute a console log message for each one of these values. So I'll now say console log favnums, and let us say if I say 0, I would be able to log the first one. What if I want to get the log of the second one, third one, so on and so forth? This is not the file that I'm running. Hold on. Chrome. Okay, so it says 18, but I want to iterate through all of them. So that is where I can run a loop. So I can use a for loop. There are many types of loops. Okay, there is something called as for in loop, for each loop. You'll also find for off loop. I'll explain all of those different flavors when we encounter some example. For now, we'll use a for loop. So this for loop uses 3 different parameters. The first parameter is a initialization. So I go create a variable. I'll say I equals 0. So I'm initializing a variable with a value 0. And the second parameter is a condition to check. As long as the value I is less than the number of values that are in the favnums. So favnums dot length. The length is a property we discussed in the slide. Okay. The third part of this program is what will evaluate whether this it will iterate. Okay, so this is where we have initialized. So there is a condition which will check if the I is less than the favnums. As long as this condition matches, I will keep incrementing I. So I'll say I plus plus. You know about this operator as well. This will increment. Probably did not install this open in browser extension. If you have installed, you probably have to enable it. If you have enabled it and if it is still not working, then there is a bigger problem you need to look for. Okay, but chances are that you have not installed this, or after you've installed, by default it gets enabled. For some reason, if it is not enabled, enable it, and then you'll get to see this. Third option, after installing all these extensions, if things are not working, just restart Visual Studio Code once, and then things will work fine. Okay, so now that I have created a loop, I should now be able to push this inside. See, because this for loop will now iterate for these many times. As long as this condition matches, it'll keep looping again and again and again. So if I go to the browser and refresh, I get to see 18, 17 times. So 17 times this 18 was logged. Now that indicates that this loop is executing for each one of the values here. Now, instead of 0, if I use the variable I, because I've created this variable I here, I'm using it here. So for the very first iteration, it will be 0. So is the I less than the fav number? The condition matched, so I will be incremented. So for the next iteration, this will be 1. Okay, watch. So if I run this example, you'll now get to see all the values. See, all the values are logged. Although this is a solution for this problem that we had, this creates a what do we call this, as a optimization problem. The code is not optimized. See, if you thoroughly read this code here, this has several aspects to it. See, here I declare a variable. Nothing wrong with it. You declared a variable. In this command, is this not necessary for this statement to go and check for the favnums and find out what is the length? Isn't it? It'll go check what is the length. Then it'll evaluate. Then it'll increment. Then in the body of this loop, it again checks or prints this I. It is accessing it again. So the program has to leave this loop twice to go outside and check for the value and then come back inside and then do its process. So that makes this program inefficient. Now, what is the alternate now? In ECMAScript 6 or 5 was the first name, okay? And then later on, they renamed it to version 6. What is the difference? 5 was introduced in 2015. 6 was introduced in 2016. So in 5, they had many options, but most of the browser manufacturers were reluctant to implement all of them. So they standardized it and they relaunched it with a new name called ES6. Okay, so ES6 is the toned down version of ES5. So is there any efficient way of doing it? You have a method of the array itself, which allows you to accomplish that. So here I can use the favnums is an array. It has a method like pop and push and slice and dice, sort. It has a method called for each. Now for each is capable of calling a callback function. So we can either write a function here, let us say function callback is the name. And now this callback will have a console log. I can now take this callback exactly like the way we did earlier. The sort was passed this function. Similarly, the for each is now passed this function. If I now go back and relaunch, so you got this hello logged 17 times. It logged 17 times. That tells you that this for each is calling this function 17 times. But now there is a problem. Since this callback gets 3 arguments. The first argument is the value for which the iteration is happening. Okay, I call that as val. The second argument is the index. I call that as IDX, index. Not necessary. You can call that a potato. So there is no, again, see in the previous case, wasn't this called sort fun? So you can call this anything you want. Okay, I call it callback because that's a relevant name. The third parameter is the array itself. I call this as ARR. So what is the first parameter? The value for which the iteration is happening. The second parameter is the index. The third parameter is the array itself. So now I can take this val and then I put that instead of this hello. So if I run this example, you'll see different values being logged. I mean, if I refresh it again, it actually in all the cases, it's putting all of them in a different line. So these are different console logs that have been executed. Easy. Now, how is this efficient? Is this function referring to this array all the time? No, it has an internal reference. That is because val is the name that I've assigned. So you can you can log index as well. The first parameter is always val. The second parameter is always index. The third parameter is always the array. I mean, if I call this as index, I mean, see, the JavaScript program is not all that smart, correct? What is the second value? The index, correct? But I called it as val. So because I called it val, will it become val? No, it will not. It will still show you the index value. So you got the answer, correct? The first value is always the value. The second one is the index. The third one is the array itself. So I can log all of them. So you have appropriately given them the name. That is all. The first argument is always value. The second one is always index. You may want to call it whatever you want. Okay, so if I go back, so you get to see all the logs here. The first value was 18. The second one is the index. And the third value is the array itself. What is the point of having the array here? You can use this array to implement another logic inside. So there are several callbacks, isn't it? So you can use another callback inside this callback. And inside this callback, you still have access to the original array. So you can actually make this example very dynamic. However, these are not predefined functions. These are not predefined. These are predefined methods which will take a function. It takes a callback function. Any function is fine. This for each is a predefined method. Now, like for example, the sort is a predetermined method, correct? Join is predetermined, correct? So this join is a predetermined method which takes a callback function. So in this case, the for each is a predetermined method of the array. We are passing a callback function. Any name is fine. We have a callback function for each callback thing. But see, this callback function that I've written can be used with other, for each as well. Say, for example, you have this one. Let us say I come up with another double fav nums. And on this array also, I want to iterate. Okay. Then how? Isn't it? So you have this callback function which can now work for both of these numbers. I mean, of course, both of them as of now have the same. I will just to make it little interesting. I will shuffle these just to generalize. Not necessary. There are some situations where the callback functions can be user defined because you have defined the program. So this callback can be reused, isn't it? So let's comment this out. Now let us say we had a expectation here. Okay, I wanted to create a double the favorite numbers. Let's consider that as a use case. I have an array which is empty as of now. Let us say my intention is to double this fav numbers and insert them into this programmatically. Vaibhav, I guess your question will be answered. Just hold on. If your execution, the context flow, are we? Now, what I can do is I can use the callback. So I'll use the same snippet here. But see, my expectation is now different. Or maybe, we can go further down here and use the very native approach. So I can use a for loop. Instead of logging this, what I can do is I can say, hey, double fav nums dot push fav nums dot square bracket I multiply this with 2. Does that make sense? Now, if I ask console to log fav nums, and if I ask console to log double fav nums, you'll see a difference, right? Fav nums will be the regular array that I passed. Double fav nums will be double the array. Let's go check. See, that was originally 18 and now it is 36. Okay, so let's now move on. Instead of doing something like this, okay, see, my expectation now is to get an array out of this computation, correct? Now, again, I had the same problem. What is the solution here? I can use a map method instead of this. So what I can do is I can go use the fav nums. Maybe what I'll do is I will also define this down here, so it will be easy for you to get. I'll save this. Say this var double fav nums was declared here. Okay, so there is this double fav nums. I want to fill in this double fav nums with double these values. So what I can do here is this. Instead of passing an empty array here, I will use a method called map. Now, what a map does, different from what this for each does. See, for each called a callback function, which did some job for us, right? What map does, it basically returns an array back. This array can be assigned to this variable. And that way your job will be shortened furthermore. So I can pass in a function. Instead of using a named function, I'm now using an anonymous function. Notice this function doesn't have any name here. And this takes 3 values, correct? So what are those? Value for which the iteration is happening, index, and the array itself. Now, what am I interested in? The value. So what I'll do is I'll simply return this value multiplied by 2. So for each one of these values, it'll take the value multiplied by 2 and add on to this. And until we have exhausted all the values in the fav nums. It'll keep doing that again and again and again and again. And double fav nums will now be an array which will have twice the value. So if I go back, you'll find the same output, just that, this is much efficient way of working. So this is efficient. Now let us say you have a different requirement. You want to know if the values in this fav nums are all the values less than 5. Now what is the answer? If I ask a question, are all the values less than 10 here? Are all the values less than 10? The answer is no, because 18 is not less than 10, 50 is not less than 10, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, there are a few numbers, like 6 is less than 10, 3 is less than 10, 1, 2 is less than 10. But there are few numbers which are less than 10, but not all the numbers are less than 10. So now you can have an expectation like, hey, console, log me this message, favnums dot. You can use something called as every. Is every value, it takes a function, right? It takes a callback function. The callback function takes 2 arguments. The first argument is what? The value for which the iteration is happening. The second argument is what? The index. The third argument is the array itself. Now, what are we concerned here? Is every value less than 10? So I'll say, hey, return every value if it is less than 10. So what is the expectation here? I'm expecting every value to be less than 10. Are every values less than 10? No. So this would return false. It says false. But if your expectation is, hey, are some values less than 10? So you can use some here. Are some values less than 10? What is your answer? Yes, because there are some values which are less than 10. It iterates through each one of them and then gives you a response. Watch. So it says true. Some values are less than 10, isn't it? So that's how you can use every and some. Now, how are they efficient? Watch. See, what is the question? Are some values less than 10? Now, is 18 less than 10? No. Is 50 less than 10? No. Is 25 less than 10? No. Is 24 less than 10? No. It goes iterating through all of these values. When it encounters this 6, that's wherein it finds a value which is less than 10. And once it has encountered a value less than 10, does it have any need to iterate through all the rest of the values? So this program will actually iterate up until it encounters a value which is less than 10. And once it has obtained the answer, it will not waste its time. Now, coming back to this, I can actually console log here and find out what is the value for which the iteration is happening. So you'll see it will iterate until it reaches 6. And after that, it will stop iterating. It went until 6, then it stopped. If you had used the for, you had to iterate throughout, isn't it? So if you see that there is a great value in using these new methods. So what is the purpose of filter? So the purpose of filter is to filter out elements that you may want. Say, for example, this is the list and we are talking about what? Filter, reduce, and index of. Okay, so these are 3 things that I would be addressing here. So there is my list. And I want to remove all the elements that are less than 50. That's a requirement. Okay, how do I recognize all the elements that are less than 50? Say 18 is out, 25, 24, 45, 13, 6, 3, 1, 2, 14, and 49. All these needs to be eliminated. How will I do that? So you can come up with a loop using the for and then some logic in it. But this filter is a fabulous method to work with such requirements. I want to now go create a variable, a list of GT50. Okay, it's greater than 50. A list of greater than 50 is what I have. This is the array, empty array as of now. I want to fill in all the values which are greater than 50 from this list and transfer them here. So I want to filter them out. How will I do it? So instead of using this array here, I can use the favnums, and favnums has a method to do that called filter, not filter. Fill is also quite useful feature. I suggest you can try. But see, this fill is meant for debugging purposes. Okay, fill will fill some dummy values inside an array. Okay, so I'll now use filter. Now filter what? So again, filter will take a function. This function will take 3 arguments. What are those? The value for which the iteration is happening, the index, and the array itself. Okay, so once we have passed all these 3 arguments, what is our objective here? We want to check the value which is greater than 50 and then put that in this list. So you think about this like a map with a specific purpose. So map would return an array, correct? So this one will create an array with the selected values. So I will now say return values that are greater than 50. Easy. Now that we have accomplished it, I will now say, hey, console, log me this list of greater than 50. So if I run this, it will now produce a list of all the values that are greater than 50. There you go. All the values that are greater than 50. So we have only few values. If you see, greater than 50 is my expectation. So 50 is not included. 63, 99, 77, 100, 72. Those are the numbers that I've got here. Easy. Filter. Pretty easy to work, isn't it? Now, in the next case, let's say I would want to find a sum. It works with, see, in this case, the greater than sign is useful for a number, correct? Let us say if this was an array of strings, I want to find out all the sales done by a specific salesperson, correct? Okay, these are made up names. Okay, so there will be 3 parameters passed and I'm assigning a name for each one of them. What is favnums here? That's the name of the array. So this filter is a method of that array. Okay, so if this was a string, all of this was string, you can use a string operator here to work. I have an array of values. I can probably send that to you and then we can deal with it. But so you can do whatever you want inside this filter. It'll just give you the matched outcome. Now let us move on to the next use case, which is how do I sum everything? So what is the total of this? So that's an important information that you may want if you are trying to create a chart. So I want to know what is the total sale and what is the percentage of each one of these person. So then how do I get the total sale? So in order to do that, how do we get the total? So see, this list of GT is the outcome that we have got, correct? So this GT can be sorted. How do you sort GT is the question. I suggest you can use both of them to come to a conclusion. So here I can use the sort. And we need a sort compare function, correct? Then how? See, because we need an array. See, on top of the filter. Okay, on top of the filter. What do you mean on top of the filter? So inside this filter, you mean? So this is list of GT itself is the array which has been filtered out, isn't it? Outside the filter. So now maybe you can come up with the outside the filter. What do you mean? So you don't want this to be filtered. You don't want this list of GT to be filtered. But as of now, if we try to squeeze in multiple methods here, because see, this is giving you a single value, correct? So those single values are accumulated here into this array. And this array is what we can sort. Now, no, there is one more option though, that we can come up with a method which does both of that for us, and we can come up with a function specifically for that. See, this inbuilt mechanisms do have some limitation, which you can do only so much of customization. Now, filter gives you a filtered array back. Every and some will give you a predicate value back, correct? So each one of them is different. They have their own flavors. Okay, so now let's go to the next one. So don't generalize because some of them are very specific. So just think about it like the feature that method provides. So let us say my requirement is to reduce everything to a single value. And now if you are moving ahead with React, let's say this word reducer will come handy when you're working with hooks and when you're working with state management. Similarly, when you move to Angular, again, this reduce will come handy. But I'll give you a basic overview of how reducers work in the fundamental context of how JavaScript implements it, and how the other frameworks will amplify this effect is something very interesting that you'll know when you learn React or Angular. So now, what if I want to reduce everything to 1? So the easiest way, with what we know is we can use a for loop, and then we can loop through all of these, and then I can put that to a value. So now we will see how to reduce this to a single value. Now, how do I do that? So I'll go create a variable called total. And this total is what? Is a number. But how do we derive the value out of that? We'll derive it from the sum of the fav nums. So I'll now use fav nums dot reduce. This reduce, unlike other methods that we have seen, will take 2 parameters. Okay, not 1 parameter. Like, this filter took 1 parameter. What was that? A function. Correct? The reduce takes 2 parameters. It will take a function and it will take another argument, which is the initial value. I'll write some pseudo code here. So this reduce will take 2 parameters, callback function and the initial value. This callback function, okay, so this callback function earlier would take 3 parameters, correct? The value, index, and the array. Those are 3 arguments that were passed. But now there is another small twist to the story. This initial value that you passed here will be passed as the first argument here. Okay, or maybe I'll call this as init val. This init value that you have passed, initial value, will be passed as the first argument, then the value, then the index, and the array. So these are the parameters that the reduce method will take. Now let us see how that can be implemented. See, in the reduce method, I passed 2 parameters. First is the function, which takes 3 arguments. The second parameter is the initial value. So I will start with 0. So if you don't pass this value, it will take the first value of this array anyways. Okay, but then you are allowing the program to implement some computation. So it will take some computation time. So if you'd want to bypass that and make this effective, you use the initial value. Okay, so let us see how this would work now. So I'll take this parameters, I'll copy this as it is. So this init value is 0, correct? The value here is the value for which the iteration is happening. Index is the index and the array is the entire array. Now what I want to return here is the init value plus the value for which the iteration is happening. Now, how would it work? See, 0 plus 18 will be assigned to the total. The next iteration, 18, which will now be replacing the 0, plus 50 will be assigned. That will make it 68. The 68 will then be appended to 25, and then that will be appended to 24. Then it will be appended to 45, and so on and so forth until all the values are exhausted. And then that's how you get the total. So let us now ask console to log the total. What is total? So if I run this example, you'll see what is the total. 661 is the total. Okay. It's very easy, isn't it? So you can sum all the values using reduce. So reduce takes two arguments. The first argument is the callback function. The second is the initial value. Let us say I increase the initial value to 100. Now you know 100 will be added to 18. Then the output then can be added to 15. If I run this example, you get 100 added to, nobody will stop you from that. But you know that, when you're using a loop, you are using some extra computation time, isn't it? You can convert this to a loop and then keep pushing all the values to it. But reduce is an advanced version. It can be an external value. Of course, it can be. Okay. See, I can create a variable here. It's an external value. I can take this initial value and then assign it here, isn't it? That would work. So I can come here and say, hey, make this 10. And make it 100. What do you mean in case of two external values from some other web technology language? Like, of course it can take. Okay, but you need to push that as a post into this page or somewhere, where this web page will make an Ajax call to that external resource and then load it. Yeah, so anyway, how, if this page can access it, you should be able to assign it here. Or you can ask this initial value to get that from some external source. That would work. So when we learn about Ajax, I'll show you how you can access external resources as well. Okay. So in that case, we'll use some static JSON or JSON file or an XML file, but it can be anything. If you're attending the Node.js workshop as well, then we'll actually see. So let's go to the next step. So this is reduce. Now, as of now, this reduce method is starting with 18, then 50, then, it is moving from this order. But what if you wanted to change the order? You wanted to start with 59 and then 72 and so on and so forth. Can we do something like that? The answer is yes. So if I say, hey, console, log me the value that we are iterating for, it'll tell you what is the value for which the iteration is happening. See, it was 18, 20, 50, blah, 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 until it reached all the values, correct? It's the same sequence. But now, instead of using reduce, you can use something called as reduce write. What this does, it will start from the last value and then implement, go on till the first one. So it started with the last value. Okay. The output is still the same. Just that, the way you are reducing will change. So we have reduce and reduce write. So you have both reduce and reduce write. Okay. Try these out. Now you'll find these as a great utility when, especially when this array is dynamic. See, as of now, there's a static value, correct? This array is already predefined. But imagine that this array keeps getting a new value every few seconds. Okay, that's like a stream of information that is coming in. That is where, all these methods will outsmart all of them. So you select all the syntax that you would want to comment and press Control/. And that will, I think, it is Control/, will do a single line comment. You can also use Alt-A, I guess. Yeah, it is Shift-Alt-A. Shift-Alt-A. That is about reduce and reduce write. So we are done with for each, map, filter, every, sum, reduce, reduce write. What is left off? Index of and last index of. So I want to find out the location of 100, let us say. Where is 100? I want to know where is 100. Because sometimes, this may be a computed array. So I don't know where is this. So I want to find out dynamically. That is where, you'd use index of. Console log save nums dot index of 100. See, this index of does not take any callback function. Even if it takes a callback function, the purpose of the callback function is to return a number that I want to find in the array. Okay, so in this case, if I say index of, it will give us the index value of 100. Where is this index? Where is this 100 located? So it says it is on the 11th index. Let's go check. So this 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. So we found it. Okay, let's assume that there is one more 100. I want to find out the next 100. Okay, so or I want to find the value of this 100 from the last, not from the first. So if you go from the first, this one, right? If you want to go from the last, then this one will be identified. So in that case, you will say last index of. What is the last index of 100? That is from the last. What is the index of 100 from the last? So if I run this, it says 17. Sit and count. This would be 17th. Okay. So that's about all these methods. So you have for each, map, filter, every sum, reduce, reduce, right, index of, and last index of. This index of will take two properties. The first is the search term for which you are looking for. The second parameter is from where you would want to look for. Okay, from where I want to search. Say, for example, this is an classics, example. Let us say I already have found 100. I want to find the location of the second 100. So how do I find out? Okay, so I can do something like this. Index of 100. Now in here, I can say favnums dot index of 100. So it'll see, if you equate this, this will be computed first because this is an expression, right? So this gets evaluated first and it returns here as 11. That after 11, it will start looking for the next 100. Okay, so if I save this, so it says 11, so which is wrong, isn't it? So maybe what I'll do is I'll cut this, put it to a variable, LOC equals this, and this LOC would be passed here. So this is the start location. I think, we'll have to add 1 to it so that it can start looking for the next value. If I'm not mistaken, let's go to that. LOC plus 1. So it'll look after that. Yeah, so you need to add 1 so that you can start looking after that. Easy. So you have an example for all these methods. Move on to the next topic. In the next example, we'll talk about array string methods. I guess, conditions. I guess, I'll skim through some of these topics because we'll anyhow be using these conditions. You've already seen me use these conditions anyways, right? So you know how to use a if condition. You have now while actually is a loop which takes a condition. So that is why I've put that inside this condition, but while is basically a loop. So while a condition matches, you basically execute some program. Then we have some loops. So you have a for loop, and this for loop is something that we have already discussed in the array, correct? But what if there is an object and you would want to loop through the values in the object? So that is where you use something called as a for in loop. So you have a for loop and a for in loop. Actually, you also have a for off loop, but let's just get these two examples out of the way. So this is step 2, loops.html. Okay, I have this array. I'll copy this code so that I don't have to type them, right? Avengers is an object. Okay, this object will have these properties. Title is Iron Man. Let us say we'll stick to one Iron Man as of now. Okay, and then we'll use first name is last name is Stark. Then we have the city, and we'll have the power property. Let us say 7. Let us say now I want to loop through all the values in this object. See, if it was an array, you know how to loop through things, right? But if it is an object, how will you do it? So you will use the for in loop for that. So I can now use a for in loop. So this in is an expression. Okay, so it's a reserved keyword. So I can use props in Avengers. Now this props that I'm creating here is a variable. So I'm creating a variable called props for every property in the Avengers. And I would want to console log prop found. So I found a property. How many properties do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this console will now log 5 times. Okay. So if I run this example, you can expect this to be looped 5 times. See, we got 5 times. Prop found was called 5 times. So it is quite true that, it is iterating through each one of these values and giving us this prop found. But what would be more relevant is, what if I wanted to loop and find out the property? That's the purpose of this props. What does this props denote here? It will represent the property for which the iteration is happening. Remember the val property that we use in the array? This prop is like that. So if I now say, hey, so it is iterating for title. What is the value? Iron Man. That's what I get here. So if I run this example, you actually get the property, not the value. You will get the property for which the iteration is happening. That's prop simply means the property. So first name, last name, city, and power. So you will get to see all these are the properties for which the iteration is happening. But what if I wanted to get the value of that? So how do I get this value of this title? So we cannot do something like this, right? So we cannot say, hey, console, log me Avengers.props. This wouldn't work because Avengers do not have a property called props. It is a JavaScript object. It's not a JSON object. Now, what is the difference? Okay, so he's brought in a question that I would not usually answer. So I'll probably explain this. So if it is a JSON, the keys will always be a string. Like this. This is a JSON object. That's the difference. This is a JSON object. This is a JavaScript object. Clear? So as of now, this is a JavaScript object, which is what we're using. Now, this won't work because, see, it says undefined because there is no property called props. But this props is getting a new name every time. See, the props is getting a new name. It is title, it is first name, it is last name, it is city, and it is power. So we can run this as an expression like this way. So this props will be evaluated. There would be a value that is assigned, title in the first case, and then it will look for Avengers.title. So if I run this, you'll get the values. You get Iron Man, Tony, Stark, New York, and 7. So you're now getting the values. But what if I wanted to get both? So you would simply say props, comma, Avengers square bracket props. That way you will get the key and the value. Title, Iron Man, blah, 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 all of that. Easy. We'll put a colon as well. See, the logs now denote all the values that you have in the object. So this for in loop is useful to iterate through an object, and for is useful to iterate through an array. Both of them are collections, isn't it? So you can use them in the next step. We'll talk about some math functionalities. So we have some math functionalities. There are frankly a ton of them. So we can find an absolute value of a number. So usually you'd use this to convert things from negative to positive, because if you say positive 5, so from 0, it takes 5 steps to get to the 5. Correct. At the same time, if you say negative 5, it will still take 5 steps from 0. Correct. So absolute gives you the absolute value, okay, of a number. Then you have round. which will round to a next number. So if you provide 5.6, let's say, and you would want to round, it'll say 6. Okay, so it'll round it off to the highest number possible. You also have ceil, which does similar as round, just that it'll round it off to the next integer, next higher integer, and floor will round it off to the next the previous lower integer. And then you also have square root. You can find a square root of a number, and if you pass in several values, you want to find what is the max of these two values, what is the maximum of these two values, which one is more, so you can use max. Okay, so if you have 5 and 6, which is the max? 6, right? But see, that's something that you can logically tell. But if these are computed, then you need a method to do it. So that's where this math.max does exist, and then math.min. Now min again gives you the minimum value out of these two. Then we have math.random. It generates a random number between 0 and 1. See, the reason why I put all of these in the slide is because, see, some of them are very useful, but they are different in different programming languages. So in some languages, they simply will be called rand, and it will generate a random number. But in JavaScript, it is actually called random. So math is a class. On that class, you have these methods. Okay, so absolute, value, round, ceil, floor, square root, max, min, and random. So I'll be using some of these moving forward. Just be aware that this is what they do. Okay. So we'll talk about numbers. Again, we know about numbers. All decimals, floats, integers, everything is referred as numbers. And number is a constructor in JavaScript. Like the math is a constructor. Number is also a constructor. You see, you can use the number constructor to convert things to a number. You also have parseInt and parseFloat, which are methods of those numbers. So you can pass in anything. If you want to pass something to an integer, you will use parseInt. And if you want to convert anything to a float value as a number, then you will use parseFloat. Again, I'll be using these parseInt and parseFloat in examples moving forward. So you'll find one use case for that. So I'll not specifically create an example for it, but just be aware, and then I'll show you an example when we have a context. Okay, so when you are applying these operators onto things which is not a number, especially that plus and multiplication operator, division operator, which expects you to pass in a number and you did not pass in a number, then it will display a nan.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers a full-stack web developer course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn tech stack like MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, Node.js, along with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and more from the IIT faculty. With this course, we've already helped thousands of professionals transition into high-paying developer roles. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. No doubt this course can take your career to new heights. So check out the course page link in the description and take the first step towards becoming a certified full-stack web developer.
Now that you're comfortable with JavaScript, the next big step is learning React. React is a powerful library that helps you build fast, modern, and dynamic user interfaces. In simple terms, you can say that React helps us manage complex web apps easily by breaking the UI into reusable components. In the MERN stack, React is used for building the front end, meaning everything the user sees and interact with, like button, forms, animation, which is made with React. It makes development faster, cleaner, and easier to maintain.
So what is React? Now, if you see on the documentation of the React's website, it claims to be a library. So there is a popular interview question: what is library and what is a framework? Okay, so I suggest you do some homework and then do some preparation around. But I would give you a brief around what is a library. Let us say you have some set of functions and objects that you would want to share with other parts of other projects as well. So you can group them and call them as a library. Okay, so you can use whatever is required for your application to be developed. Okay, but as a framework, you have some impositions, like you'll have to follow certain rules. If you want to create a component, this is exactly how you do it. Okay, but it doesn't give you an imposition as to how, what should be the start and what should be the end, how you start and how you go ahead. But in a case of a framework, you'll have set of rules that you'll have to follow along. Libraries don't. So a popular library that was it was really popular called jQuery. So after that, React came along, but there are some frameworks as well. So Backbone was a library that was used to develop applications, but Knockout was a framework. Similarly, Angular is a framework, something like that. So again, Knockout, Backbone, along with Durandal. Durandal was a framework. So don't get too confused about it. Just think about it like this: a set of programs that you've written. Say some functions and some objects can be grouped together and called a library. Okay, but on the other hand, frameworks come with an organized approach. So you have to follow these steps to create a component. If you have to follow these steps to create a form, you have to follow these steps to make an asynchronous request. But libraries are quite easy to implement in a project. It doesn't have too many rules associated with it. But on the other hand, frameworks do have certain rules that you'll have to follow. Okay, in other words, libraries are not opinionated. They don't carry an opinion as to how they need to be implemented. But frameworks are opinionated. You need to follow a set of flow to achieve what you really want. So React is maintained by Facebook developers. Primarily, Facebook developers realize that if you have to create a entire web application, and if you want to modify a part of that web application, the entire page do get re-rendered. Okay, so instead of creating HTML content, they decided to create the content via JavaScript. That way, the references are easy for them to pinpoint and then make some modification. Okay, because everything is in the JavaScript. I'll show you a small use case. I'll show you a small example to illustrate that idea. Okay, but of course, React does something really great behind the scenes. So I'll just show you a part of that just to mimic what React basically does and how it has advanced from what basic JavaScript is doing, which is what we as React developers would be taking advantage of. All right. So React is meant to create the front end. React is not a middleware or a backend library. React is a front end library. But with the intervention of Next.js, these React can also be created as a server-side implementation, which is you write this entire program on the server, and the server will render everything and delivers a HTML file on the client side, which is also referred as a server-side rendered architecture, wherein the code that you write is churned out on the server and client only gets the HTML part of it. Okay. So again, to develop a React application, you need to be writing everything on the server side. Going to the next point here, React is used to develop large applications. See, the problem with the large application is that, it's like huge building that you want to build. So the first thing is that, you'll have to have a blueprint, how you want to approach to build it. And then you go brick by brick, isn't it? So you go one room at a time, you build something, and then, you build another room, and then, you add another floor to it, and so on and so forth. So that's how you construct a huge building. Similarly, when you're building a large application, React provides you the same tools. So it kind of helps you organize the way you want to approach by componentizing a large application. So usually when you start a project, okay, if you are joining a team of developers, some experienced developer would organize this application to small bits. But my suggestion is that, each one of you start working on a small project. Maybe, any personal idea that you may have, just pick that and see how you can apply all the things that you're learning from this workshop. So what React helps you do is break a complex application into small components. So understanding the dynamics of a component, how an interface can be broken into small bits is quite important. So one reason why I was suggesting that, take a small project, anything. So you don't have to achieve anything significantly big. Okay, you don't want to, create a clone of Amazon to learn about React. No, you don't have to. Start with a small portfolio page. Okay, that will boost your confidence to the next level. Okay, then you can, mimic another library that may be existing, and see how you can find resources to achieve what these applications are doing. And React is very vast. React also supports other libraries that you may want to use along. That way you have access to around 200 different libraries. So what is React popular for? React's only objective is to build front-end interfaces, right? So what do you mean by front-end interfaces, and what does it comprise of? The front end simply is HTML and JavaScript and CSS, and which is what React is good at. React simply, it simplifies the way HTML, CSS, and JavaScript is written. It uses JavaScript to write HTML and CSS both. That way, you will have references for them in JavaScript. So you will have variable names that you can target and then you can modify. Okay, and then the rest is that React also takes help of a compiler, which takes the command instructions from you and makes the minimum possible changes that are required on the DOM. That way, the entire DOM doesn't have to be re-rendered. That's the key takeaway of React. That's what React brings on. Okay, so React allows you to organize a large application into components, and you have a concept called composition. Composition simply means a component can be built with other components as well. So you think about it like this. So there are several bricks. They can make a room, and there can be several rooms that can be put into a building that can become a hotel, isn't it? So you see, there is all the rooms may look similar, but they are all in different floors, isn't it? So you have created components, and you have created a composition of components. You'll find the same switchboards in all the rooms, isn't it? Uh, so all these switchboards are also components. These switchboards are a part of a room. And then there are a lot of rooms put together in a floor. And there are a lot of floors put together in a building. I think you get the idea. You need to also understand that there is a unidirectional data flow in React. This I will be illustrating with some examples, but I suggest we speak about this several times so that this idea is really crystal clear in your minds, that React follows these principles, and you should not be overriding them. Although in this workshop, I'll also be showing some anti-practices. They're not evil, just that as a developer, I felt that sometimes you may have to bend the rules. Okay, so if you start working with a company, they would definitely give you a project that that will challenge React, isn't it? So you should know how you can bend some rules if there are a requirement. So React does provide you a unidirectional data flow, but at times you can override them. I'll show you in some situations that you can do, but I suggest you always stick to what React can do. See, because when you start working in a large project, you'll also be working with large team members, right? So each one of them, if you are deviating, it'll be a confusion for somebody else, isn't it? So I suggest you use whatever comes out of the box from React and use an external library to achieve what you really want. And React also has a UI library, which I guess I will be addressing towards the end of this workshop when we discuss about other libraries. So just keep in mind that React is a library developed by Facebook. See, it is developed by Facebook. It is also open source, but does that mean that I can download the React library, modify it, and claim that it is not React, but React? Because my name is Vijay, I may call it as React file, because there are other libraries as well. So similar to React, there is something called as Preact as well, which is a leaner version of React. So we're not addressing that, just to tell you that there are other flavors as well. So React is maintained by Facebook developers. They do take input, but you will not be allowed to write the code for a React library. Okay, you can make recommendations, you can suggest them, and they will take inputs, and if it is required, they will incorporate it. And React is good at DOM manipulation. Everything is a component. We follow unidirectional data flow, and React is meant for UI. Okay, so having this understood, I guess we can first understand what virtual DOM is in this workshop. We'll now be creating another file. We'll call this as step 12. All right. So React, when you start working with React, this is one term that you will come across, that React is a virtual DOM. Now, what is a virtual DOM? Is something that we will understand in this workshop. So basically, if I create a script block, and if I want to create an element, not literally, see, if I want to create a button, I would create like this, isn't it? So this is a real button. So why? Because you can actually feel this, you can see this. See, there is a button on the screen, isn't it? So if I have to query this, if I were to catch hold of this, how will I do it? I'll first wait for this button to be created. I will push this script block after this button. That way, this button can be accessed. See, you're trying to access it after the button is created. Ideally, that's what you should be doing, isn't it? So I will say, hey, document, get an element by tag name, button, get the first one, because see, you are using this expression get elements, isn't it? So that would give you a collection. And for the first one, set the text content as don't click me. Save this, go back, and now if I refresh this document, it says don't click me instead of click me. Click me is what I assigned as a default value, and now it says don't click me. Or probably I would want to assign this value here as default value. And if I run this example, see, it says click me. Default value was removed, or it was overwritten by this. So if you read about this, if you want to query, let us say there are hundreds of elements on this web page. So if you have to query, this will take us a long time, isn't it? At least, for JavaScript, it has to query all the elements and check, if that is a tag called button, and it has to filter out and get you the first button out of it, isn't it? So instead, if we do this virtually, okay, so this was a real DOM. Now let us go create a virtual element, which can be accessed in the script block itself. So I can go create a script block, and I do that much before I want to attach it onto the body. So I can now go and say var, or let also is fine. You can use let or var, whatever. I'll say var btn equals document dot create element. So I'm now creating an element, button. So what is this variable btn? This is also a button. You can access all the properties, just that we will not be able to see anything here. This does exist virtually. You can access all the properties of that. So I'll say btn dot, let us say add event listener. I want to listen to the click event, and when the click happens, I want to call a function, and this function probably will say you click me. You click the button. See, this button is virtually existing. We've also attached an event listener, but this is not really available. Now, how will you make it really available? Or how do you make it literally available so that the user can actually interact with this component? See, somewhere you'll have to put it on this HTML, isn't it? Only then you can see it. But so how do I add this into the body tag? So, earlier we used to do something like this in the very first version of React. We used to, not only in React, okay, but with other libraries as well. So we used to say, hey, document dot body. So this is how, you can quickly access the body. And then I can say dot inner HTML equals btn. Or in this case, I want to append a child. So I can say dot append child btn. So if you have attended my previous workshop, can you guys let me know if this would work? Will this put the button in the body? What do you think? See, body was created in line 15. We started accessing it in line number 12. So this won't be available. Let us give it a try and see what is the error. See, if I now go to inspect and do a console log, it says cannot read property of null reading append child. So translating it to simple English, it says cannot read a property called append child on something which is null, which doesn't exist. Now we'll have to delay the execution of this line, isn't it? So how do we do that? We will wrap this into a document dot add event to listener, listen to the DOM content loaded, and then we'll call a function, and inside this function we will add this. Oops. So if I run this example, this will now put a puny button. You see there's a puny button here, this one. There is no value in the button, so you see that this button exists. So if I click on it, it does give me the output. So this virtual element was attached to the body. But attaching anything onto the body is not termed as a good practice. Why? Because you're hijacking the browser's ability to modify this body. I mean, you can replace this body with something else, isn't it? So it is not a good practice. So what we developers follow is create another container where we can target. Instead of using the body, we'll now use an element which has an ID called root. Could be anything. I call this root. Okay. You can call this a div with a ID app. Fine. It can be a class as well. But in React, we would usually use something called as an ID with root. Okay. So now how do we select this? You can say document dot get element by ID root. I mean, when you're using get element by ID, you see the expression is just element, right? A single element. So you will not get you don't need a square bracket to access it. Okay. And then on this, I want to append this child button. So if I go back, the output would still be the same, just that we have put some good practices to use. So we waited until the DOM is loaded, and then we selected a child inside the body, not the body itself. And then we use this virtual element and we attached it into the application, isn't it? And if you want to add some value into it, we can access the text. So I can say btn dot inner text or inner HTML, whatever, is click me. See, there is a button and I can click on it. And since this button is an HTML5 content, you can not just add text content into it, you can also add HTML in it. So you can say btn dot inner text, inner HTML equals, or I can also keep appending. I'll say plus equals, and I want to insert an h1 tag. Okay. I can also keep adding more and more. Okay, so after this, I want to add a horizontal rule. I want to add another paragraph, like so. So if I now run this example, you'll actually see this button, a big button. I can click on it and I get the same output, isn't it? So I have virtually created an element. And if I want to modify, I don't have to look for it. I don't have to actually query it in the DOM. Makes sense? I can query it on this button. There is a variable available for it, isn't it? So you can access it immediately. And then I can do whatever I really want onto it. Now let us see how we can achieve something similar using React as well. So instead of using a button where we have to add an event, we'll change this example. We'll tone this down. Okay, we will make this slightly easier for all of us to follow along. Instead of using this button, I'll call this as a list. I'm creating a UL tag now. Okay. I mean, you have the in a previous exercise. What I'll do is I'll probably create another one. So we'll use the same idea. This is step 13. So instead of this being a button now, I'll call this as a list. The list is a UL tag, or we'll make it an OL tag. So I want to take this list. I want to append it here. So this is a what? Virtual element. The virtual element. virtual component, because this is an element, isn't it? Now, the first question that somebody may ask you is, what is an element? How is it different from a tag? How is it different from a object? See, frankly, in JavaScript, this div that we created is a tag. All of you agree with me on that, right? This is div is a tag. Because when we are working with HTML, we use the vocabulary of XML, and in XML, these are referred as tags. But the same tag, when you're referring it inside inside JavaScript, this becomes an object. So list is an object on which you can have some properties and methods, isn't it? So tag will have attributes, object will have properties and methods and events and styles. Just keep this in mind, okay? So on this list, if I want to add some other elements, like, I want to add a item 1. This is an li tag. I want this list to contain this item, and this item should have some content in it. So I'll say item 1 dot text content will be list item 1. Now this item 1 has to be added into the list. How will I do that? I will say list dot append child append child item 1 to it. So this gives us a flow, so where we can add multiple list items. Just watch. So if I now run this example in Chrome, you see I've got one list item added here. A virtual element, we are able to access all the properties in the JavaScript. We don't even have to query that in the DOM. So that saves us a lot of time. If I have to modify this, I can do that in the JavaScript and then change. So based on some condition, I can change this label, isn't it? Because I have access to it. Now, if I want to add more elements to it, so I can clone this several times. Let us say we will clone this 3 times. So this will be a list item 2. This is list item 3. Okay. And now if I want to add all of them, I can say append child item 1, item 2, and item 3. And all 3 should be added now into the list, like so. Now, if you want to add an event listener to it, be my guest. You can add, isn't it? So I can add, let us say I want to add some class to it. So let us say this is looking boring. So we want to add some more attributes to this. This text content is the child that we added. But what if I want to add an attribute is what we are discussing. So we'll use a style block. And let's say we are looking for a box. And if that box class is attached, we'll make it appear like this with the background color of with dim gray, and the font color will be antique white. The font family will be sans serif. I guess we'll also add some padding of about 10 pixel. We'll assign a margin of about 5 pixels all over. So this class should be applied onto this. Now, how will I do that? I can go to this item 1, item 2, and item 3. We can set an attribute to it. I want to set an attribute called class, and the value for this class would be box. So this one will be item 2 and this will be item 3 respectively. So I'm setting an attribute to all these 3 tags. Because I've set an attribute, you will now be able to see that class being applied onto it. Okay. So what is the takeaway from here is that you can virtually create these elements. You can set children for it. I mean, I can add another child inside this, isn't it? This need not have to be text content. I can also add a button inside if I want to, isn't it? And then I can also add an attribute to this. In this case, I want to add an attribute called class, and the value for that will be box. All of that is done. So if I have to do the same thing using React, what will be the steps? So I'll create the same exercise with React, and that way you can compare. So look at the amount of text that I've written or the number of lines that I've written to get this to work. Attribute is this. For this div, ID is an attribute, isn't it? Probably because you choose a different color, or so that is why it is not showing. Depends on the style that you have applied. Okay, so make sure you make this little darker. Yeah, so that way this will be more visible. Okay, let me look somebody's doubt. Now the question is, where is li? This should be item. No. Yeah, list is the parent, item is the child. On the item you set the inner HTML as hello, and the list will be appended with the item. Fair enough, and this will be added, so that should work. Worked? Okay. No, I don't have to. No, why will I use a style for OL? I'm styling the class box, isn't it? There will be a class assigned to this li tags, correct? I'm not assigning any style to the OL tag. Yeah, you're right. Okay, if there is an OL tag, we'll apply a background color which looks silver. Okay, and we'll also put a border, 1 pixel solid, dark slate gray. Padding of about 10 pixel and a width of about 200 pixels. Happy? Or maybe I'll make it 250 pixels. Okay, just to address, you remove this OL tag and render only the LIs, it'll still work the same. Okay, you can do that right here. Okay, you can simply use a li tag with the class box. See, this will also look the same, isn't it? Yeah, that is because we are setting this attribute, no box, that is class. We are setting this attribute class, assign it a value box. I did not have a wrapper around it, but if I add a wrapper around it, I think, this will also work the same way. Yeah, it is also working the same way. I guess, because I did not have a wrapper, add a wrapper, these are block level elements. It'll take all the space available on the parent. In this case, because I wrapped it inside a UL or a OL tag, okay, that is where, this padding is being applied. Okay, so that's how I can justify as of now. Okay, so coming back to the context, you see that we have got these virtual elements generated, and we could identify and change its properties, which is, I could change the attribute. I can also change the children. And you see, this is the output that I got. Okay, I think, just to make this little more comfortable, I'll add a margin on the left of 15 pixels. So there is more space on the left side. Yeah, so this is now squeezed inside. Looking okay for me. Okay. Now let's see, if I can reduce this to 200. I think that should be okay, because there is more space on the left side, on the right side. So you can see that, these list items are generated. So this is virtual element. Now let us recreate the same example using React. Look for a React CDN. CDN stands for Content Delivery Network. Don't get into the nitty-gritties of it. You can look for it online. CDN simply stands for a public domain library which shares code with okay, so you click on the CDN link, and then you can download these two JavaScript files. Frankly, these are actual JavaScripts that you can download. Okay. See, if I paste it here, so this is React library here. Okay. I can download it. I can get all of it, and I can create a folder called lib. I'll create a file called React 18. This is a development.js. So I'll copy this as it is, just to denote that this is version 18, because this is version 18, 18.3.1, which is the current latest version. I'll copy all the content. Guys, you don't have to do it. You can simply copy the CDN link here. I thought, I'll just show you how you would do it in real life. You can use a CDN. There's nothing wrong in it. This would be a React DOM. Copy this, create another file, React DOM. And the content would be this. See, if you scroll up, they have given the credits to the Facebook. Okay. So I've got both. And guys, I don't recommend you do this. You can also copy these two script blocks, and that would work as well. Okay, I'm just storing these libraries for somebody who might want to use from the local file. So here I would want to recreate this. So step 13, I will file save as. Step 14, virtual DOM with React. So now what I'll do is I will paste these two script blocks that I've downloaded. Done. Okay. See, now that we have React, we can use React to create all of this. So let me do this the React way. I'll just comment this. So we'll use this for comparison at a later point in time. Okay, we'll remove these lines in between. Okay. So this is what we had to do to get this job done, isn't it? Now we will use React to get the same job done. I'll comment this also. See, the moment you add React, okay, this React library provides you access to a variable called React. So there is a global element called React that would be exported. Scroll down, you can actually see that. They have written around 3,000 lines of code. So this, if you see, they have exported something called as children, component, fragment, profiler, pure component, strict mode, suspense. See, I don't have to read the names, but you see that no, they're exporting this clone element and all of these on an object called React. So React is the default export, which has all these childrens. Okay. So if I want to now work with this, if you are using local library, okay, this is for those who want to use local library. Guys, trust me, you would never do something like this. Okay. You would never do something like this. So, but still, for people who are getting like excited, okay, the local version, this is how you would do it. This is the local version. I'll put this text here, local. This is the CDN version. Done. So we'll stick to the CDN. You can enable this, comment this, and the same program would work. Okay. Now I just downloaded it here so that I can walk you through some of the code moving forward, because I would want you to remember all of these in your mind clearly. Something called as children will encounter this, component will encounter this, fragment will encounter this, pure component will encounter, profiler we would not. Okay, this is meant for debugging your code. This is not a big takeaway for. So I'll just show you some things which are very vital, for our program. We'll also be using suspense, strict mode. Yes, probably I'll give an introduction to that. And I will also show you how you can use this profiler as well. moving forward. But as of now, let us just stay focused on things that are more relevant for us. See, React also has something called as create element. It also has something called as create factory. This deprecated, frankly, all of them are deprecated. Okay, we'll be using a frameworks approach, which is what this entire training is all about. So I now have commented this. I'm now using the CDN here. And instead of using, I'll remove this, it's not needed. So inside the script block, I'll go create a element like, this list that I want to create. Instead of using dom.createElement, I'll now use react.createElement. React also has createElement method. This createElement method takes n number of parameters, guys. So that would make it very difficult for you to remember, right? Because it takes you a lot of parameters. But let me demystify that. Mainly, you need to learn about 3 different parameters that it can take. The first parameter is the tag that you would want to generate. The next parameter is any attribute that you would want to add. Okay. The next parameter would be children. Children that you would want to add. The next parameter would be any expressions that you would want to add. So here, considering that we want to use this React, just to illustrate the same here, the first parameter is the world tag. The next attribute, I don't want to add any attribute. Okay, so you see the list doesn't have any attribute. The items do have attributes, correct? So I don't want to pass this. So how do I escape from not passing it? I can simply say null. Make sense? You can also pass an empty object. That would also work. But null, I guess, is a better approach. You're not passing any children. You're not passing any attribute. And now you want to pass some children, like, this. So in order to pass this as children, step 1, you need to create this, isn't it? So how do I create it? I will create it before the parent. So I'll call this as item1 react.createElement. This is a li tag, and I want to add an attribute to this class. And the value for that class would be this box. And I want to add some text in it. I don't want to use any expression. I simply want to add some text in it. So what is the text? List item 1. This is the text that I want to add. So item 1 is ready. Item 2, item 3. 3 are ready. Item 2, item 3. This is item 2. This is item 3. All these children are ready. Now I can take this item 1, item 2, item 3 and render all of them here in one go. See, in case of a browser element, if in case of a DOM element, it can only take one child at a time. But React does allow you to take an array of them. So I can say item 1, comma, item 2, comma, item 3. I want to take all 3 of them. So I created these virtual elements, li tags, and I am adding them onto the li tag, the OL tag. Okay, so li's are added in the OL tag now. And now I need to render it here. Okay, so how do I render? You will now need a different library. So if you see, I have downloaded 2 different libraries, not just one. This one gives me the core of React. This one gives me the ability to attach it to the DOM. Now, what is the big deal here is, see, when React developed their library, their focus was to create web applications. But later on, they wanted to create mobile applications as well. Now, good, but they wanted to create some virtual, virtual reality elements and applications as well. The ones that, you can wear a virtual reality headset and then you can experience it, or a VR headset and experience. React does provide you tools to create your applications in any of those platforms. So, but here we are interested in creating a React application for the web, isn't it? So that is where we add the DOM. If you are using a mobile application development, if you want to create mobile application development, then you don't need this. DOM is not required. Okay, you'd probably use a native development library. So now that you know what is the difference between React development and the React DOM development, the React core and the React DOM. We'll now use the React DOM because see, now we need to take this virtual element. Now the question is, are they DOM virtual elements? No, these are React virtual elements. So who knows how to render them? Only React knows. So we don't know, right? So if I try and render this, okay, so if I do a console log and ask this list to be rendered, it will not give me a DOM element. In this case, this would give me a DOM element. In this case, it would give me a DOM element. I mean, if you do the same thing, console log here, it would give me a DOM element. Let me just comment this for a minute and show you this. See, if I console log list, okay, it will give me a DOM element. Let me launch this in Chrome, inspect, console. See, it gives me a world tag. It gives me a DOM element here, correct? But that is not the case when I'm using React, because React gives me a React element. So if I uncomment this and run the same example, it gives me a React element. You see, it has something called as props, and it has some children, and it has all these elements inside. And this cannot be rendered on the browser. So you need another middleware or another library that will take this React element and render it into the DOM, which is what this library does for us. Okay, now I can take this React DOM, and it has a method to query a target where I want to render. I will say create root document dot get element by ID root. This create root method will select a target where I should be rendering. Okay, and then you can call the render method, which will render the list on top of it. Now, will this work? The answer is no. Why? Because see, you're looking for this div in line number 63, which is created in line number 63 in line number 59. So this will not work. So what is the solution? We wait until the DOM content is loaded. We call this anonymous function, and we put this code into this function. And now this should work. You see, this is working. Ignore the warnings here. I will cover each one of them, but the key takeaway is that you got this application to work, isn't it? So we've got a React application to work. We'll get rid of these errors. See, when you're generating these items, in React, each one of them require a unique key attribute. I mean, for React, all of these are like virtual elements. So they don't have any unique property associated. You may say the inner HTML is unique. Yeah, because this can also be changed over a period of time, isn't it? Because React allows you to change it. So it requires a unique attribute called key here. Each one of them should have a key attribute, and each one of them should have a unique value. So this I'll call li1, li2, and li3. There is one more error. I'll get rid of it. See, now one error is gone. There's one error pending. Now the second error is that you have used an attribute called class. Yeah, it is not to manipulate, it is to query the DOM basically. A React DOM is mainly to query the DOM, not to manipulate. Manipulation is done by React, no. Okay, so coming to the context, see this class here is a reserved keyword. So you can't use the word class. So instead of using the class here, you'll use a class name. I mean, React expects you to use the class name keyword instead of the class keyword. When you say class name, it'll convert it to a class. Easy, because class is reserved. So now that we are done, these two errors are now resolved. And our intention was to understand what React is delivering. If I run this example, you see, I mean, it is making some suggestions. It's asking, hey, download the React dev tools for better development environment. Frankly, I already have. Okay, I've not enabled it. Okay, I've installed. But I think you are now able to see the difference between this and this approach. Frankly, you don't even have to create these variables. Okay, you can also condense this. I mean, if my intention is just to create all of them in a shorter way, I can do something like this, isn't it? Instead of assigning a variable and using them, I can render it right here. So that way I don't have to create it. Just to show you that we achieved what we did in the DOM. Okay, using from 35 to, let us say, 52. Okay, so that's almost like 18 lines of code, 17, 18 lines of code. We achieved the same using about 7 lines here with some comments as well. Okay, so you see about 6 lines of code. I mean, even if they were in declared as a separate variable, this would still be almost the same, isn't it? But did you see the advantage of using React? React does things faster and in a very efficient manner. There is a valid reason. See, JavaScript created this create element, around 20 years ago. Okay, React has seen all the flaws and then they've improvised it. Implicitly or behind the scene, React will still have to do all of this for us. It gives us some syntactic sugar, that is all. It is not a magic. Okay, React is actually taking commands from us and it'll create the same thing for us. Okay. So instead of using this now, or instead of doing this, we can condense this furthermore. Okay, we can condense this furthermore using another library called JSX. So if you go to the browser, guys, see from the CDN link, you'll see there is one more library that we can use. I think we'll look for it because it's not there. It usually was around here. So we can use Babel.js. Now, what is the purpose of Babel.js? What Babel does is, it'll take the instructions from us. Yes, this React is a compiler. This render is nothing but a compiler, Divyanshi. This render is a compiler. Yeah, it'll take this list that we have provided and it'll actually churn this out to generate HTML content out of it. Okay, but what is even more interesting is that instead of you using this React element, see, this looks quite cumbersome. I mean, if I want to create a huge application like this, it becomes really problematic, right? I mean, I don't know. All of these are virtually created, no doubt. But if you think, if I want to create a web page like this, if I have to create a web page like this, where there is a menu, there is some right side navigation, some content, there is some footer, all this becomes very difficult to achieve something like this. So what we'll do is, we'll take help of another library called Babel.js. Again, Babel does come with some CDN links. So you can click on the setup here and click on in the browser. So you see there is a CDN. We can copy this and copy this CDN. For those who would want to use the inline, in your project, you can download this file. This is minified. So if you don't want to use the minified, is the Babel.js. Okay, so I want to now take this Babel.js. I want to paste it in my folder. I want to copy and paste all this content in this Babel file. This is a lot of code. Okay, Babel developers have written, I mean, it was not developers, it was written by a guy who was 17-year-old. Okay, as a school project, sorry, college project, isn't it? And in fact, this was long time back, but he's grown, and now, you know, a lot of people have started contributing. But initially, he was the guy who started this idea. Can you show some more how? Go to Babel's website, babeljs.io. I'll copy and paste this URL in the browser, I mean in the chat window, you can see. And we'll now copy the in-browser link, and we copy the CDN. Now we have added Babel here, and what Babel brings onto the table is this. So I'll copy the CDN because let me show you the CDN approach. So Babel is also added. This is also latest that we are using. All of these are latest versions, guys. Okay. And so now, if I have to recreate this whole scenario, okay, you can do something like this. I think I will use another script block to do it. Inside the script block, I want to create a variable let, and it was called list. This list is a li tag, sorry, old tag. And this old tag had some li's in it. And closing li tag. We can add 5 also. This is 2, 3, 4, and 5, and closing old tag. So you see that we have written this application as if it is HTML element. But this will not be accepted because you're trying to render this HTML inside JavaScript. It's not allowed. But Babel allows it. Okay, Babel will take these elements and will generate the same code for us. In fact, you know, you can copy this, and Babel has a try it out option where if you paste this code, you see it is generated some weird elements here. These are referred as JSX elements, which actually gives you React. So maybe what I'll do is I will see if I can use a old compiler, because as of now this compiler is new. So I'll use slightly older version. No, it is still using yeah, see now, because I'm using a React version 7.7.5, it is actually generating this react.create element. You see null. I mean, if you just copy this code, this is exactly what we had written. But the new versions of Babel doesn't generate it to React elements like this. It'll generate it to a JSX element, which the new version of React can understand better. Okay. So I'm using the older version here just to illustrate what Babel is doing behind the scene. But you should keep in mind that when you're working with the latest version of Babel, it generates the elements like this. Okay, so these are Babel elements or JSX elements. Even, you know, the older version, okay, these are React elements. These are not JSX elements. It will convert it to, when you pass the tag like this, it will convert it to React elements. But now the React team has graduated, they would be using JSX instead. We'll talk about JSX moving forward. JSX simply stands for JavaScript XML. So it's an XML way of declaring JavaScript or writing JavaScript. Now we'll have to tell the browser, see, if I run this example, browser will definitely complain. It's like, you know, what are you trying to do? This is something that I cannot accept. See, this is referred as a greater than sign, isn't it? This is referred as a greater than sign. So how do we escape this? Is by asking the browser to render it as a Babel text instead. So we go to the script block, add a type attribute as text/Babel. So with this instruction, this piece of script block escapes the browser's attention, and it will be compiled or transpiled by the Babel engine. The Babel will read this and will recreate this code and provides us so that we can deliver it here. Now we can copy this and simply render this here. Should we not have, do we not have to wait until this element is created? The answer is no. You don't have to. Why? Because Babel's transpiler will start execution only after the DOM is created. So you don't even have to wait for the DOM content to be loaded. So you see that this code was now condensed to this code. This is more legible, right? I mean, you can see these. I mean, earlier we had 3 tags. Now we went ahead and started using 5 tags. So now if I render this in the browser, this should still work. Of course, some of these attributes are missing, like the way we pass this key and class name. We now don't need the key because we are not passing any arrays. We are not iterating. So we just need the class name attribute. So we'll just go create that. Class name is what? Box. Go back, relaunch, and that should work. So you have one warning here. It says that you are using an inline Babel compiler or transformer. You'll have to generate the content before the browser can access it, which is what we'll be doing further. But I think you'll get the idea as to what we have done here, right? So instead of using React alone, you now take the help of JSX, which is helping us to create our syntaxes in a very organized manner and render that into the browser. So this one that we just created is called a React element. Why? Because it implicitly gets converted to an element, isn't it? We can alternatively create something called as a component, React component. And now what is a component and how is it different from the element? See, now if you wanted to render some properties and these values, let us say, were already inside an array. I will have to wrap them in text later. I'll do that. I mean, list item 5. So this would be list item 2. This will be list item 3, 4, and 5. Let us say I have all of these. And I want to generate this li dynamically from this. So this becomes a property that I want to use to generate these components. Now, the difference between a React element and a component is that elements cannot have their own properties. A component can have, and it can be bundled along so that we can take this, we can move it from one file to another. Elements are just standalone components. They they cannot have their own properties, but we will always be creating components in it. But see, somewhere you need this React's render to do it. But Babel's primary use case is to convert your ECMAScript 6 code to ECMAScript 5 code. That is all that Babel does. Okay, what is Babel doing? It is taking the latest version of JavaScript and converts it to older version of JavaScript so that the browsers can understand. And here in this example, Babel also uses few libraries. Frankly, there are loads of them. And one of the library of Babel that we are using is JSX, and which is what is helping the React library to achieve what we wanted. Now we want to generate this list, and that way we can simply loop through this. So how do I loop through this? See, I can run an expression, which I think, I forgot to mention here. When you're using this React.create element, this React.create element will take n number of arguments, correct? The first argument is the name of the tag that you want to generate, then the attributes, and then the children that you would want to add, and then you can pass an expression. So what is an expression? Let us say I want to pass what is 5 plus 6. Okay, it'll tell me 11. Okay, so basically this is capable of passing an expression. And in JSX, how do you pass an expression? You pass an expression like this. So here you had to pass this expression at the end of the children. Okay, so if you want to pass anything after that, you would again, put some more text and pass some more expression here. Okay, something like this. You can do something like this. So that is why, this React.create element can take n number of arguments. The first argument is the name of the tag. Then the second one is the attribute. The third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Okay, so you can add as many as you want, and all of them will be an expression. Okay, so coming back to this. So here I can run a expression, and I can iterate through this vals. And I can use, see, because I'm expected to return an array, isn't it? See, if you recall, I'm expected to return an array, this one. So what method of an array iterates through all these values and returns an array back for me? Can I use a for each? Will that return an array? Correct. Map is the one that we can use in this case. Exactly. So I'll use a map. And what map does, it will take a callback function, which will take how many arguments? 3, right? But what are those? The value for which the iteration is happening, the index and the array itself. In this example, I'm interested in 2. Okay, I can also convert it to a arrow function because this is an anonymous function. I can convert it to an arrow function. And instead of using this expression now, I can use a tag. I want to generate an li tag for each one of these expressions. And I will generate, because see, this again in expression inside an expression, wherein the outer expression is to run the map. The inner expression is to use this function's property. So I want to render the value in it, and I will take this IDX and pass it as key. Why? Because see, again, we are passing we are passing an array. And when we are using an array to be rendered inside this React, this is a render method of the React, we need to create a unique value. So I'll use this IDX. This index value will always be unique. So now that we are done with this, we can take this example. Where is it? Where is it? Here. See, as of now, it is working. We can also add a class to it, class name, and assign this value as box. So we've got this previous code working back to us. That you can convert it to a component and use it multiple times. So what we can do is, we can simply wrap this. I'll cut this. I'll wrap it into a class. Okay, I'll call this as comp, which extends the component from the React. So you can also say React.component. Extends that. And with this, we are allowed to render this. This time, we can use this outside here. Sorry, not here. Hold on, guys. We can use this. See, what is vals? Vals is a property of the class. And now we can use this dot vals and iterate through it. And maybe, instead of using this variable, I don't even need this now, correct? I can just return it as it is. Yeah, you can. Instead of using Babel, can we write JS code in the older version? Of course you can. Okay, you can stick to this, but you will not get the advantages of React. Okay, so coming to the context, guys, you see now that we have converted to a class and we called it comp. Okay, so now because we converted to a component, we have a different way to render it as if it is a tag like this. Now, what is the big idea here? I can render it once, I can render it 100 times if I want. How do I do that? I will simply wrap it into a div. Watch. I'll wrap it into a div. I can render it as many times as I want. Now you see, I'm getting it 4 times. I want to get it 4 times. So if I render this in my application, I can render it 4 times. See? Now, when I'm rendering it 4 times, can I pass in some custom attributes to each one of them? The answer is yes, you can. And moving forward, I'll show you. Or else, this will become little complex for us to get our mind around this. But I hope you understood this idea of converting it to a component. I mean, there are 2 types of components. Let me just create an example for both of them. This one is referred as a class component. So you can also convert this comp from a function. An anonymous function which simply returns this. Since we are not using a class, we don't have to use the this keyword to iterate now. We simply can say vals. And here, in order to declare, we'll need to use the keyword let or var, whatever. Okay, see now you have a component which is based on function. For those who are watching this for the very first time, it may sound little complex. Okay, it may look little so much of code here. This will all become easy for you as we move on. Okay, just that you need to become more familiar to this code. That is all. See, if you think about it, this is a function. This function has a property which is called vals, which is an array, and this guy is returning a JSX element. And just for the convenience, what I'll do is I'll break it to different lines, so it will be easy for you to understand. It is not too much. Okay, see, what makes it easier is you need to become more familiar to it. Okay, and that will happen over a period of time. It will not happen immediately, but it will take some time. Trust me, you'll all be enjoying writing React code moving forward. Just that this will take some time to get acquainted. Using this map to generate an array of li tags so that we can pass all of them like this. See, we need to pass a list of all the li elements, isn't it? That is what we are doing here. If your job was to write this using HTML, okay, that would be easy, isn't it? We would have to write all this in HTML. But see, what we have done here is we created a component and we use this component several times, isn't it? So component brings us the ability to reuse it. You can use it as many times as you want. How to create a React element? And you saw that React element was something that you can create and use just once, but components are something that you can reuse. Okay, and instead of we creating all these components, let's say we had this component, you may have a requirement to use it in several projects. So what do? We convert it to a module like this. Okay, and you remember we had to import it so that we can get to use it and so on and so forth. So all that will become a requirement for a large application. So in order to create a React large application, we have several approaches. Okay, so let's go to the React website. React.dev is their official website. My suggestion is make a note of this. So see, we are working on React version 18.3.1, which is the current latest version. Even in the previous case, this was 18.13.1, okay, which is what we used here in the library. The React, you see, the version was 18.3.1, which is the same version that we are going to use. Now, when you want to use React, when you want to start working with this React, in your project, you have several options. You can use several frameworks that can come handy. So if you click on installing, I think, a reference and look for not getting started. Not hooks, APIs, not APIs. In fact, we wanted to installation, how to install React. Let's look for it. Text here verbatim, but you should know that there are other options. And there is a valid reason why I'll let. So if you want to create a React application, see, you can use Next.js. Next.js is a server-side implementation, which allows you to create a React application. Okay, so if you want to take that approach, use this command. We're not going to use it. I'll tell you why. You can alternatively use Remix. Remix, is a CMS basically, which helps you develop applications for shopping carts. Okay, so you can take this npx space create remix and create a remix project, which also uses React. Next.js uses React. Remix uses React. There's another library called Gatsby, which is a content management system again to create e-commerce applications. But Shopify is more specific for selling products. But if you want to sell services, okay, Gatsby is a alternate that you can use. Like, Gatsby is maintained by Netflix. So if your application is required to look and work like Netflix, or features of Netflix is what you want to borrow, Gatsby is an approach that you can use. You can use Expo to create a React native applications. After this training, my suggestion is you can start, digging into each one of them and see where you can how much you can explore in each one of them. But I would be using another library called Wheat. Okay, but why Wheat? Because if you take any of these approaches, they bring in a lot of flavor of Next. See, Next brings Next flavor onto React application. Remix will bring Remix's flavor. Gatsby will bring Gatsby's flavor. We are here to learn the core of React, isn't it? So how React would really work. So in order to understand, you need to use something really simple. There are two alternates that you can use. You can use something called as create a React app.dev. You can choose this framework, but this is very bulky. Okay, it's too much in size. It's like 300 MB just to create a Hello World application. And up until recently, we used to use this. And now you have another alternate, which is Wheat. Wheat.js.dev. And this Wheat is a modern approach to creating a React application, not just for React, but for anything. You want to create a view application, you can use. So you can click on the guide, and if you want to get started, so you can use their CLI. CLI is what? Content, the command line interface. You see there are a couple of options that you can use. There are so many options. I will actually walk you through some of these options moving forward. Um, but for now, if you want to start with the React project, so these are using plugins, not plugins, sorry. Yeah. So I'll share this link as well. Ideally, you can use this create React app, but this will be almost like 300 MB. One reason why I would be using Wheat, okay, which is a leaner approach. You can also find online, just look out, is it good to use create React app or is it better to use Wheat, and probably you'll get your answers. Wheat just allows your application to be very lean, very responsive, and it is super fast, frankly, blazing fast. Okay, compared to create React app. But create React app gives you a huge ecosystem that you can use. It comes with some testing utilities that you may want to use, and most of React's flavors can be easily explored with create React app. But does not deprive you of any of those things. Just that it'll allow you to add testing libraries as and when you want. Okay, so that makes sense, right? I mean, if you don't want to use React testing library, but you want to use, let us say, Amber, not Amber, I guess, this is what, Jest. Okay, and enzyme. You can use this Vite to do that configuration. But with this Create React app, you would be stuck with tools that are provided by them. Okay, so Vite is more flexible. And if you see, Vite can be used to generate a vanilla JavaScript file, that is plain JavaScript. Plain JavaScript with TypeScript can also be used. Now most of them are using Vite. Okay, earlier they would use Create React app. So maybe what I'll do is I'll start with Create React app. Okay, there's not much of a between these two. So we'll start with this because this is what our curriculum also has. But just to tell you that this is what we will be using moving forward, or many companies have switched to. Why? Because Vite is fast compared to Create React app. Vite is light compared to Create React app. Vite is more flexible compared to Create React app. I'm not here to advocate it, just that I'm trying to justify why I'm preferring Vite compared to Create React app. Okay. And here you see there are a couple of flavors. So we'll be using this React approach. I think, first we'll start with this Create React app approach, and then we will come to this. We'll have one example of Create React app. Okay. And then we'll come to this Vite. So in order to get started with this Create React app, okay, click on this Getting Started. You see there are some syntaxes here that you can easily copy paste, and that will get you started. This command will take you some time. Okay, this Create React app just to install will take you anywhere between 3 to 7 minutes. Lot depends on your computer and internet speed. My suggestion is, if you are using your company laptop, don't use this Create React app. You start using Vite. Okay, why? Because with this, you need to use some commands which need administrative privileges, which you may not have. Okay, if you are using a company laptop. Now let me copy this npx create react app, and now I want to install and create a new React application. So here I will go create another folder. Okay, and now I'll open the terminal. In the terminal, I will navigate to the day 3 folder, day 3 part 2 folder. And here I will use the command, all that complex. But when you're getting started, all of this may become little confusing to you. All I've done is created a folder, open that in the terminal, and now I paste this npx space create react app. And now I need to give a name for my app. Usually my applications are called steps, because we'll be taking several steps, right, to learn few things. So I will press enter, npx space create dash react dash app space steps. Press enter. This will install a new React application. You see it's taking some time, and this will take some time. And there's some familiar files that are getting downloaded. You see React, you're familiar with it. This is the core of React. React DOM, which will take your core React component and attach it to a real DOM. And you also have a configuration called React scripts and some templates that are built in. So all of that will be now added in your project. So what are these templates? You have a JavaScript template, you have a TypeScript template. You have a TypeScript template with Redux. You have a TypeScript template with Redux toolkit, or you can also use a plain JavaScript that is using just JSX with Redux, and so on and so forth. You have several flavors that you can play around, but these templates are not important for now. We'll just work on the core. And see, in my case, the installation was done. So you can run these commands: npm start, run build, test, eject. Okay, so to get things started, see, this is where I installed my project, right? So let us go ahead and see what is happening. So here in the folder where I've created all the applications, how will I get terminal in VS Code? There is a menu, terminal, new terminal. Okay, the shortcut is Control Shift and tilde. On Mac, it would be Command Shift and tilde. So when you run, you'll get the terminal. You run this command, npx create react app steps. So I'll put that command here. Hope you're able to see the command as well. This one. This is all that I've done. Yeah. So in the browser, the steps project that I created, this is my React application, right? So if I choose properties, you will see this is about 275 MB on my computer. Okay. So once you have installed, you will find these many folders and packages and the way they have organized. I'll walk you through this. But what is more relevant or important now is how do I get this to work? So you need to follow these instructions. So CD to the steps folder, because you are now have to navigate to the steps folder. And this is nothing but a Node project. Those who attended Node workshop, you know that this packet.json file has some configurations and it is configured with these many dependencies. You see testing library, just DOM, React, and user events are already added. We'll be using all three in examples moving forward. You have this React, React DOM, and React scripts, and Web Vitals. Web Vitals is for performance tuning of an application. I'll show you how you can use that moving forward. But you have this React and React DOM. Sorry, these two something that you should be familiar with. The React scripts is new. So now that we have CD'd into this. So this is another command that I've executed. So after this, you CD into steps and say npm run start. Okay, so these are three commands that you'll have to run. I'll just paste this also here in the chat window. So you'll find all three commands, guys. When I say start, it'll run the start command. Those guys who attended my Node workshop, you know, the start command is configured here. Start implicitly means React script start. It's showing an npm error. But what is the error saying? That is more relevant. What is the error saying? You try this approach. Okay, this is the first command. Okay, now you say create React app steps, then say cd steps, then say npm start. Okay, try this out. This should work. So you have a couple of approaches. You can either use this. In most of the cases, this will work. In few of the cases, you may have to use this npm instead of npx. So now you see Webpack has compiled and it says that my React application is running in the browser. Let us go to the browser, open the localhost port 3000, and you should see this React application. So what you do is this, open the terminal and type node space -v. Okay, it'll give you the version number. Similarly, you type npm space -v, it'll give you the version number. If you don't get this, then you are not, and then you come back to this point where you can start. Now let us move on. So in this folder where we created a React application using the create React app framework, you see there is a package.json file. So when you start working with React or any of these frameworks, the first thing that you should pay attention to is what is the content of the package.json file, because this pretty much sums what are the libraries that are used and what would be the main file that is invoking in your in your case. So you see there are some dependencies that are added. So you see some testing libraries are added. The first one is to test DOM elements. Because we are not writing DOM directly, we would be using React components, which converts to DOM. We need this library as well. And then in order to interact with the application, we need to sometimes invoke user events, which means like, I want to mimic a click of a button without the user actually clicking when you're testing, right? You want to check, if this button is clicked, is this value being iterated? So in order to accomplish that, you have this user events. So that's about these three modules that are used. And then we have this React and React DOM. So we discussed about this pretty much yesterday. Purpose of this. This happens to be the core of React, and this happens to be a DOM query library, which allows you to query the DOM and attaches your React core components to the DOM. It's just not about querying, okay, because it will also take the responsibility of rendering it, rendering these components into a browser understandable version. So when you say I want to create a UL tag, React DOM will take that React component of a UL element and convert it to a DOM UL element. Then there are some script commands that are already written. So there is a start, build, test, and eject command. The start command will trigger this React scripts start command. Aliased. Aliased means to say we have a shortcut for a long syntax. So the start simply means React script space start will be invoked. But in order to do that, we simply use start. And since this is in the package.json script, we can simply say npm space start. That would invoke this. And for others, you can say npm space run space build, npm space run space test, npm space run space eject. You can create these run configurations, okay, which is an alias name for this lengthy command. Now, to find out where these are and how things would be really working in React, we need to chase what is happening. See, React implicitly, this create React app implicitly uses a library called Webpack. So you can find out about Webpack. Webpack will also have a packet.json file where you can find all the configurations. I mean, I have to scroll down too much to get this. Yeah, so there is Webpack. All right, so inside this Webpack, we have this packet.json file. And you see that this configuration file, so this configuration file has all the necessary commands that are required to launch your application. Okay, so you see the main file here is lib.index.js file. Okay, so if you don't know about Webpack, I guess in the next couple of releases of React, they would be embracing a library called Turbo, this one, and they have stopped the usage of Webpack. So it's good to know Webpack, but you should also realize that Webpack will soon be replaced with Turbo. So you may expect, I mean, you may learn Webpack now, but then there would be a change soon. Okay. In fact, Turbo is already being used in React version 18. Okay, because Create React App still uses Webpack. That's the whole summary. Configuration, where is it? Okay, the main file is index.js file. This is where everything starts in your application. So if I go back, I guess, sorry, not here. In fact, the main configuration file I was supposed to be looking at here. In this src folder, there is this index.js file. This lib index file is a configuration for Webpack. Okay, but the entry point for your entire application is this index.js file, this one. And if you read this file, you'll realize that the React is added, React DOM is added. You notice, these are imported as if they are modules, and we are on the .js file. So importing this is allowed. And in the packet.json file, I think, since we are working with the latest version, you don't need this import. I mean, ideally you had to use this type as module. This was a requirement, but the new version of React does not need it, or the new version of Node itself does not need it. Now coming to the context, I mean, if you did not follow that, just ignore it. So the entry point into your application is index.js file. So this index.js file, if you notice, has some CSS file and an app which is being loaded. And if you remember, we created a component, right? We created a class-based component and a function-based component. And you saw this function-based component will return a JSX element. Correct. I think, yeah, it'll return a JSX element here. And we kind of, created a map to return a collection of them. Now here in this application, you see this app is added. This app, if you control click on it, you see there is a function called app which returns this div. Okay, this div is what we actually get to see when you launch this application. Let me just launch it. So I cd to the day 3 part 2 folder, and I think that has steps. Now I can say npm space start. This is the start command you saw in the packet.json file. This one. Okay, so if I press enter, it will launch my application. I will explain. JSX stands for JavaScript XML. It's a JavaScript way of writing XML. If you recall, we wrote this one, correct? And around this time, I told you that this is a JSX element. At least, you know, if you you would have at least heard me tell you about JSX. But what is JSX? What are its traits? Is something that we will understand today in quite an exhaustive manner. All right. So as of now, my application is still taking some time. Nevertheless, we are starting with React. Up until now, we requirement to learn React. So, and you see now my application is running. There you go. So my React application is running. Okay. This app has the code for this. So how do I know? I told you, you can control click on these tags so that you can navigate. Control click. And when you control click, you actually navigate to app.js file. Notice, you know, this file is a .js file, a function which returns this div. Okay. And now if I want to customize this, I don't like it, let's say. I want to customize it. I can go to this content. So there is this header. Maybe I don't even want this header. I will remove all of it. And here in this return, return is a is a expression which simply can return an element. Okay, in this case, let us say I want to return an h1 element, and I want to put this message, welcome to your life. Now, if I come back, I have saved this file, and if I come to the browser, you'll actually see the same message, welcome to your life. Okay, so this just to tell you that this index.js file is looking for one main application, and which is what we have. Okay, by convention, it is called app. Okay, so we can actually tweak this and then continue, but my suggestion is we'll delete all of these and then start from scratch. So you know exactly what is the syntax that we've written and what is the impact of that. Okay, but let me show you how you can tweak this application if there is a need. This may look slightly advanced for you guys now, but just try to make a mental note of it. All of this will come handy as we proceed further. See, if you want to make any change to this React scripts here, you can go to this node modules. Okay, as I told you, just make a mental note of all of this. You don't have to dig all of this immediately. Okay, but you see that there is something called as React scripts here. This is where the configuration is hidden. The start, build, test, and eject are all configured here. So inside this bin folder, we have this React scripts. Okay, and you see the build, eject, start, and test are configured here. And if you say, start, it will look for the start command and will execute that particular command. So if you read the logic here, there is an array, and based on whatever we have passed, if it is build, it'll say ..script/build. It'll invoke that file. If you say start, it'll say ..script/start, and it'll invoke that file. So if I scroll down, so in the lib directory, that's what it says. You go one step up, and then we have the scripts directory, and you see the start file. Yes. So if you click on it, you see there are some basic configuration here, which tells you that, hey, this is a development command, which means when you say start or npm space start, it's a development command. So your application is running in the development mode. Now, what are the things that you should keep in mind in general? When you say this application is running in development mode, it'll have access to some comments, it'll have access to debug your application, and it'll be heavy. Okay, it'll have all the comments that we have written, all the utility that might be required to debug an application will be still available. It will not be minified, it will not be compressed. Okay, so this application is not ready for me to share with my client. Okay, so that's what the development phase really means. And now if you build an application, then you are in the production mode. So if you say npm space run space build, then this application runs in a production mode. So that means that this application is ready for the end user to experience. Okay, but we'll be spending more time here because that's what we developers do, isn't it? So once we are completely happy how the application has come up, then we will build, and that's when people can start interacting with it. Now, if you scroll further down here, you will find some configurations for port and host and everything. So you see there is a constant called default port, wherein it'll take the port that is already available on the environment. There's a node environment that Node has process. I'm sure those who attended Node workshop, you know that there is something called as process.environment, correct? Process.environment, if it has a port, it will use it. Okay, and it is actually using this parseInt into this base 10 encoding, and it will use that port. If it is not available, it will use 3000, which is what is being done here. So this localhost port 3000 is what we get to see, which indicates that there is no default port that was created on my computer. So it is using 3000. But when you start working in a big organization, they already have some port set up, okay, where your application will be hosted. So this automatically picks it up. If it is not available, then it will become 3000. So that's what this command really means. But if you don't like port 3000, let's say, you can come here and change. And again, the host is by default localhost. If not, if you have a domain, you can use the IP address of that domain. When you buy a domain, you get an IP address, right? So you can configure that here. Sometime, if you have some confusions about how to customize the build, if you are using Create React app. If you are using Vite, then I'll show you different configurations. So this is the start command. And similarly, you have configurations for build, you have configurations for test. So this is where the test configurations are all done, so on and so forth. So, but all of these are configured inside this Node modules folder. In the Node modules folder, there is this React scripts folder, and the React script folder has all the configurations. All right, and you see that we had this index.js file, and Webpack, who's working behind the scene, is actually looking for this index.js file at all times. Okay, and in the public folder, you see there are some files. See, with this index.js file, we are not completely rendering this application. We still need the HTML, isn't it? The shell for this application, which comes from this index.html. So there are too much of irrelevant code, but the key takeaway here is there is a div with an ID called root. So if you recall yesterday's example, we did pretty much the same. There was a div with an ID called root, which is what we used to render. And this is exactly what is happening in the React as well. So if you go to index.js file, see, you are using this React dom.create root, and we are looking for document.getElementById root, and we are rendering this app. See, when you start building an application, all of these may become relevant. But when you're learning, this looks so much to get your mind around, isn't it? Don't delete the public folder itself and the src folder itself. Okay, so if you delete, no worries, you come back and recreate this public folder. That will work for you. Okay, and if I now go to the browser, you see there are some problems, there are some issues. This tell you that, hey, I cannot resolve this index.html file is what it is saying. That's the first error you see. So let's build that. In the public folder, this create React app is looking for an index.html file. Yeah, see, this is a plain file now. It doesn't have anything. But now you see There are some other issues as well. It says module index.js.not found. So which means we have deleted the index.js file as well, isn't it? So it is looking for that. So I can create an index.js file. Notice both of these files are blank as of now. Index.html is blank, index.js is blank. Both of them are blank, and your application is also blank. To come to this point where we can start this journey into React, guys, all of these files are blank. The public folder is emptied. SRC folder is emptied. There is nothing here. Okay, I've created an index.html, which is blank. I've created an index.js, which is blank, and your output should also be blank. So are we supposed you are supposed to delete all the content in the public folder and the SRC folder in the create React app project. Don't delete in the Vite project. Okay, we are not working on the Vite yet. Those who have created the create React app, those please delete all the files under the public directory and the SRC directory, and then we can start. Should not take you this long. Just deleting these files should not take you this long. Okay, assuming that all of you have deleted, we go to this index.html file and we'll recreate this. So we'll now use our emit to create this stub. The only requirement here is a div which will have an ID as root. This is all there is. Okay. So now does that sound easy? We'll have to create an index.html file with the div with an ID root. Simple. And if you put anything here, it actually shows up. Okay. I'll say welcome to my training. See, it shows up here. But we are not supposed to write anything here. We will write everything via React. See, done. Now our index.html is ready. In the index.js, if you recall, so we need to select this root element. We can render the element or the component here. These are two things that we have to do. So how do we select the root element? So we need the React DOM to select the root element, and we'll use this React component to create a element or a component. I mean, to create a component, you need a component, but to create a element, you don't need. So these are two libraries that we need. So we'll import them. Import, and React is a default export. So we'll say React from this library React. Done. And import React DOM from React DOM /. So there has been some small change in the way they have organized. So it doesn't directly come from React DOM, it comes from React client. Okay. This has been a change in, from React 16 to 17. They made that change. So now we have both of these. We should be able to select this element using this React DOM. So I'll say React DOM dot create root. Create root, say document dot get element by ID. I'm looking for an element which has an ID called root, isn't it? That is what we created here. And now here I have to render something. So in order to render, I'll use the dot render method, and I can write some h1 tag. Welcome to your life. Okay, so we have accomplished both. In this example, we've created an element. We'll then convert it to a component. But with this, you should be able to get this output. Refresh, so it should work. Ideally, it should refresh on its own, but you see, this works now. Welcome to your life. It's working. So did all of you get this to work? Is this simple enough? I'll put all of them side by side so you can see what we have done. I guess this is not all that significant, isn't it? And with this is the output that you should expect. Okay. Did you delete that file? Did you delete all the files here? You should not have any files. Then how come? So this h1 tag that we have, could also be returned from a class-based component or a function-based component. So I'll show you both. So in case of a class-based component, your approach will be like this. Index.html, there it is. Okay, so here we have an app component which extends a component from React. You see this import happened automatically. And now that I have got this, I need to have a render method which returns this element. Okay, and now I can take this and render as if it is a component like this. And that would work. See, it's working. I will say this is hello from class component. So this should say hello from class component. So this is a class-based component example. Okay, because we will be doing a lot of exercises to create these components. Now a function-based component. A function-based component is a lot easier. One reason why many people like it. I would advocate and say both class-based component and function-based components. Don't develop a bias, because there are some advantages from class-based components that you will not be able to derive from a function-based component. Class-based components still have an advantage, but nevertheless, the next couple of versions of React is working very hard to eliminate these class-based components completely. That is because you need to import this. The import should happen automatically. Okay, now let us see how to create a function-based component. So this is a less headache approach. So I'll go create a let app. This is a function basically. The function should return an h1 tag in this case. That's what we will do. I'll say this is hello from function component. I save it and now this should work. See, this is an example for class-based component and a function-based component. And what is this translating to? It implicitly becomes this, isn't it? So this will become the React.create element implicitly. That is what JSX will convert it to, correct? So if you read this code, this is exactly what we are trying to build. In fact, we could have done that here as well. So we can remove this, and inside, in the render, instead of this app, we could say React.create element, and we can say I want to create a UL tag. In this case, let us say h1 tag, and there is no inner HTML. Sorry, there is no attribute. The inner HTML will be welcome to your life. This is what we could have done, but we wanted to take help of the JSX, isn't it? So if I go back, this should also work. Welcome to your life, working, isn't it? So essentially, what we did in these two cases will get converted to this. Now, if you see this create React element, how many elements can we pass here? 1 or 2? Or can we pass as many as we want? Just one, isn't it? We can only pass one h1 tag here. What would happen if I pass both h1 and p here? So it doesn't have any tag by name h1 space p. So it'll throw an error. If you go to F12 and you see there is an error. It says the above error code occurred h1 space p. There is no component like this, isn't it? So which means this create element can only take one root tag. And this need not have to be a text, right? I mean, I can add other tags inside this and that would work. So I can simply convert it to a div and then I'll convert this to a paragraph. So I can pass an array and I can say one paragraph here. There's one more paragraph. Like so. I can do something like this. So you see, both of them have been rendered. Welcome and to your life is rendered. But since we passed an array, it is expected for us to pass a key here. isn't it? So here, instead of passing this array, I decided to pass some text. So this is what I get to see. There is no error here. And because I did not add, I used a div here, so it's very small, but if I convert it to an H1, it will be big in size. So this JSX implicitly converts it to React.createElement. One reason why it is expected to return a single element here. If it has to return more than one element, you have to wrap that into a parent container. So let me set this aside here. I will recreate this example with our component approach. Instead of using this React.createElement, we'll now use this app component. You saw that can be either a function-based component or a class-based component. Just for the sake, we'll use this class-based component for now. So it is called app, and that's what we get to see here. I'll call this as class app, and this one can be called as fun app. So if I want to render this, I would then say fun app. Else I would say class app. So you come here and then you see class component. That way both of them can exist now. This can also exist and this can also exist. I can either shuffle between this or this. So there's a function-based component and there's a class-based component. And these two components, what is the work of the render? You mean this render or this render? They both are different. Okay, this render is a method of a component which is expected to return the JSX element. This render will take the React component, converts it to a DOM element implicitly. That's the difference between both. So this component, if I want to return more than one element, what will I do? Then you wrap this into a div tag. Wrap this into a div tag. This is not the only alternate, but I think this should help you. And now I can add a paragraph. I can put some content here. I'll save this and you see the content for the paragraph comes here. I can add multiple paragraphs if I want to. Make sense? So you have one wrapping element and we have several elements inside. And since all of these are not passed as an array, you don't need a key attribute there. Do you have this div with an ID root in the index.html file? Is this index file in the public folder? Can you check? Yeah, so we are extending another component. So we created a class. This is not a component. How do we make a component? Extend component onto it. Steps folder, I've deleted everything in the public folder. The index.html looks like this. I'll be sharing this. Okay, and in the src folder, there is this index.js file, which has this content. Okay, and I've sent that link in the chat window. And again, this file should be saved. File menu, choose auto save. It should be checked. Auto save should be checked. Okay. Yeah. And have you done this npm space start? Have you done that? If not, you'll not be able to see the change. After saving these files and pasting this code, no output, is it? Okay. Follow along. Okay. Okay, it says localhost on the 3000 on the browser, but nothing shows, is it? Okay. It's quite strange because that should not be the case. Nevertheless, these are the only files that are required for your application to work. Public folder, src folder, and the packet.json file. Nothing else is required. So when you get this file, when you get this archive file, that is, see, I will delete everything from here. Let me just close my VS Code as well. Okay, so I'll delete everything. I'm deleting everything. Everything that I downloaded from the Create React app is deleted. There is nothing, correct? So once you download, see, this is what you get to see, correct? You got the public src and the packet.json file. You extract all of them into your project. I delete this also now, not needed. So I just need these three things: packet.json, public folder, and src folder. And in my projects, if you see, in the day 3 part 2 folder, steps folder exists and these folders exist. That's it. There's nothing more. Now if I open the Visual Studio Code, all these files are gone. I only have this packet.json file, and frankly, this is all that you need, isn't it? So you can now go to this folder, cd to the day 3 part 2 folder, cd to the steps folder. Now I've come here. I can access the packet.json file. I can simply say npm space I to install every dependency in the packet.json file. Press enter, npm space I, and all the files will be downloaded for me. So why am I showing you this step is because when I upload the exercise files, I will upload them with only these three files: public folder, src folder, and the packet.json file. Okay, so you may have to install all of them on your computer so that it can work for you. Okay, so this will take again, like 3 to 7 minutes, and then my files will be back in its place. So I can start using it. If I have to run one more time, how do I do it? Maybe it may work. Just press Control C, terminate it, and say npm space start. Be my files and it should work. So you see now everything has come back to its place. So if I now say npm space start, it will launch my project. It's still working, so it'll launch my project in a minute. Okay, when it starts, you'll be able to see it. You see my application is getting ready on localhost port 3000. Download the file from the GitHub. You have step 1 - hello world project. It's a zip file. Download it, extract all the files into your computer, create a folder, and then just extract all of them there, and then run the command npm space I. That's it. Okay, so now if you go back, your application should work. There it is. So if I go to this index.js file, warnings are okay. I'm getting the same warning here, isn't it? It is trying to tell you that fun app was created, but it was never used. But we never used it. Only the class component is used. Function component is not used, isn't it? Now working for you. Now we will we'll externalize this file. See, I can always cut this file, app component, and in the src folder, I will create another file. Okay, I'll call this as app.js. I would rather call it JSX. Why? Because this is an JSX file anyhow, isn't it? So I'll paste it here. You see, I've just extracted and I've pasted. This component needs to be imported. So I import this component. And now that I've created this component, I can export it, the default keyword class app. This class app that I've externalized can be imported here. You see, that is imported. Now you don't need this import. In fact, you don't even need this React because we are not using it anywhere. So this should work. Similarly, I can now create a fun app.jsx file. The fun app.jsx file is this function component. I paste it here. And now I need to export this so that I can use it whenever I need. So I can get rid of all these code here they've got this class app, or if I want this function app, I can import the fun app. You see, this one is not needed now. The fun app is used. So if I go to my browser, you get to see the function component. So you can externalize these components and load them as and when there is a need. So we'll get started with the next topic. So did you all follow along how you can break an application into small pieces and get this to work? Okay. I guess when we'll do the same thing with the wheat project, and I will actually create this wheat project once again now, so that we can start developing applications on that. So in the wheat project, you see the public folder has nothing. Okay, the public folder is empty actually. There is this wheat.svg file. SVG stands for scalable vector graphic. Basically, this is the logo. Okay, this wheat logo is not a PNG file, it's a SVG file. So I can use it if I want to, but see, why would I need a wheat logo in my project, isn't it? So I can always get rid of it. And in the SRC folder, you have, so in the create React app, we would need this index.js as the main file. But in the wheat, the main.jsx is the main file. So in the packet.json file, no, you don't have that configuration. Okay, so in the main.jsx file, if you click on it, this is pretty much what you saw in the index file, isn't it? So we have the create root from the React DOM, and we pass in the root element, and then we render the app. This is exactly what you saw in the create React app. So in the wheat, they would use the JSX extension. This is all JSX file, app.jsx and fun app.jsx file, correct? Basically, JSX extension educates your IDE, that is Visual Studio Code, to auto-complete your code. So which I feel, as a developer, it's a great help. So I would suggest you use the JSX extension. But there are some conditions, okay? The main file, the index file, will always have to be called as index.js because Webpack is configured to just run the index.js file. Now coming to the rest, okay, I don't need any of these files. The main.jsx file is using this app. So see, if you see this app, it's a function-based component, and it is returning a div, and it is also returning an a empty tag here. We'll talk about it. And then there is a div, and then there are a lot of things here. So what I'll do is I will delete this content. In fact, I will delete these files. I just need this main.jsx file. Frankly, I don't need that also. The main.jsx file is retained. No, there is no index.js file in the wheat configuration. Wheat requires main.jsx, not index.js file. Okay, so it's different. So in the main.jsx file, we'll import the create root from React DOM/client. So we'll need what? Create root. So what do we do with this create root? So we will have this index.html here. This index.html has a script attached. So we need this. Now, once we have this create root, we'll use this create root, and we will provide document dot get element by ID root dot render an h1 tag. Welcome to your life. Okay, saved. And now if I launch the wheat in my terminal, we'll cd out of this folder into day 3, part 3 folder. We'll cd to steps, and we'll now have to run not npm space serve, that wouldn't work, or npm space start, that wouldn't work. We need to call the dev command. Okay, so we'll say npm space run space dev. So now you see I can launch it in port 5173. So if you go to the browser, and look for localhost port 5173. You should get the file. Okay. So these are the steps that you'll have to follow when you're working with Vite. Change the port. I mean, you may not like this port, right? So we can actually change that in the Vite config.js file. Like the way we had the React scripts, we have Vite config file here. It doesn't have too many configurations, but moving forward, you may want to add. So you can use a server configuration. The server requires, I mean, if you just take your cursor on top of it, there would be some options. Okay, it uses the host and port and things like that. The server dot, okay, I forgot the syntax. The server is a object which will have a port. The port would be, let us say, 5050 or maybe 5000, and the host would be localhost. So I've made some changes. Now in the browser, you cannot expect this to work on port 5173. You'll have to use 5000 and that would work. Okay. So in the main file, you see that's working. Localhost 5000. Changes are done in the Vite config file. So what I'll now do is this, guys. I'll upload the Vite file and the Create React app, both. Okay, for your reference moving forward. So you can use both. So it's not difficult, just that, when you're new, it might sound difficult. Okay, so this is a React with Create React app. So in the day 3, part 3 folder, public folder, SRC folder, frankly, you would need all of this except this node modules and the package log file. So we need the Vite configuration file and we need this index.html file. You know why? Then we need this ESLinting file, and assuming that you would be putting it on GitHub, you need this git ignore and the readme file. So if you're not putting it on the Git, you don't need these two files. Okay, so you need all of these other files. So I'll archive this and say this is React with Vite. So I'll upload both of these files to you. So this is Create React app and this is the React with Vite. So you see this is 2 KB and this is 3 KB files. So make sure you have access to them. You know how to extract them and recreate the project. So let us now get started. So in the day 4, we'll now start with a new React application. I would suggest and recommend use Vite. Okay, Create React app is definitely a good solution, but it will download a lot of unnecessary files. We'll come back to this at a later point, but for now we'll use Vite. Okay, I'm putting these commands once again for your reference. You don't have to run all of them in one go. Make sure you run them one step at a time. Okay, so you get into or navigate to the folder. So in this case, I would be navigating to this folder day 4. I've navigated into the day 4 folder. Then I will paste this command npm space create space vite@latest space steps. So the project name is steps, and there are additional configurations. I'm escaping them. In fact, you can say I want to use TypeScript, but I'm not using it. Okay, so I've left that blank, and then I want to use this template React. Now press enter. It'll download. It'll create a project for me. You see, it was so quick. Everything was nicely organized. And now we need to call these commands. I cd into the steps. I think I've already pasted these commands. So you cd to steps. You'll then say npm space install. And then you say npm space run space dev. So we cd to the steps directory, npm space install. So this again will take a couple of seconds. With Create React app, it would take you several minutes. So this will take you several seconds. At least the duration will be cut short, cut to half at least. So once this installation is complete, still taking some time. Yeah, so it is done. It is installed. You see the node modules have now been added. And now I'll say npm space dev. Okay, npm space run space dev. Yeah, so we have this local host port 5173. We can change that port, you know that, right? So we can use the server configuration, and this would be an object where we specify the port to be 5000, and the maybe I'll change it to 3000. Okay, like the way we would do it in Create React app, and the host would be localhost. Saved. And now we can navigate to localhost port 3000 and we can check our application. So I got my wheat project here. And as usual, we will delete some of these files. So in the public folder, I would want to retain the folder because this is useful for placing any images, audio files, video files, fonts, etc. So we need that public folder. So we'll create a placeholder .txt file, which is empty. So it's just, here to remind us that, hey, this is the empty folder. So I've just created this. And in the assets folder again, I will paste this placeholder. We'll delete this wheat logo. See, these wheat logos are now gone. So there is an error. You know why? And I will delete all these other files. We don't need any of them. Exactly like what we did earlier. Now again, in this folder, I think, apart from this create root, which I have derived from here, I would delete the rest of the content so that I can just stay focused on what we will be learning. Here, I will use an h1 tag. I'll save this and make sure that now you all have got the same output on your computer so that we can get started. See, again, to sum up, replace the public folder content with this placeholder text. Assets folder, delete everything, put this placeholder text. Rest all the files in the src folder is deleted. Only main.jsx remains, and the content of the main.jsx is in front of you. First, I think we'll understand JSX. So let us talk about JSX first. So you should be able to see the same output in the browser. It says welcome to your life. In maybe what I'll do is I will cut this. I'll create a new component, class-based component. This app I can render here. You see this is working. And we'll talk about JSX here. Okay, and you know that this should return a single root tag. So we'll use a div. And here we'll understand different aspects of JSX. So for convenience purposes, we will usually keep these components outside. So I would recommend, create a folder by name components and then, put your files there. But I'll just keep a file, not in the assets, but here in the, parallel to this main, I'll now go create a app.jsx, which is where I have this class component. And I will now export it as a default member so that I can use in my index file here, or the main file. So I'll just control space and select the first, option. So this component is now not required by the main JSX. It is required by the app component. Why? Because it is extending this, isn't it? So it requires that import. I'll save this, and then we should be on our way to our project. So you see JSX in React is shown. Awesome. So when I started working with React, I found it very difficult to understand, what works and what doesn't work. And sometimes, you'll have to go jump into the documentation to realize, what is the right way to do. So I made a small documentation. So these are some JSX rules that I have been able to put together. There are a few more. In fact, you may find The JSX must return a single root element or a component. So that's important. So you see in the app file, we need a single element. But what if I want to return multiple elements? So if this is what I want to do, then there would be an error, isn't it? So you can't return two elements. So you need a wrapper. So you need to create a container. So in this case, I would create a div tag, and inside the div tag, I can wrap both of them and then send. So this is a load. So I can do something like this. And then, in my application, I'll get two JSX elements here. But there may be situations where you don't want to do something like that. Then what? So you can use something called as React.fragment to do it. The fragment is something that we obtain. The React itself is missing. So React is something that we will add. Or maybe what we can do is, along with the component, we can also add the fragment. That way I can simply use this as fragment. So there is a fragment tag that we can use. The purpose of the fragment tag is to return multiple elements in the root. But instead of wrapping it into a div, you are wrapping it into a fragment tag. See, the effect of this would be when if I go back and convert it to a div, okay, see, this is a div tag now, right? So if I inspect, you see under the div, maybe I'll zoom this a bit so you can understand what I'm trying to explain. See, if I zoom this a bit here, inside this div with an ID root, there is a div, and that div has two divs here, isn't it? Both of them have h1 tags. But instead of this div, if I use a fragment tag, you will see that the div which has an ID called root doesn't have any other divs inside nested. It directly have these two divs, isn't it? Both of them have that JSX in React. Okay. So fragment basically is an invisible tag. Now, instead of doing this, you can also use this empty tag, which is an alias for this fragment. That way you don't even have to import this. The empty tag is simply react.fragment in action. Okay. So whenever you use an empty tag, it will be replaced with react.fragment by the compiler. So if I run this, it will give you the same output. So that's the first rule. JSX must return a single root element or a component. If not, okay, so if not, then what do? We'll return, if we have to return multiple elements and we don't want to wrap them in a div, we can use a react.fragment or an empty tag. Okay. No, there is no issue. You can use that, but this will become an invisible tag. That is all. Okay. So it is usually used to return multiple root nodes. Come here somewhere and say, hey, I want to use this empty tag. Okay. You can do this. But this is not required. So this empty tag is, what is the purpose? In fact, you could do something like this itself, isn't it? Who would stop you from doing it? Make sense? So usually this empty tag is used to return multiple tags in the root. Okay, or you can use react.fragment. This is an alias for react.fragment. Okay. So you will actually find this being used a lot, in React applications or online, wherever you find. But you should now know the purpose. What is the purpose? Because they are trying to return multiple elements. So this component should return a single root element. If not, you wrap them into a div, or you wrap them into an empty tag, which is an alias for react.fragment. That should summarize or justify the first and the third rule. Okay, it should return a single root element. That's the rule. But what if I want to do it? I can wrap them into a div or react.fragment or an empty tag. Easy. So again, when you're returning, so when you're using, in this case, let us say I want to use instead of using an h1 tag, let us say I want to use an input tag. Maybe not an input tag. What I'll do is I'll use an img tag. Okay, so image tag doesn't need to be closed, guys, because image tag is self-closing tag. Correct? There is nothing that you can fit inside an image tag. So if you have to write these tags, image tag, or you can say HR tag, or you can use a BR tag, all of them, you don't need a closing tag for it. Just declaring this tag itself is good enough, or an input tag, all of that. Okay, all of these are referred as inline closing tags. But if you see now, there are some errors. Why? Because in JSX, you cannot, because JSX is like XML. So you need to have a closing tag. Even if it is an inline closing tag, you need to have a closing tag. That's a requirement, or else it'll not work. So that's the second rule that I've noted here. Orphan tags, or also known as self-closing tags, has to be closed. Okay, so BR tags, HR tags, IMG tags. Okay, you need to use the closing symbol. You can't just say BR. That's what it means. Okay, so we'll go to the next point, number 4, 5, 6, and 7. See, interpolation. See, if you want to run any expression, like for example, I want to run a small expression. I want to run some JavaScript. So I can use curly braces here. So if I say what is 5 plus 6, it'll give me an answer. So if I go back in the browser, it says 11. So it is actually evaluating this expression. So anytime you want to run JavaScript, you should use this. Now, why should you do something like that? You are in the return statement, correct? Return is usually a single line, correct? You are returning something from this render method. So when this component is called, the render method is implicitly called, and whatever the render method returns is what we send out from this component. Okay, and this return has to be a single line, single statement. But now what we have done is we have made it a multi-line statement. And inside this, if you want to run a JavaScript, okay, so where do we render it? We render it inside this expression. But if you want to do that much before, you can do that. We can create a variable and say, hey, what is total equals, you can do something like this. And then we want to sprinkle this total somewhere here. That is allowed. But again, that requires us to run an expression, isn't it? So if I want to run the total, or if I want to display the total, I can say total is, and in order to render this total here, I would use this expression and say this dot total. Agreed? So this total now comes here. So again here I get total is 11. So in both the cases, I am calling an expression. I hope this is clear. So what can I evaluate here? Strings, numbers, booleans, anything can be evaluated. Okay, I can create a show true, and if it is show, I want to do something. Okay, or I want to just display this, let us say. Now this is one trick that I wanted to show you here, because when you start working with something like this will have no effect. So I'll say show is, and if I run this, show is nothing. Why? Because it is true. If I make it false, it is nothing, because booleans doesn't have any representation. So what I'll do is, if this dot show, that is, if this is true, we can use a ternary operator and say true. Else we can say false. Now it says false. If I make it true, I will show true. Use JS prompt in the same way. Of course, we started using it, isn't it? I did not see your chat message, but you see, we have started doing it. But there is a limitation as to what all you can do. Okay, let us say you can't create a new instance somewhere. You can't do that inside this expression. It's meant to represent something, but you cannot create a variable. Let us say I want to create a variable. Can I do that here? Let us say I want to use a h3, and inside this expression, can I say let user equals a new user or something like that? You can't do that. Okay. But if something is existing, you can use it here. You can display that here, but you cannot create something new here. This is the same challenge even in Angular. If you have worked with, so you cannot create anything inside this binding. This is referred as expressions, like, you can also call this as interpolation. So you are interpolating some variable. How can we do that? Then you do that here. You do that here. Okay. You can also better do that here. Make sense? Yeah. So you can always use JavaScript and the output can be displayed here. Say, for example, I have let user equals, I'll put my name, you can put yours. And I want to use this user. What do? I come here and then use h3. Since this is like a sibling of this class, you don't need this keyword. So you can simply use, say it says user. And if I want to use a local, I want to represent this, then I would use this keyword to represent it. So I'll say this dot local user, and that should say local user is guest. So you can either access any of these properties and that would work. So that brings us to the second point here. Sorry, the fourth one. Any interpolation, you would use a curly braces, curly brace. And you can use it as many times as you want. Here we are not using var, let, or const. Why? Why? Because we are inside a class. No. Inside a class, do we use var, let, and const? These are class properties, isn't it? So if it is a variable, no doubt you can. So see, that is why I've put some effort to help you understand all these core concepts, okay, of classes and everything. So title, we did not use let or const or var, right? Because this is a public property. If you want to use a private property, what would you do? Use a hash. Got it? So inside the class, you're declaring some properties. All of these are public properties. So let's go to the next one. So that explains the interpolation. Interpolation simply means to say you can run expressions. And when you want to use, there are some restrictions. The word class is reserved in JavaScript, so you can't use. The word for is also reserved in JavaScript, so you cannot use that. So if you want to use class, you'd use class name. Say, I want to apply some style here. So for example, this div, I want to apply some style. So I'll go to this index.html. I will write some style here. There is a style block and say dot box. If there is a box, I want it to have a width of, let us say, 250 pixels, height of 100 pixels, a background color of silver, some saddle brown, let's say, and the text align is center. Line height is 100 pixels, and the font family would be sans serif. Okay, I think this is good enough. And maybe another color of the font would be antique white. So I've got this class here. I will upload this in the chat window. Could you have done like this? I can, but I want to use a class. Isn't it, Adamya? Because we are discussing about class here. Makes sense? That is why I choose to write a class. So this is a class box. Now I want to use this on this div. Let us say on this div. Maybe I'll create another section. Inside the section, I'll put some text. I'll say I'm a section tag. See, by default, this section tag looks like this. But I want it to have a class. So I'll go add a class. And class is a reserved keyword. So, and I want to add a value box to it. So the moment I run this, the browser will render, but it'll also create a error message. Invalid DOM property class. Did you mean class name? Okay, so it is suggesting me. So it is trying to tell me that, hey, you cannot be using the word class because it is reserved. You should be using class name instead. So I come to my page. Instead of using the class, I would now say class name. And now this error will be gone. Got it? So whenever you have to use the word class, you would use a class name instead. So point number 5 is that now we'll come to this 6 here. There are few which are slightly complex. Okay, I will be going over that with different exercises. Not in one exercise we can complete all of it. Okay, so we will need few different contexts to help you understand, let us say, default value. I'll explain that with a different exercise. Now coming back to the context here. So I want to use an input type text. Let us say input type checkbox. So you all know that input type checkbox would display a checkbox here. And for accessibility purposes, see, this is very small here. I mean, if I just make it to the normal size, it's very small, isn't it? A person with either Parkinson or any motor disability would take a lot of time to reach this checkbox. Okay, so we can directly go click on this checkbox, isn't it? But not many people are capable of doing it. So to help them, we'll wrap this using a label. This label uses a for attribute, not HTML for. I mean, the code completion gave me this HTML for, but implicitly the browser uses the for attribute. And I can say, let's say select me. And this input, the label is not associated with this checkbox, correct? So how do I associate them? Is I go to this input, assign an ID, and this ID and the for should have the same name. I'm just using same. Same is not required. Okay. So anything which is common. So the moment you assign something like this, then I can click on the label to select and deselect the checkbox. You see, I'm able to get that to work, isn't it? But in order to do that, we had to use the label and the input, which will have the same for and the ID common. But for is a reserved keyword, like the way class is a reserved keyword, for is a reserved keyword. So you can't use for. What we can do is we'll use HTML for instead of for. So that would work and no errors as well, you see, and that's working. And that's what this point number 6 tells you. You should be using HTML for instead of the for attribute of a input element, not of an input element. Actually, it is of a label element. Okay. So up until point number 6, so you know the reason behind it. But when you trust me, when we have learned about it, when you start using it, some of you will still forget it because there is a lot that we have learned, right? In just the next thing is point number 7, the default value. So what is this? See this input, this one is a classic example, so we can use it. So if I want to display a value, okay, you see it is actually rendering an expression for me. I can say, not for this, I think, we'll use another input. I'm using a BR tag, and again, BR needs a closing tag. I'll use another input. This time it is text, and by default, you see this text is displayed like this. But if you want to assign some value here, I would say value equals enter your name here. I mean, you may say placeholder. Yeah, of course you can use, but I want to demonstrate value. That is why I'm using it. So you see, I have displayed the value. Enter your name here is being displayed, and you are seeing there is a problem. It says, hey, because you have used a value property, you need to take the responsibility of changing this. So there is a long story. I'll cut things short for you. What it is trying to say is, hey, any value that you are assigning to an input has to be managed or controlled by us, controlled by the developer. In other words, this value will be controlled by the state of the component. As of now, we have not discussed the state. So this input, instead of using the value, if you have to display something and not, display a state, you would use something called as default value. Get to this point once again, so you'll understand. Okay, and now if you run, see, there's no error here. There's no warning, there's nothing, and things have gone fine. So the key takeaway here is in the input, if you are not expecting this value to be managed by us, use default value. If you don't want to control the value by the program, by React, use default value. Okay, that's the summary. Let's go to the next one. And whenever you are using, HTML elements, we'll talk about in the next step. Okay, for now, we'll go over these step 10, 11, and 12. Okay, I will talk about 8 and 9 in the next step, or maybe we can do that. We'll skip the 8 and we'll continue with the 9. Okay, so somebody put a message earlier. Now, if I want to display this h1 tag, okay, it says style me. So if I go back, see, it says style me. I want to style this. How do I style? I can have an external style like this, but I can also inline style, isn't it? I can apply some inline style. So how do I apply an inline style is a question. So I'll use a style attribute, and then I can assign some value to it. Let us say the color of this text will be white. See, although this is a legal attribute that we have applied, the text here, now it has a problem. The reason there is a problem is because when you're using a style, this requires a configuration object. The style requires a configuration object. So which means you cannot do something like this. See, this style is an expression. It takes a configuration object, and that requires this color equals white. I mean, you don't need this. This would also work. Of course, text, if it becomes white, you'll not be able to see. I'll make it yellow in color. So if I go back, the text would be yellow. No, yellow is also not. Dark orange. So it is now dark orange in color. So no errors, but you see this in dark orange. So you see the style requires a configuration object, and you need to pass all the inline styles onto it. Ideally, you would not do this. I will show you some alternates, but just keep this in mind. And there are some attributes that you need to specifically keep in mind. For example, I want to use a background color. So if I want to use background color, the attribute would read like this. This is how in CSS you would write. See, if you see here in the index.html, the background color is written background dash color, text dash align, font dash family, line dash height, isn't it? Now, you can't do that here in JSX because this is a minus operator. So what they've done is they have created some alias names. So instead of background dash color, you say background color, which is camel cased. And the value for this would be, let us say we have used dark orange, right? So we'll probably use some papaya whip, light yellow color, light orange color. You see, it works. So there are some changes. So whenever you use some attributes which uses a dash or a separator, we would use a title case or camel cased. So in this case, point number 9, while using style, use a config object. So we've seen that we have passed a configuration object. The point number 10, the style property should be camel cased. Okay, point number 9 and 10. We'll talk about this 8 in the next example. Now, coming back to the context. See, if you want to write an h1 tag, you can write an h1 tag like this, and it would work. You can also write an h1 tag like this, and that would work as well. Because in HTML, if I want to write a tag, let us say I want to write a div tag, I can write a div tag like this as well, and that would work. It will work. There's nothing wrong in it. If I change this to an h1 tag, it will work. Sorry, h1 tag, it will work. So if I now go back, see, it will work, is displayed, but this is not working. So all the HTML tags will have to be in lowercase only. All the HTML tags will have to be in lowercase only. Okay. Why? Because uppercase names are reserved for these component names. This app that we created here, you cannot call this as app. lowercase, won't work. So that way you are allowed to create, let us say, in this case, I want to create another class called h1. I can do that. So I can create a component by name h1, and it can have a render method. The render method will return an h1 tag. I can do something like this. So it has, I am a default h1 tag. And now if I want to use it, I can export this also without this default, of course. And I can use it in my main.jsx file. Now, how do I do that? Because now I need to render two tags, right? So I will wrap this into a fragment, react.fragment, and I will render this app, and I will also render this h1 tag. So there's a custom tag that I just created, as simple as this. So if I go back, that is because I think there is a reference that I'm not using h1 because I did not import it, isn't it? I was supposed to import it, and that should work. See, it says I'm a default h1 tag, and you see it will work is also displayed. This it will work is coming from this h1 tag here. So I'll comment it. So points to remember is that when you're working with the JSX, JSX elements will always have to be uppercase. I mean, it has to have a uppercase beginning. And when you're using HTML tags, they have to be in lowercase. Don't mix and match. That won't work. Okay, so that sums up these many points. Point number 12, see, JSX classes function names must begin with an uppercase character, like panel, user form, data grid, and etc. In this case, we have used app, correct? App and h1 here. It has to begin with an uppercase. And all the HTML tags will have to be used using a lowercase. Elements names begin with lowercase. Okay, I can say HTML elements must be lowercase. Must be lowercase. Easy. So these are few points that you should keep in mind when you start working with JSX. Event in the next step. Say, for example, there is a button. Click me. And if I want to attach an event on this, I can't simply say on click like this. This wouldn't work. This wouldn't work because this on click here will be a synthetic event. Synthetic event meaning to say React will have a wrapper around the on click of the browser. Okay. And it gives you this name. Implicitly, it will convert it to this, but exterior, it will use this. Why? Because it needs to handle the event object. So on this click, let us say I want to run a function. So what do? I run an expression. This expression will call a function, and inside this function, I will do an alert and say you clicked the button. So if I go back, there is a button. If I click on it, it says you click the button. There are no errors here because errors are all gone. See, you will actually see these errors because whenever I'm making some change here, okay. So if I make a change here, let us say, okay, I've not saved this file, but the browser thinks that I'm already done. Okay, it'll compile it. So whenever you see error, don't panic, because if you have completed the code and if you are confident about it, just refresh your browser and those errors will be gone. Coming to the next exercise. So we'll now go take a backup of this project that we have done. And what we have learned in this exercise is about JSX. So in the index.html, you will find that we have learned about JSX in this case. So I'll take a backup. So in the day 4, in the steps, so what are the files that are required? The public folder, src folder, the ESLint is required, index file is required, the package.json file is required, the Vite configuration file is required. The rest of the files, that is node modules, not required, rest of the files not required. Okay. So I will compress this and call this as step 1 JSX. That will lint. Linting is like checking your file for any errors. So you see, it'll ignore the distribution version. It is making sure that the ECMAScript version is 2020. Okay, it uses the ECMAScript feature to render JSX and so on and so forth. Basically, it is organizing your code if you are making any errors in JavaScript. Linting is actually developed by a guy called Douglas Crawford. Not only code formatting, but if you declare a variable that you did not use, it will complain. You have seen that in action, correct? So JSLint, look for this. This is how everything started. Linting is basically helping you some sanitizing the code, okay, for any errors. JSLint was the original. Because after JavaScript was renamed as ECMAScript, we now have ESLint. This is a node module. So it'll find and fix problems in your JavaScript code. So you see, you created a collection, but you did not assign any name to it or whatever. It'll complain about it. So in this case, it is complaining export const collection. Probably why it basically is, underlining it and telling you that something really went wrong, isn't it? How can we use background image URL? You need to make sure that you add an image. Just a second, let me show you. I'll get an image which I can share with you. So started the. So what we'll do is we put an image. If I want to use an image, where can we use? So we use the image from the public folder, or in the assets folder, you can put the image. So you see, I put an image called html5 deck.jpg file. And in order to use it in my project, okay, I go to the src folder in the app.jsx file. Let us say I want to display that image here. So I want to display that image here. So I'll use an img tag. IMG tag will have an src. The src will be pointing to this current folder. This folder has assets html5 underscore or dash deck dot html jpg file. Save it. Assets is in the local folder, correct here. So you'll have access to all the things inside the src directory. So if I go back to my browser, no, this image is missing. Hold on, guys. I think we need to put this in the public folder. And then I can directly access it like this. So just put it in the public folder. Okay, and you can directly access. You don't put this in the assets folder. Assets is meant for any audio files, video files that you may want to use. Or you may want to add it in CSS, right? BG for a div. Okay, that's easy as well. So in case, if you want to use, let us say for this box, okay, instead of using the background color, we'll use a background image. The background will take a URL attribute. Okay, in this case, we want to use the file. What is it called? Copy this, paste it here. It's inside this public folder, isn't it? So if this should work. Let's go to our application and see if that would work. You see, it is working. You see, this is the section tag. I can actually scale this or move this. In fact, the background image is working. You see, it's displayed here. I don't have a small image, maybe in React only. Okay, so you do the same thing in React only. Go to the JSX. So I don't need this. I want to use the, we'll create another tag, article tag. I put some content here. and I want to write in React. So I'll use a style attribute. Oops. Come on, style attribute. The style attribute requires a configuration object. I would assign a width and height to this. Width, let's say, is about 500 pixels. Height would be by default auto, but I'll set it some 300 pixels. And I want to assign a background for this. So the background would be a URL. I think already had that in my clipboard. I'll simply paste it, and that should work. One bracket is missing. I'll save it, go back, relaunch. Something went wrong, I guess. URL is not defined. That is because this entire thing has to be in single quote. See, the image is applied. Okay. Got it. Now what we'll do is, we'll shift gears. We'll learn something called as props. So for the props, you don't need the style. So I'll just reset everything here. So we are learning about props. Okay. So I'll copy and I'll save this file. In the main JSX file, we don't need, this app component. I think, we don't need this. No, we need the app component, but we don't need this H1. We'll just retain the app. The rest of the code can be removed. The app file, again, has so much of code. We will remove all of it. So you see that I have removed everything that I had before, and we have a clean slate. In the assets public folder, I'll delete this image as well. It is from my HTML5 course deck image. Okay, I think I had mentioned earlier as well. So I am starting a channel on YouTube where you can learn. So that was my HTML. So coming to the context, we have the public folder and the app file. I will upload this. Maybe we'll take a backup of this and call this as the default template, which we can keep using every time. Okay, whenever we have to create a new project, we'll extract this and replace everything with what I have. I'll call this as template, a basic template. Okay. So first we'll understand what is props and how we can use them in React. Can we go to the next step? So in order to understand this prop, we'll go create another component here. So in the same project, we'll create another component, call it as child.jsx. This is also a class-based component. This will have a render method. The render method will return a div. This div will have a h2, which says child component. This child component here will be exported as a default component. This default component, child comp, we will add in the app component here. See, it's imported, and then we should be able to see it in our output. The props in React has child component. And the very idea of composability is that, you can add this child component as many times as you want. And you see these many child components come, right? So I'll just stick to about 3 of them. There are 3 child components. All of them are displayed here. The 3 child components are displayed. But how do I customize this? Because they all look the same, right? So I would want to customize it. That's where this idea of props comes in. Prop simply means to say properties that you want to pass. So here, if I want to pass any property onto this child component from the parent, see, this app component happens to be the parent of the child component, isn't it? Because child component is nested in the app component. So app component is a container, the child component is the content. The child component can also have other children inside. But as of now, this child component is wrapped inside this app component. Now, app component can send parameters to this. How do I do that? See, this child component doesn't have any idea. Okay, there's nothing that we have declared. It's pretty say straightforward. But we can directly go on to this component and add a property called title and assign different values to it. Let us say the first one is Avenger. The second one is Justice League. The third one is Indic Hero. So the child component now we have passed from the parent, but the child component doesn't know how to access it. I mean, we have not accessed it, so we can display. Now, in order to access it, what did we call title? Correct? It is a made up name. So there is nothing called title on the child component. You can call this a potato if you want, and we can access it with the same name. So because I created an attribute or a property called title, I can access it inside the child component like this. So I can go create a h3 tag to display the title equals, and I can simply bind, and I can simply say this dot props dot title. What is title? The made up name that I created here. How do you access it? You can access it on the props property of a component. This props property is available on all the components, all the class components. This is by default available. And on this title, you can access the title. So if you come up with something else, let us say I want to access or create something called as version, let us say. Okay, and I want this version to be a number. I'll call this as 1001. This is 1002, 1003, so on and so forth. Now in the child component, how do I access it? Like this. So I'll create an h4, call this as version, and I would say this dot props dot version. Easy. So you see this child component, title is Avenger, version is this. Title is Justice League, version is this. Title is Indic Hero, the version is this. You got it? So if I want to pass anything from the parent, you can pass it as a prop. As simple as that. And in order to access it, you would use the this dot props and the name that you have assigned. So if I want to, let us say, access, let us say time. This is a made up name. Okay, so it can be a string or it can be an expression. I'll explain the difference in a minute. If you're using this curly brace here, you can send with the data type. Okay, but if you're using a quote here, it will go as a string. Just keep that in mind. So as of now, let us say I want to call this as 1 p.m. something like that. So I want to pass a text actually. So string, I can call this as 1 p.m. Sorry, p.m. like so. And I want to call this as 2 p.m., 3 p.m., so on and so forth. So I'm passing strings here. This is 2 and this is 3. Now, how to access time? Pretty easy. So if I want to access this time here, I can simply say time is a start time. I can say this dot props dot time. As simple as that. See, the start time is now displayed. Clear? So you can pass any attribute. These are attributes, isn't it? or in React, they call this as properties. Like this H1 would take some attributes, like, it had a class name attribute, correct? It had a title attribute. H1 usually have a title attribute. It can also have a lang attribute to display the language. Okay, it also has on click event. Okay, so it has several attributes. Similarly, the component that we just created. Okay, what if we did not do this? Then it will create a issue. It will not access it. So if I go back, it will not basically complain about it, but it will simply ignore it. See, the start time for the second one is missing, isn't it? So in that case, you can go to this child component and create a or something like this. So you can use a fallback. If you pass, use it. If you don't pass, you have a fallback. Okay, this simply goes missing. Now we'll go to the next step. So if I want to pass these attributes, like, a single value, these attributes are good. But what if I want to pass some content itself? Say, for example, I have this child component and I want to pass a lot of things. I want to pass a button. I want to pass a UL with some LIs. List item 2 and 3, and a paragraph itself. I want to pass all of this. How do I access it? Because see, in this case, I've put a lot of content here. If it was a value, I could have done that here like this. But if it is content, how do I do? You can access it like this. You go to the child component. Instead of using the props dot title, you can use something called this dot props dot children. Children simply denotes all the things that you have passed in between. So this guy did not get anything. Let us say, just for the flavor, we will add one button here. This one will add a list. Just copy this, convert it to an OL and display it. And this one will get the paragraph, let us say, and the last one will get everything. So how do we access them? You'll use this dot props dot children. Okay, let us say I want to put all of them below a horizontal rule. So if I go back, relaunch, you see this guy gets a button, this guy gets a list, this guy gets a paragraph, and this guy gets everything. Okay. How come title is missing for this? Yeah, because this component did not get anything, right? We did not pass a title, time, version, nothing. Nothing was passed here. So we'll have to create some fallbacks. In all these cases, we can pass in a fallback. If title is not available, we'll put default title and we'll put default version as, let us say, 000. And the time is this one. So we have put some default values instead. Because for the last component here, we did not pass anything, isn't it? So if I go back, you should be able to see all of it. So the last component has a default title, no version, no time, and it has a click me button, li tags, inside a UL tag, and then paragraph. No, you cannot. Okay, so in React, you don't have any option to do that. You'll have to access all the children. That's the only way you have. Okay, or what we can do is, we can write a custom logic to check if the children is this, then don't render. React does not allow you to filter. You know that you have the ability to filter out, isn't it? We can use ng content and use a select option. Ng content, remember? And even in Vue, you have the ability to filter out. In React, you don't have. 5 folder. And now that we are in, we should be able to We will be using wheat command to npm create wheat @latest, and we need to specify the name of the project. In this case, it will be steps. Yeah, wheat also has updated. So there are a few steps. Now we'll cd to steps and then npm install and npm run dev, right? These are 3 steps to get your React application started. So as you can see, the node modules are getting installed. So I think the installation is now complete. I can now say npm run dev. And you saw that, the localhost port 5173 is where the application is running. So we open the browser and go to localhost 5173, and it should display our project. So there is a lot of configurations that you can do. My suggestion is dig into the documentation. So as of now, the requirement is to change the server. The server is a configuration object, which will have a port, and I will set the port to be 5050 or maybe 3000, like what React would use. Okay. And the host would be localhost. So this is the configuration. Now, with this, our wheat would be served in a different port altogether, 3000. And see, my React application is working. So as we have seen before, what I'll do is I will take a backup of this. So we'll call that template. I'll open the Windows Explorer here. So in my case, this day 5 steps, these are the folders that you would need, isn't it? So if somebody wants to take a backup, somebody who has a problem installing the entire React application, so this is the entire file. So I'll keep it as a backup, and we need to take a backup of this public folder. In the public folder, you see we have the image. I will delete that. We have done this, these steps. This placeholder.txt is just to pack this folder. Okay. In the app, we don't need the app.css file, index.css file. We don't need this app.jsx file as well. We'll delete all of that. We just need this main.jsx file. In the index.html, again, I think I'll need all of this. Just that, here we will change this to props. We are done with props, frankly, but I have few itsy bitsy topics that I wanted to add in so that it becomes very clear to you in your mind as to what is the prop and what are its behavior. So I'll say props, and we'll also validate. Okay. And in my application, I will not use the strict mode. So what is the problem with the strict mode is that the strict mode launches your application twice. Okay. One to check if there are any errors, and then finally it will render in the browser. So I will remove that for now, but I'll show you what is the advantage of the strict mode. And as a developer, it is important for you to check for any errors. So as of now, I don't have these files, so I'm deleting all of them and just keep this app.jsx. This app also is missing, right? I'll be creating one. And this is going to be a class file. So I'll say class app extends component. Component. And from this component, we'll have a render method, which will return as a JSX element. So I'll start with a empty tag, a fragment tag. And here I'll use an h1 tag to talk about props. And finally, we'll export it as a default member. And this is what we will use in the main.jsx file here. So this import is now done. So we should be able to use this application. And now in the browser, so you see props is now being displayed. And now that I have got this file, I will be uploading this as well. So apart from node modules in the package log file, you need all the other files. Okay, so you can store this as a template folder. Okay, you don't need the package log file. So apart from this node modules and the package log file, you need everything. So we'll rename this as template. So every time I now don't have to download all the files. Okay, I just have this template that I can use. All right, so how can I use lex equals? I think you are trying to extract the value of an element from HTML DOM in React. Now here in this example, I would want to show you the advantage of props. Okay, and what are the properties or behaviors or traits of prop? Wheat, correct. Yeah, each project you'll use, I think I gave you the, these are some of the frameworks that you have. You can use Create React App. You can use Gatsby. You can use Remix, or you can use Next. These are different frameworks that are available. CRA stands for Create React App. These are different frameworks that are available. Okay, React can be used with Vite, Create React App, Gatsby, Remix, or Next. So we are using it with Vite because I've already shown you how to do it with Create React App. Gatsby, Remix, and Next have a specific requirement that you would want to use. Okay, so Remix gives you a shopping cart application by default. So if you want to use, so for which you need to understand what is the Remix framework. Again, similarly, you need to understand Gatsby's framework before you can start working. Next is also a Node framework that is available, which works along with React. So you need to understand outside React to get these things to work. Okay, so you'll not be able to just work with React alone. So in this workshop, we are working only on React, isn't it? So it is quite agnostic about the framework. So we are not bothered about learning few other frameworks to learn React. So that leaves us two options: Create React App and Vite. Create React App, generates a lot of boilerplate. So one reason we started using Vite. Okay, I've summarized it. So you understand why we are using Vite. Why? Because it is lean. It is pretty fast. Okay, you can read about the rest of things on some YouTube documentation, or maybe even on their Vite's website. You have a comparison between these other frameworks. Okay, justified. Now let us go ahead. In this app, we'll create another component, call it child.jsx. Okay, so now we can use, since we are talking about classes, I will use a class component here, but moving forward, I'll be using a function-based component. In the last workshop, I've shown you a difference between both, isn't it? So here, this is going to be called as child component. So this will be an h2 tag, which talks about child component. All right, so now that the child component is available, we'll go to the app component and we will nest it here like so. So this idea of nesting one component in other component is called what? Composition. Okay, that might be a interview question. Just keep this in mind. Composition is nothing but a component nesting another component. I think we're just getting started. You will be able to tag along. So here, this child component will get some props. So how do we send props? So on the app component, we can send props on this tag. So let us say I want to use this title, and I want to use this as app title here. So this app title is available, and we want to display it here. So how do I do that? I'll use an h3 tag, and I'll use bind. So here I will say this dot props dot title, isn't it? Title is the name of the attribute that we set. This is title, and which is what we are using here. So if I run my application, this should display app title displayed here. Now what I want to do is this. In the child component, if can I change this title? Okay. So what I'll do is I will now use a button. And I will say button change title. Change title. So there is a button which has a label called change title. You see this one. And on the click of it, I want to run a function. Okay, so this is where we will learn how to call functions in this case. So just to keep it really quick, I will write an inline function, but I will externalize it in a short while. So I'll use this on click, and these are synthetic events. These are not the DOM events, right? Because if it was a DOM event, we would write like this on click. But this, since it is a synthetic event, it is an alias name provided to us by the JSX community, which internally calls the same event. Okay. And here I will call a function which will throw an alert. It says you click the button. So if I run this, it should say you click the button. So which means this program is working. So my intention is to actually run a series of commands. So I'll use a curly brace. This alert was working, that. I mean, if I save it, click on this button, it still works. So I'll comment this out. See, my intention is to log this prop here. So what will I do? I can say console log this dot props dot title. So I want to log this title. So if I go relaunch in the console, if I click, I should get, okay, title. Yeah, that is also because, we title. So it's called app title, right? App title. So if I click on it, it should show app title. So which means our program is working fine. Now, apart from logging, what I want to do is I want to change this title. Okay. So I'm attempting to change it like this. And then I will log this once again to see if there is any consequences of this. Correct? So do you all agree that this dot props dot title is giving you the app title, correct? Because that's what we passed here. And now with this, I'm trying to change it, isn't it? I'm changing it to this value called changed. Shouldn't this be present in a variable? That is why I brought you down until here, right? Because see, with this, am I not logging it? See, with this command, did I not logging it? It would be logged, isn't it? So watch, I'll comment this part and this part. Okay, I will try to click on this. When I click on this, it shows me the title, app title. It's pretty much displayed here, isn't it? Now, the intention is I want to change it. Okay, so how do I change the prop is the question. So can I change it like this? Let us give it a try. See, if I click on it, it throws a series of errors now. So the error is reading like this, cannot assign to a read-only property title. So in React, these props that are passed from the parent to the child, okay, cannot be modified. These are immutable properties. Immutable simply means to say it cannot mutate. It cannot be changed. So if you are trying to change, it won't be changed. So as of now, this property is owned by who? The app component, correct? App component owns it, and he's able to send it. Say for example, if I had a property here, let us say title, and I assign this value. This is app title, like so. And if I want to pass this app title here, I could do this. instead of using this string, I can use an expression and say this dot title, and it would work, isn't it? So if I run this example, again, you see this dot app title is displayed. So if I click on it, first it shows me that this is app title, and then you got an error. Okay, this error clearly tells you that this is a read-only property and it cannot be changed. So the summary of this exercise is this: the props that you are getting from the parent cannot be changed. These props are read-only. Okay, so props are read-only. You cannot change it. Who can change it? The app can change it. If it wants to change the title, it can change, isn't it? So now let us see if we can actually change the prop, the title on the app component. Props is reserved keyword, like it will only refer to props that we are. Yes, props is a reserved keyword. We spoke about that. Why you have used this keyword, we can also pass in a variable curly braces also. Where would you pass it? Yeah, because this is a class property. So in the class, remember, if you want to access the class property, we'll have to use this keyword to get access to it. I think we spoke about that a lot. If you recall, I think we spoke about that. I'm not sure on which day, but we spoke about on this. So if you remember, use this dot title, this dot first name. You remember all of this in the step 10 of day 2. Yeah, so which is why I'm using this keyword to access it. See, you would not need all this keyword when you start working with function-based components. So one reason why many people like to work with function-based components. But nevertheless, coming back to the context, if I want to pass a property to the child, I can pass it as a prop. So you see, this is a prop. But can the child change the prop? The answer is no. Why? Because props are read-only. There is a logical reason to it. See, there may be another component that this app can contain, right? So there can be another component like so. So if this child property is given the rights to change, how will the parent know that the property is changed? Because this property anyhow is borrowed from the parent. The app is the parent as of now, correct? So app has passed it to the child component, but this child component modified it. If it modifies, the other component should reflect it, isn't it? So other component will not know. So one reason what React developers have done is the props that you send to these child components are read-only. You cannot change it. You cannot mutate it. So we have done an experiment just to understand the props are immutable. Okay, you cannot change it. There's hardly any structure here. There is app component and the child component. Okay, the main component is rendering the app. How you found out that property is immutable? Here we try to change. No, we are assigning it here in line number 14. This dot props dot title equals changed. We were trying to assign this changed value to this dot props dot title, correct? The summary is that props are immutable. Now, but what is something that this component can change then? Let us say I want this component to have a property that it can change. So you can have a property like this. Let us say power. And I'll assign a value of, let us say, 1. This power is something that I want to use in my application. So I'll use a HR tag, a horizontal tag. I'll use an h3 tag and display power here. So how do I display this power here? I would say this dot power, isn't it? And then this should display. So let's go give this a try. See, the power is now displayed. I mean, since we added 2 components here in the app, you'll be seeing 2. I'll just make it 1 so that you can stay focused. So you see the power is now displayed here. Power is 1. Correct? So this power is a child's property. Agreed? It's not the app's property, it's the child's property. That is child component's property. Power here. I'll say power is, and now let us say I want to change this. Since this is not a prop, can I change it is the question. So I'll copy this and type, paste it exactly here. And in this case, I want to just increase the power. So how do I increase the power? We don't need this logic now. So if I want to increase the power, first I can access this. How do I access it here? I can say this dot power and I can access. Let us say we console log this first. And let us see if this would work. So if I now click on this button, increase power, I should get 1. You see 1 is now being displayed here. Yeah, that is what we are discussing. But how? How can we change it? Since this is a component's own property, we should have access to change it. But there is a challenge to it. Watch. See, however, these look very trivial, but React, has a idea behind it. And it's important that, as a newcomer, you understand or get yourself acquainted with this idea. Okay, so now let us say I want to, I have console logged it. And I'll say this is before change. And now I want to change it. Now, how do I change it? I'll say this dot power, let us say equals 5. And now I will log it after change. So before change, it should be 1. That's the default value. After change, it should be 5. Okay. And I'm expecting that to be displayed as well here, isn't it? So if I now go, see power is 1. If I click on increase power, before change it was 1. After change, it became 5. But you see the power is now changed to 5. But you see the power is still not reflecting on the view. Yes, the power is changed. Power which is 1. Okay, before change, it was 1. I've changed it. Now this one is a class or component's own property and it can be changed. But though you changed, it does not reflect in the view, isn't it? It's not reflecting in the template. Why? Because see, when this render method was called, we returned a DOM element, JSX element, which had this h2 tag and this h3 tag and this h3 tag, and then the 2 buttons. They all were rendered. And on the click of this button, since you are updating the property, the component will have to re-render this. Only then the changes will be reflected, isn't it? If not, it cannot be reflecting. The changes will not be reflecting. See, logically I have changed it, but the view will have to be re-updated, isn't it? The view will have to be re-rendered. Render is the method that we are using here, right? That's a built-in method. So how do we call the render method? So can I simply say this dot render, and would that work is the question. So let us go check if that would work. So if I click on it, I call the render method also, and it is not rendering. That tells you, you as a developer cannot render this implicitly. Explicitly. You cannot call the render method explicitly. React is the React library can do it. We cannot call the render method, but there is one more method that we can use that will implicitly call the render method for us. You can say this dot force update. So if you call the force update method, it will call the render method implicitly, and then you should be able to get this component to render. See, I click on this, it became 5 now. Easy. So what is force update? It is meant to change the view on demand. Okay. See, although this works, my suggestion is you should not do something like this. That if a component's property is modified, React will not know about it, or React's view will not know about it. So for the React's view to know about it, you will call the force update. But there is another way to do it. Watch. And this is what I would recommend all of you to follow moving forward. If a component should have a property, you would always put it onto an object called state. State is always an object. Again, like props, state is a reserved keyword. See, there are a few keywords that you have now acquainted yourself with. You have something called as props. Props is a reserved keyword, correct? So this is something that you inherit from the parent. Now state is a property very much like this prop, okay? But state has a special meaning in React. So this state can have any number of properties. In this case, I would call this as, let us say, version, and I would assign a value to it. I will say 1. So this state here has a property called version, which has a value called 1. And now what I'll do is I'll do the same thing like what we did for power. I will say this is version is, and I will put a horizontal rule in between. The version is, and I'll say, see, how do I now access the states property? I would say this dot state dot version, like so. So this version will now be displayed, and say increase version. And if I want to log, I would say this dot state dot version. Okay, and again here I would say this dot state dot version. Oops, version. Here I would want to change. So how do I change? Can I change it as this dot state dot version equals 5? Okay, very similar to what we did earlier, isn't it? But we will not use this force update now. But let us see now if this can work for us in the first place. So run this example, relaunch. So I've got power. I click on this increase version. It says before one is, before change it is 1. After change it is 5. And you see this, the state version is getting updated here. But if you update it like this, the component will not re-render, isn't it? The component is not rendering. That is why you get to see version is 1. How do I force update? So should I call this force update? I mean, watch. Even now, if I click on increase power, both the views get updated. The reason is because the force update is calling the render method to be called once again. And since the render method was called, all the components view was generated once again and with the updated value. And here we would have changed the value, correct? Now there is a small twist to the story. Instead of changing the version like this, you use a method of the state to change. So the React basically gives you a method to change the state, which is called the set state. So I can now use the this dot set state, and set state is expected to return this object. In React, you have this concept of replacing, not mutating. So mutation is what? You take the same property and then you modify it, correct? Replacing is what? You take this object and replace that with a new value. So you're not using the existing one and then updating it. And what React team has found out is if you are replacing this object, it is much faster compared to accessing a property and then updating it. So what we'll now do is we'll use the set state, and set state will now return an object which will be replacing this here. So frankly, I can copy this because set state anyhow will have to be replacing the existing object, isn't it? So I can say version is 5, like so. And because I said the set state, okay, this will now refresh, okay. Let us just stay focused on this. So the idea here is the set state will be used to change the state of React component. Come back here, and now if I click on the increase version, it will upgrade. If you have 10 items, you will have to individually change them. No, you can't expect all of them to change. I mean, you can be probably reflecting this in all the places. All of them will have the same version. So if you click on it, all of them get updated, isn't it? Does that make sense? So you, in this example, you are updating the version alone. If this state had many other properties, then each one of them will have to be updated.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack web developer course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn tech stack like MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, Node.js, along with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and more from the IIT faculty. With this course, we've already helped thousands of professionals transition into high paying developer roles. You can check out the success stories on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. No doubt this course can take your career to new heights. So check out the course page link in the description and take the first step towards becoming a certified full stack web developer.
So now that you're clear with frontend, let's now move to backend part of Mon. Starting with Node.js, Node.js allows to run JavaScript on the server side, not just the browser. This means we can use JavaScript to build APIs, handle databases, manage users, and much more. In Mon stack, Node.js work together with Express.js to form backend layer. It's fast, scalable, and perfect for building real-time application like chat apps, online games, and live tracking system. So Node.js helps us connect everything happening behind the scene with what user sees on the front end.
So what is Node.js? Why Node.js is really popular, and why should we really care? What is in it for you to learn Node.js? Is all something that we will cover now, and then we will go ahead and install Node.js. Okay. Um, so first we'll understand what is Node.js and how Node.js has surfaced so far, and then what is going to be the future of Node.js. There are so many versions that you may find online to justify what is Node.js and what is going to be the future. So I'll give you my version of it, so you can decide and prioritize your time to learn Node.js. So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript platform. So what that means to you and me is the JavaScript that used to work on the browser can now work on the server side. So it is pretty much like Java or .NET or PHP or Python, which can be executed on the server side. Okay. So JavaScript was not meant to actually be working on the server side. JavaScript started as a client side programming language, which was not actually considered very serious for a long time. But now look at this. There are many people who have enrolled for this Node.js workshop because there are a lot of jobs that demand you to know Node.js. So Node.js is a server-side JavaScript platform. So your JavaScript gets executed on the server and does the job for you. Okay. So Node.js is used for developing application that has to be executed on the server side to talk to a file, to talk to a database, to communicate to other modules that might be present on the server. For all practical purposes, your computer that you will be using now will be server where Node.js will be installed. Um, and what makes Node.js better than the ones that are already available is Node.js finds the fastest way to convert your intention as a developer to a machine executable code. So why? Because Node.js predominantly uses C and C++. And now, how will Node achieve something like that is we will realize with some slides. So if you see, Node.js is an ecosystem which comprises of a utility called libuv. It has weight engine, and it has JavaScript plus C and C++ syntax that are already loaded by the developers, by a community of people who are contributing to Node.js. As a matter of fact, you and me can also be part of Node.js, and we will be, by the end of this workshop, you and me will have something to contribute to the Node community. But it is not so, isn't it? One reason why Node.js is popular amongst many banking applications as of this date. I have got, I was fortunate to work with several banks in the past which use Node.js as their platform. Okay, and they don't fail, so they do work. And I worked with companies which do media streaming. So on the server side, media streaming is actually considered as one of the heavy lifters, and Node.js is very efficient doing that. See, no doubt Node.js may have some limitations on the platform side, but um, you can hardly find a replacement for Node.js on various aspects. One reason why Node.js is really getting popular, and it um, is being a very tough race between Node.js and other server-side technologies that we have as of this date. Node help for JavaScripting and jQuery. JavaScripting is different. Script is the same. That is what we'll be using on Node.js. Node.js is a server-side JavaScript platform. So JavaScript is what we'll be using. Okay. JavaScript is also known as ECMAScript. So we'll be using that flavor in JavaScript and ECMAScript. They both are same. They just rename JavaScript as ECMAScript. So, what is the purpose of each one of these modules or each one of these frameworks that are sitting inside Node.js? Because see, this guy called Randall, who started Node.js, was actually inspired by another server-side JavaScript platform. So Node.js is not the only server-side platform. You may want to make a note of this. There is a platform called Rhino.js, which is much older than Node.js. Just that it did not get the popularity Node.js did. So you can find that on Wikipedia as well. Rhino.js. Rhino.js is a open source platform created by the Mozilla community. Who's Mozilla community now? They are the ones who created JavaScript, ECMAScript. Okay. So they created a platform and they made it available for us. Just that their ecosystem did not have the ability for users like you and me to contribute to the development of their platform, which means they can only work with the existing JavaScript APIs. Like you can create simple data structures. You did not have the ability to talk to a file, modify it, like what Node.js does for now. It did not have the ability to create web servers like the way we will now be creating in this workshop. So it was pretty primitive. So, but that was inspiring for many developers to work with. And this guy, Ryan Dahl, who wanted to do some project for his computers graduation, he thought this might be a good area to start. And then he created this platform, Node.js. So the libUI is a utility that Node.js actually uses to outsource any of the job that JavaScript is not capable of doing. See, is JavaScript meant to talk to a file? The answer is no. Is JavaScript meant to make an AJAX call and deal with some delayed responses? The answer is no. So those jobs will be actually outsourced to libUI. So that's the purpose of libUI. And then we have V8 engine. The purpose of the V8 engine is to help Node.js understand what your purposes are. So the purpose of this V8, what is V8 now? V8 is a Google platform, which is open source. You can search for V8 on GitHub. You'll probably get the link for the repository on Google's website or Google's GitHub repository as well. So this is the platform that is used to communicate between you as a developer and to machine learning code. So it has various options that it can communicate. It can communicate to. So it can be Windows, it can be Linux, it can be Unix, it can be Mac OS. Any of these platforms can be communicated with Node.js. So again, this V8 is not just for desktops, guys. It can also work on a mobile phone. It can also work on a watch. I've seen Node platforms being used even on washing machines and automobiles. So the advantage of learning these technologies are that your program then can penetrate various devices, something that you have not even thought about. So definitely Node.js is a good addition for your resume. That's something that I can assure you. So what happens behind the scene is this. This is not a comprehensive list. This is my version. So we as developer, we will communicate to Node.js using the JavaScript. Okay, JavaScript is a programming language. Um, uh, it is a programming language, not a scripting language. Okay, many people think JavaScript is scripting language which doesn't have to be compiled. No, JavaScript is a programming language. It actually gets compiled. Even on the browser, it gets compiled. It's not, it's just not interpreted. Okay, just keep that in mind, because at an interview they may really ask you questions like these. So we'll also be using a combination of some old syntaxes and some new syntaxes. Why? Because newer syntaxes are supported. Not all of them are supported, because when there is a new feature that is released by the Mozilla community, it becomes part of the experimental feature on the ECMA website. And then when all the platforms agree to it, that gets included in the build in the browser. So it may take some time. And once you write a program, let us say I want to throw an alert. So I'll say alert. What is alert? It's a syntax that you have written in JavaScript. And what happens behind the scene is it actually looks for a corresponding C command, C or C++ command, and it will inform the machine as to what should this alert be doing, what is the expectation of that. And it uses wide variety of platforms, so it will look for that corresponding hook, and it will execute that machine code which is responsible to throw an alert. So this is the flow. But you don't have to understand how it is working. See, when you are learning a technology, you have two purposes. Let us say you want to drive a car. There are two approaches. You can either be a good driver, you know how to handle the brakes, you know how to handle the accelerator, you know how to use all the um, convenience that the engineer has built for us. That's one way to look at it. Or you can be the engineer. You can open the bonnet and start looking at what is going behind the scene. So let's go to the next slide. How can we summarize all the meaning of? So this Ryan Ball guy, he was working with a company called Giant, and he proposed this idea of creating a platform that can be community driven. So people like you and me can also contribute and make Node.js popular. And that idea was a real game changer for the success of Node.js. Node.js became popular overnight, and people started using Node.js uh, to build their applications, and also started contributing so that Node.js can be more smarter. Okay, but that excitement did not last for long. Okay, so this Node.js library was introduced in 2009. So we are in 2023 now. So if you see, Node.js is not all that old. Okay, so you cannot directly say, is Node.js as versatile as Java? No. Is Node.js as versatile as Python? No. Is it as stable and efficient as .js? No, Microsoft.NET? The answer is no. But Node.js is actually giving a tough competition to all of them, because they all followed one idea of creating an application that will use multiple threads. But Node.js does not. Node.js is a single thread. So when Node.js was supported by a large community, this company called Giant started becoming greedy. I'm giving you some stories that are not in my slide. So you can actually look for them online. And Joint said that Node.js will now be um, not free for everybody, but we'll also have some paid modules. So that's when you know um, the developers like you and me who contributed to the development of Node.js felt betrayed. So they started a parallel ecosystem for Node.js called io.js. You just make a note of that somewhere, and then you can look for it. So when io.js was released, Node.js then realized that, hey, it was not a good idea to revolt and go back on our words. So they came up with this irrevocable agreement to themselves that they are not going to make Node.js completely commercial. So as of this date, Node.js does have some commercial angle to it, because even companies do use Node.js platform, And because that is commercially exploited, they definitely have a commercial angle to it. IOJS then was recalled by the developers because they didn't want to have two different ecosystem. But as of this date, Node.js is not the only server-side platform that is existing out there. You also have Deno.js and Bun.js, which are parallel technologies like Node.js. So you can probably keep learning them as well. But they also have their own ecosystem. It's not that they are depending on Node.js. Some of them leverage on Node, and some of them have their own parallel ecosystem. And trust me, there will be a million other technologies which will come and go, but Node.js will be there for a long time, because I have seen many banking companies doing a lot of research on Node.js and investing huge projects to be delivered on that platform. So Node.js is definitely going to be there for a long time. Okay, so let's go to the next slide. So where can I use it? Again, this is my personal experience that I'm sharing with you. By no means that this is something that you will you will also have to agree with me, because I've worked with the Node.js with various companies for various requirements. So I was in Mumbai doing a consultation for a company which uses Node.js to detect cracks in the bridge. So you see, it is actually used by civil engineers as well. I mean, they have a platform on which Node.js is implemented, which help them run various tests and acquire their results and compare them. Okay, so much before the Node.js intervention, they would be using other technologies like Java. Okay, but now they saw Node.js, which can do a lot of things at a faster pace, when they decided to use them. I've also worked with Mercedes in Mumbai again, and in Bangalore. They use Node.js as a platform um, to prepare their dashboards. A company called Herman, which is an audio company, they also use Node.js as a platform to give a seamless experience to play good sound quality using Node.js. So there are various applications, guys. So as of this workshop, we'll be focusing more towards the data-centric part of Node.js, but Node.js can be used beyond what you can imagine as of this date. So just understand, and then the applications might be different when you start working for a different company, or you start working on a different project. So whenever you need to create an application that requires real-time data update. Okay, so it can be GoIB, which uses Node.js behind the scene to give a um, the location of the bus. Even Redbus, which is part of GoIB, uses the same technology and platform. Or a company called Musk in Pune, which uses Node.js to manage their cargoes and containers across the globe. So Node.js definitely comes handy in various situations. But what I've realized is that, compared to other technologies that we had, or they had as an option, they choose Node.js over them. So which means that they definitely have done some research, and they have invested their application development on Node.js, isn't it? So Node.js helps your application to keep in touch with the server side with the use of something called as sockets. It does that. I'll explain that moving forward. And Node.js is also useful in faster file uploading and downloading. The very fact that we are using Zoom as a platform to deliver this online training may fully possible with just Node.js and using something called as WebRTC and Socket.io. Okay, so Node.js does support uploading files faster and downloading them. See, as I'm speaking to you, these are voice packets that are getting uploaded onto a server and that are being relayed to you. And I'm sure, as I'm typing and as I'm speaking, all of you can listen to it. So it can be fairly delivered on Node.js, but I don't know exactly what technology Zoom uses behind the scene. But yes, there are other platforms which are similar to Zoom, which use Node.js as a platform to deliver exactly as what we are doing. And I've also worked with few companies which do serve advertisements. Basically, they manage advertisements. They're like, promoters and aggregators of advertisement. So when the user comes to a web application, they have to check the demographics of the user, his search history, and his I mean, all the frequent search that he has done, and then they will look for a client who has a product that they probably could be looking for, and they'll also search who is the highest payer of those advertisements, and they promote it. And to do all of that, they'll have few nanoseconds to achieve. So you see, they may have other technologies to do that, but Node is what I have seen is being used to deliver these advertisement platforms. And again, Node.js also has multiplayer games. I've worked with few companies in Chennai which are into casino games, poker games. They use Node.js as a platform to build a platform that people can use to play for entertainment and fun. So it definitely gives a seamless experience. I'm talking about Node and the advantages, all right? Because HTML5 introduced this WebSockets, which were actually not part of the client side ecosystem. And because we have this WebSockets now, and WebSockets are also available on the server, and Node.js can leverage on it, there are several tools that are available. We'll be covering one of them called Socket.io to create a simple chat application. So there are a few things that I would like to clarify much before we start with some hands-on. So if you are familiar with other platforms, like you have worked with Java, you have worked with .NET, or you're totally new to programming and you have worked with some basic HTML and CSS, not just become a web framework. But in this workshop, we'll be using Node to or tools on Node to work with web frameworks, and it does not support multi-threading. So it's a single-threaded server. Moving forward, I'll show you a small exercise to illustrate and help you understand this idea of multi-threading and single-threading. So you'll seriously understand what is a thread moving forward. Okay, so for those who are totally new, don't bother. I have scheduled everything for you so that you understand. You understand what is a cluster, you understand what is a byte that is going on, we understand what is a thread, and you can also create a multi-thread or a pseudo multi-thread in Node.js moving forward. And Node.js is not meant. So I've also had an opportunity to train some companies which were hell bent on .NET and Java. They thought that Java and .NET are the only technologies moving forward. But when you present a new technology, it'll become a career threat for most of them, right? So you can use Node.js as an alternate, but you're not forced to do it. So just keep that in mind. So nobody is forcing you to use Node.js, and not every project is fully capable of taking all the advantage of Node.js. Okay, so just because you have learned Node.js, don't expect every technologies to start moving towards Node.js. They are good at their own place. So Node.js has some advantages and disadvantages. So in my opinion, learn this and complete the course. Spend some time building some small projects. Push the limits of Node.js. Find out where Node.js is good and where it is bad, and then make a choice. Okay, so I think that is fair. So there are a few things that you should know before we start Node.js. So when you work with the web browser with JavaScript programming, you'll have something called as a navigator object. Navigator is the browser in which there is a window object, in which there is a document object. There is a location on the navigation object as well that we can take advantage of. There is an ability to listen to user events on the document. We can create our components on the document. But when you start working with Node.js, you'll find that all of these are missing. And instead, we get something called as globals in Node.js. There are several types of globals. So there is a global called require, there's a global called module, there's a global called process, just to name a few. There are loads of them. So we will start focusing on these instead of the window of the document and the location. Instead, we'll start looking at these. So these will come as an alternate. So if you have spent time understanding the client side development of Node.js, you will have to replace them with the server side vocabulary. So guys, in order to install Node.js, let's go to Node.js. You go to nodejs.org, and if you go to their website, there is this LTS, or the long-term support. So you click on this, I'll download Node.js for you. So it is now downloading version 20.15.0. The last couple of days when I installed Node.js, it was Node um, uh, 20.14. Now they have a 20.15. So which means they have some small updates. Okay, so I can start downloading, and once it is downloaded, we can install it. So once you have Node.js, okay, I suggested that close Visual Studio Code when you're installing Node.js. That is for a reason. Why? Because when you install Node.js, that will be integrated with Visual Studio Code, and we'll actually be using Visual Studio Code to work. All right, so let's, after you have installed Node.js, we can open the VS Code. Then you click on this button, it will definitely download the MSI file. So, or you click on the download link. If it is not, okay, if it is not downloading the appropriate version, then select Node 15 and select Windows from the drop down, and then click on download. So you have pre-built installers and pre-built binaries, or the source code. My suggestion is just download this pre-built installers, which is what we would be using going forward. See, the platform really understood that I am using Windows, and it is supposing, okay, so once you have downloaded, you install it, and don't install Chocolatey and other extensions. You don't need them. You can skip that Chocolatey installer. Yeah. But the rest of these uh, are defaults. Just ignore the Chocolatey on Windows. Okay. So you can install all of the rest of the defaults. So again, this is for those who have installed start. Now from the node, from the VS Code, sorry, you should be able to look for the terminal. Okay. And look for a new terminal. You open the terminal window, this one. And you notice that, by default, it uses PowerShell, correct? It uses PowerShell here. So when you open the terminal, the shortcut to open the terminal is Control Shift tilde. Okay, Control Shift backtick or else. So this should open the terminal. When the terminal opens, it actually shows you PowerShell. Don't do anything. Just let me know if you are seeing PowerShell so that we continue. Has no PowerShell. In the PowerShell, okay, the moment you say node, okay, and type enter, it actually switches to node terminal. You see that? See, in my case, it shifted to node terminal, isn't it? Yes. Okay. Now, how do you come back? You press Control C twice, and then PowerShell comes back. Yeah. In the Visual Studio Code, if you type node, okay, and press -V, it should give you the version. Does it give you the version? Which means that node is installed. You are able to switch between node and PowerShell, right? See, the idea here is this. When you install Node.js, what you get is a platform to work with, and that can be accessed via the PowerShell by using the node command. When you say node space node enter, it actually switches to node terminal. So now we are working on the node command prompt. So here, Node allows you to do something called as read, evaluate, print, and loop. Okay. Node allows you to do what? Read, evaluate, print, and loop. Like any other programming languages do. It'll read the syntax that you have provided or the variables that you have assigned. It'll evaluate them. So you can run some conditions. You can print them onto the screen so you can do some debugging, or you can use them for a program, and you can also run loops. REPL stands for read, evaluate, print, and loop. Some platforms also refer them as read, evaluate, print, and line. It's just a preference that they have generated. That is all. So in Node, we will be using read, evaluate, print, and loop. So basically, in the terminal, you can create a variable. So now I go create a variable by using the keyword var and say user, and I'll assign my name to it, Vijay. And see, when you are using this platform, right, a Node actually uses a callback function for every statement that you execute. It'll wrap this into a function and it'll call that function. Every statement is a function, actually. So when you press enter, it'll give the return of that function. Since where there is nothing to return, it'll return undefined. So don't worry, I can help you remove this undefined, but that's not the purpose of this example. So I'll show you how you can remove it moving forward. For now, just stay focused. So when you type this variable user equals, you have to type user equals. So I'll use this user Vijay, and now I want to read it. So see, I want to read the variable that I've already created. So how do I read it? I can use the console and log on that. This console.log is a command which prints on the console. So if I ask what is the user, and then I press enter, again this statement will be executed in a function and it will return undefined, and it will also return whatever I asked for. I can, as I told you earlier also, I can configure Node not to print that undefined, but that is not the purpose of this example. So just press enter, it'll say Vijay and it'll say undefined. Easy. So you should be able to do something like this. You also have an editor mode in the Node.js that you can use. You can press Ctrl C twice. And the moment you come out of Node, it forgets everything that we had typed earlier. Okay. So now it has a fresh memory. If you now say Node, and now if I say, hey, console, log user, it will not know what you're talking about. It say there is an uncount reference. I don't know what is user. So there is no user defined. What's really happening is this. When you when you run the node command, it'll create a memory where your program is executed, and that memory is immediately released when you come out of the node, when you press Ctrl C twice. Okay. Semicolon is optional in JavaScript because JavaScript implements a feature called automatic semicolon insertion. So the compiler inserts a semicolon even if you don't. But as a responsible developer, I recommend you install or use semicolon as far as possible. Okay. If you miss on few places, that's okay. JavaScript is pardonable, so it'll pardon you. But there are some exceptions where things may go wrong. So try and incorporate this as far as possible. So I've been working on JavaScript since what, almost like 15, 16 years now. From the time JavaScript was introduced, I have been part of JavaScript. What are we exactly doing in switching the modes? We are switching between Node and the PowerShell platform. So you can't use PowerShell to run Node. You'll have to switch to Node to work with Node. So I'm just trying to help you understand how this Node platform is integrated with VS Code so that we can take advantage of it as a developer. So it also has an editor mode. So you can type node space dot editor. No, I think yeah, you'll say node space dot editor. No, node dot editor. Yeah, you type node and then type editor. So it will now enter the editor mode. So we are now in the editor mode. What will the editor mode do is it will take several commands, okay, and then you can run them. So I can now say, hey, var user equals Vijay. I'm putting my name, okay, and then see, I'm not getting any undefined as of now because we are in the editor mode. And now I can ask console log user. And now don't expect the user to print. Now, in order to compile all of them, you'll say Control D. Press Control D on your keyboard, and that will execute the command that we have run. Small question in real time: how would we manage all these files and data since it is so? No, in fact, you don't. In fact, you don't use this approach at all. Okay, that is why we developers become a little smarter. Okay, I'm just trying to tell you what are the limitations that Node platform already has and why we use a different approach altogether. So just go with the flow. You'll understand all of it. So you have the editor mode and you have the ability to save these files and use them for a later, part. You can do all of that. You can use .save and save this file to an external file as well. No problem. That's the default setting in Node to execute every line in a function. If you don't like it, you can come out of it. I'll show you how you do that moving forward. For now, that's not the priority. What we will now do is this. Instead of we running this node every time, we can ask Node to run a file as well. Okay. So see, in this case, I have this day one folder. So I'll cd to the day one folder. So I'm in the day one folder and notice I'm in the PowerShell. Easy. Now in the day one folder, I will now go create step1.js file. The step1.js file now will have some commands exactly like what we did. So I'll go create a variable. I call this as user and assign my name. You can put yours. Okay, and then we will do a console log user. And now I want this file to be used by Node. So what I do now is now that I've navigated to the day one folder, I will now ask Node space step one. You don't use the extension .js now. Okay. You ask Node to execute this file. .js is optional because Node knows, or the Node compiler knows that you are using a .js extension. However, Node can be configured to use different extensions. I'll show you different extensions moving forward. For now, let us use .js. Press enter, and it will give you the very question that we asked for. There's no undefined now, isn't it? Try this. I know it's a very puny step, but I want all of you to try these and then get yourself comfortable moving forward. So try this, complete this, and let me know that you're done printing your name on the console, and then we go to the next step. So let's proceed further. So what are we doing here is that we have a file that can be executed by Node.js. So this is what we will follow. I guess some of you had asked me a question in real time, since this data will be required. Okay, so this variable is required, right? So how will we do it? How will we use it moving forward? So we actually use everything in a .js file, and these .js files can be shared across, isn't it? Now how do we I mean, I can save it. I can close this file. I can come back after 2 years and I can open this file, and I still can get this to work. I can also send this to you so that you can build on this, isn't it? It makes sense, right? So Node.js is actually the ecosystem that we will be using. So let's all go to not getting. How come you're not getting an output? If you have navigated to the day one folder and access the same file, it will work. And guys, one more issue with many developers, this is my experience, because you dot extensions. This is that extensions So you go to the file menu, guys, and choose this autosave. Just check this autosave thing, because if you have disabled it, okay, so in this case, autosave is disabled. I have made some changes. Okay, let us say I will change this to, um, let's say, um, I'll save. But notice, this file is not yet saved. Okay, and now I have not saved this. Now, if I run this file, it'll still say Vijay, but I've changed it here. I've changed it, but I've not saved it. You get the error, right? So it may happen that you have a blank file and you actually saved something. I mean, you have put some message, but you forgot to save this file. Now, if I type this, you don't get anything. I'm not getting anything. But you see this, you have already typed in that file. But what you forgot to do is save this file. Because it is not saved, terminal is referring to this file which is not saved. You get this idea? So it's important that you keep saving all the files. You right click, make a folder. Yeah, go to the file menu, choose auto save. Now you don't have to worry about it. So every time I type something, it's updated. I don't have to hit the save button, but you see it is updated. Hope you got this. There are a few concepts that I suggest that you guys know much before we actually start working with Node. These are basic nitty-gritties of any programming language. So I'll kind of go over them really quick, one by one. Please make sure you follow them. So we'll go create a new file. This is called step 2 code.js file. So here, let us understand some core functionalities that JavaScript is good at. Okay, and in the process, I will help you introduce. I help you introduce yourself to the Node ecosystem and how Node is slightly different from the world of JavaScript. So, in JavaScript, you can declare a variable in one of these three ways. You can use the word var to declare a variable. You can use the let to declare a variable. You can also use const to declare a variable. Now, how are they different from each other? Var uses object scope. Okay. And let and const uses something called as a block scope. But when this is already using a block scope, why there was a need for them to create another one with the same block scope? So it has the ability to not only just have the block scope, but it is also a constant that cannot be changed. Okay, and then it needs to be initialized when you're creating it. Okay, that's something that you keep in mind. Okay, so to illustrate this, this idea of var, let, and const, I'm creating a small example. So let us say I want to create a loop, for loop. So in this example, the for loop that I want to create, I want to create a variable. I call it I, and then I'll initialize this with 0. And I would say I, as long as I is less than, let us say, 10, I would want to say I plus plus. A standard loop in most of the programming languages that you could have worked on. So in this example, I'm creating a loop that will work on this variable I, compare it if the value is less than I, and keeps incrementing it. I can come here and say, hey, console, log what is the value of I. And now if I want this to be executed, okay, in the program, I can simply go node and space step2 core.js file and press enter. And it'll sure enough give you 10 logs. It started with 0 because the I was initially 0, and then it iterates through uh, I until it reaches 10, and then you see the logs here. Easy. But since we spoke here, the var has an object scope. So if I come here and ask, hey console, what is the value of I? What do you think will happen? Get something new. Okay. You may also learn something new because see, somebody comes in with um, their prior knowledge and some unique experience that they have, and they will always add some value. Okay. So those who already know the answer, just sit back, relax. This is not for you. Okay. See, some of the answers I've got is 0. So why is 0 though? But it can be a reference error. Why is it 10? So no doubt it is 10. It's 10 here. Okay. So I will also say if it is outside, no, it is not global scope. Definitely not global scope. So what I'll do is this. I'll go use a function, my fun. And inside this my fun, I've wrapped this. Okay. So now if I say I, what do you think will happen, guys? If it was global scope, don't you think I would get the reference to I here? Don't you think? Those who said global scope, don't you think that you will get a reference error now? I mean, you should be able to access it, isn't it? So let's go give this a try. And on this example, I'd say, sorry, I is not defined. Now, what makes it not available? If it is global, it should have been displayed, isn't it? What does the word global mean? You can access it anywhere, isn't it? I'm trying to access it, but it is not. Now, if I go into this function, I will be able to access it. So you see, out of the loop, it is 10, isn't it? Um, so what it tells you is that, this I is now having this function scope. Now in JavaScript, functions are objects. Okay. So which is why it is available within this function. Makes sense? But it is definitely not global scope. Var is not a global scope. It just has a scope of the object which is containing it. Now, what if I wanted this variable I to be just inside this block, not move outside? You will either have to use let or const. But in this case, we are incrementing it. So const is out of the way. We'll have to use let here. So if I say let, you'll then be able to get this I to be used only inside this block. This is a block, code block, right? So it's a code block. Now, if I run this example, you'll be able to access this I only inside this block, not outside. This wouldn't work. This would throw an error. Now, if I run this exercise, see, run this, it says I is not defined. Exactly like what we did before. Easy. Now, let me also explain another concept. Watch. So I'll create var. Okay. And I come here and I'll say, hey, console, or maybe I will clone this line before the loop. What do you think the answer here will be in line number 8? It can't be 10. It's not 9 as well. Error 0. Press enter. So it says value of I before the loop is undefined. Okay. So why do you think this is happening? What feature of JavaScript creates this? Why am I getting it as undefined? Hoisting, right? So because in JavaScript there is a feature called hoisting. What happens is that these variables that you declare, when you use this var, it implements something called as hoisting. So what does hoisting mean? It actually hoists this variable right here in the beginning. I mean, see, there is nothing that you can write between um, line number 7 and 8. No, it is not like that. It actually goes and creates it like exactly here. Var I equals undefined. Undefined is a data type in JavaScript. And in the place where you have actually defined it, it will actually assign a value. So this is called as an assignment of the value, right? Here, the variable is initialized with undefined, and here it is assigned a value 0. Make sense? So there is this feature called hoisting that works, behind the scene for you. It'll hoist every variable that you create to the top of the code block and makes it undefined. And then in the line where you have defined it, it actually initializes the value or assigns the value. It initializes itself with undefined initially, but at the line where you are assigning a value, it gets applied. So just keep this in mind, and we will now proceed further. Okay, so you should now be clear with the word hoisting and something called as block scope. Okay, I'm glad you are clear. Let us close this. So there is one more idea here. We had this const. So if you want to create a, let us say, variable, you have the ability to create it with let. Let us say let user equals, I put my name, you can put yours. I'll say Vijay, and this would work. And I can say, hey, console, log this variable for me, user, and then it'll work. If I run this, it actually gives you my name. It says that Vijay. But if I'm converting it to a const, this will also work in this typical use case because we have not modified. But if I come and modify this, let us say I want to say user equals, let us say, guest here. Now this will have a problem because constants cannot be reassigned. Constant simply means constant. It has to stay constant. You cannot assign a new value to it. It means to say the values cannot change. See, assignment to constant variable is not possible. So that's the difference between let and const. And const also has one more feature. So you cannot say, hey, I will create the constant and I will assign a variable at a value at a later point in time. This will not work. You take your cursor, const declaration must be initialized. You need to initialize a value. You cannot simply declare a variable. Okay. So you have to assign a value. So is this statement understood? So const is a block scope. A constant cannot be changed. It always needs to be initialized when you create it. Let's go to the next step. So we'll use some um, timers in this next step. In JavaScript, there are some built-in timers. Use something called as timers. So you have something called as a set interval, which allows you to call a function. Okay, so notice I have written an anonymous function, but not necessary. You can write a function with a name. So I can create a function with a name. I can call this as, let us say, callback fun. And this callback fun can use a console log. Callback fun was called. Okay, so this callback fun can be used here, and you can specify how many seconds once this function should be called. So in this case, I want to call this, let us say, once every second, like a clock. So this set interval takes two parameters. First parameter is a callback function. The second parameter is the interval with which this function has to call itself. So I'm done. Let us now ask or run this program. So it says callback fun was called. You see, things are getting triggered. How do you stop this? Stop the node terminal. Press Control C, and then you'll stop this file from being executed. So this actually falls into an infinite loop. It will keep calling this till the end of time until your computer is on. Now, how do we terminate this? So we can expect this set interval to return us some value. Usually it is referred as an SI. SI stands for set interval. Control C on the keyboard, and make sure that you press Control C when the terminal is in focus. Okay, don't keep this in focus and press Control C. This will not stop. Okay, you'll have to focus the terminal and press Control C. Okay, now coming back to the context. The set interval, when you call, it actually returns an interval for you. You can use this to stop. Let us say I want to stop um, after a few seconds. So in this example, what I'll do is I'll use the concepts that we have learned in the past. I'll go create a variable. I call this as I. See, I am on the global scope. Now it really doesn't matter whether you use the var or the let. Both will work the same. Just that, var will have its own scope, let will have its own scope. In JavaScript, var and let can coexist on the same object, but they both have a different scope. My suggestion is don't create a challenge for JavaScript compiler itself by doing something like that. See, you will never run short of short of variable names. So always use a distinct name so that you will not get into that conflict. Okay, so now I have a variable I, and every time this callback function is called, I keep incrementing this I. So how do I increment it? I can say I equals I plus 1. There's one way to do it. You can also say I plus plus. So this is like a post increment. That is, after this statement is called, it will increment it. So in this line, before this line, I will be 0. After this line, I will become 1. So on and so forth. Now I want to call this SI, or I want to remove this interval from being called. Let us say once the I reaches 10. So I can go ahead and say, use a condition now. If this I is greater than or equal to 10, then I want to use this interval that I've already set to clear itself. So in order to clear, you have a clear interval. Clear interval, you pass this SI, and this interval will be stopped. Let's give this a try. Now I'll use Node, run this. So this will work n times, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 11, 12. Come on. Okay, I think, the loop is not working. So what I'll do is I'll control C. There's a issue here, isn't it? So I can cut this. I can put this inside, because as of now, the iteration is happening inside, and this is where I'll know whether, this I is increasing. And now I can create. So what I'll do is, just thinking, is this the right place? Set interval should be inside an if statement. The interval actually runs on its own thread. So if you put this inside the if condition, every time the condition is true, it will call this interval. If I is greater than or equal to 10. I think, this is correct, but somewhere I've done a silly mistake. So you want to look for greater than, isn't it? Okay. So I say I plus plus. 10 seconds is too much, isn't it? So I'll probably make it 5. And I'll also reduce the interval. How do we reduce the interval? We'll make it 500 milliseconds. That would be really quick. You don't have to wait for so long. This seems to be working. So because, we initialize it with 0, I'll probably initialize it with 1. And now you should see, because this time it'll be 1. And after this command is executed, it will become 2, then 3, then 4, and then 5. And we are checking, if it is greater than 5 means to say 6, right? So you can also say greater than or equal to 5, like the way I had done before. So if I now go back and relaunch, you'll have it called 5 times. And then you see the loop came out. So there is one more timer that we can use, something similar to this set interval. You can also use something called as set timeout. So what the set timeout does is it actually calls a function after the timer is called. So let us say there is a function. We I'm just looking if there is a function that we can use. Okay, now I'll go create a function. You have already seen me create this function like this, callback fun. You can also create a function like this, let callback fun. See, this is a variable. I will now convert it to a function like so. And instead of this, we can also be using an arrow function like so. Instead of using the function keyword, we have an alternate to do this. Okay, just to rewind a bit. Okay, so you can do something like this. The same can be represented using the arrow function like so. They both are same. So I'll just comment this out. So you will actually see all these flavors, in our examples moving forward. I will be using sometimes a function, sometimes I'll be using an arrow function, so you know what they are. So this callback fun is expected to console log and say the callback fun was called. No, but I don't want this function to be called immediately. I want it to be called after 2 seconds, not immediately. So what I can do is this. I can use a set timeout and I will call this callback fun after 2 seconds. The duration that we mentioned here is in milliseconds, guys. So that is why I have to use 2000. So 2000 milliseconds is 2 seconds. Now, if I go relaunch this program, you'll see the log happen after 2 seconds. Okay. It's not immediately, right? You can expect this to be called after 2 seconds. I'll make it after 3 seconds. Now wait for 3 seconds and then you have the log. So just to tell you that there are several timers in JavaScript. Now that we are working with Node, you have one more type of timer, which is called set immediate. So I now want to call this function immediately. So I can say set immediate. Set immediate. This doesn't take any duration. It calls it immediately. I think you can go find this reference in the Node website. Go to nodejs.org and click on docs. And in the docs, you can look for something called as timers, which is what we are using, timers. And you see this timer has a way to schedule. So we have set immediate, set interval, and set timeout. You get it? So we have so far covered set interval and set timeout. We are using the set immediate. Now, what set immediate basically does, it actually calls a function immediately. It does not wait. It doesn't take any wait time. Okay, so immediate will simply call something immediately. And this guy is expected to take a, in this case, they are using a string. It is callback built-in function. No, it's a named function. You call this potato if you want. That would work. Okay, so now let us go back and relaunch this. See, the callback function was called immediately. So this is as good as, so this set, the set immediate is as good as this. As good as this, but it is slightly different. Okay. You'll probably understand this when we learn about the event loop in JavaScript, because this has a separate scheduler and this has a separate scheduler. I told you that there is an example in future that I will be using at a later point that will help you. See, um, just in one example, let us not cover everything. And definitely, you might be curious, but you'll understand. When I show the demo, it will become more clear to you. Okay, don't bother. For now, let us run this. So this is working. So what I'll now do is this. So there are two functions. I'll call this as 1. I call this as 2. Okay. So set immediate 1 is called here and 2 is called here. Okay. This is set callback 1 was called and this 2 was called. So as of now, there are several parallel concepts that might appear to work similarly, but they are different. And how are they different? We will need to understand few more concepts before this becomes clear, or else all of them appear to be. When was the set immediate was called? It was called after JavaScript has completely executed all the files. It came back and executed this. So is this set immediate and set this callback the same? You see the difference? Now there is one more parallel technology like this, which can also come handy. So you have something called as process. So process is the module which is working behind the scene for you. So far, we did not actually use the word process, but process was what was working behind the scene for us. Correct? What is process? Watch. So if I run this command node space step2 dash core, process is working behind the scene for us. So if I say, hey, console, log this process dot is what's working behind the scene for no callback fun and answer to. Yeah, there is something called as event loop, which is working or which is scheduling all of your calls, which is something that we will realize at a later point in time. So this process has a property called arguments vector, which is an method. So you simply call process.argv. So you see that this entire file has no code at all. I've commented everything. Just to help you better, I will even delete this. Now I have this process.argumentsv. If I just leave this in the console and I run this file, process.rv, okay, I think this is not a method, it's just a property. Let's go check. Process.argv is not a function, is what it's saying. So if I run this example, it actually gives you an array back. You see this array has two properties. The first one, if you read this command, you'll understand what is it trying to do. The first argument in the array, so the first value in the array is the location for the node where it is installed on your computer. Make sense? The second part of this, the command that you gave is the location to the file. So the process guy is working behind the scene for you. It actually is the intelligence responsible when you run the command in the terminal. So it takes this command and that's how it is executing. So when you say node, where is node installed? Process knows about it and it'll take this file and assigns it as a process to the node. If you want to access all the processes, okay, you can press Control Alt Shift, Control Alt Shift Delete on your keyboard, Control Shift Delete, I guess, and it will show you the task manager, right? So the task manager is running, and the task manager should have a process somewhere. I think it is somewhere here. Now happens to be a startup. Sorry, this itself is process, right? And it will have a you know process that actually is running, and node actually is running in these processes. So it actually uses node and it'll pass your file to node and it'll create a process. These process will also get an ID. I'll show you how you can take that out, and we can also see the performance of that moving forward. For now, we'll just be aware that there is something called as a process. What is a process? It is your operating system's process being used by the node. Okay. I think it's a little advanced for now, but I think we will proceed further. I just paste my code back so that I have it. And this process object, okay, apart from this argv that we saw, it also has another method which is quite similar to what you have learned, like this set immediate and this function that we called. We also have something called as process dot next tick. This next tick is a function. Basically, it'll take a function as a callback and execute that. And you can use this here and say process.nextTick was called. So now if I run this process.nextTick, I pass this function and let's give this a try. I run this. See, it is called immediately. But is it the same as this and this? Not sure, right? What we'll do is we'll convert this to a function. We'll paste this function. We call this as called by process. It take this call by process and pass it here. And again, we will uncomment these commands. So we have what? Set timeout, a set immediate, a callback function that was called, and then this process.nextTick. All right, so what I'll do is I'll schedule it in such a way that there is a sequence. They have the process.nextTick, then we have the set immediate, and then we have a callback function that is being called. They all appear to be similar, but they are all different. Okay, so let's go back, relaunch this program, and press enter. You see the callback fun2 was called, then the process.nextTick was called, and this callback fun1 was called. Okay, so what is callback fun1, which is actually called by the set immediate, isn't it? And just to tell you, in fact, console.log is a module. Console.log is a module. See, this is the command that we ended using. The only command. You can also say console.info, console.error, console. You can also set account. You can create a directory which will have a lot of consoles. You can also group them together, and these groups can be collapsed and expanded. So you have a lot of options on the console. But how did I use console? Because console is part of the global, so you can use it anywhere you want. So is the process object that you saw. See, when you want to use the process, you did not have to import the process. You did not have to get that reference into the file before you can use it, isn't it? So it is available right here, process. You see, this process is available in this global. So whatever is available as the global, you don't have to include them in your project. The rest of them you have to. Say, for example, there is a module called, let's say, OS, or a path module. Let's say OS module. It's really easy to understand. So if I want to use OS, since OS is not part of the global, see, if I go to the global, um, there it is, global. OS is not available here. So you get to see something what is underscore dir name, underscore file name, blah, blah, blah. There are so many of them, but there is no OS, right? So if I want to use OS module, you have to include that in your project. So I'll go ahead. We have few more things to cover in the core. So I'll now go create another one. This is called step 3 built-in modules .js file. So if I want to use the OS module, I need to import that here. Now, how will I import? In the new version of Node, there are two ways to import this module. Okay, so if I want to import this, there are two ways to import. All right, but as of now, this OS module has only one way to import. So you use the word require. Require simply means that I want this module to be part of this project. So load it for me. That's what it means. In English translation of what our intention is. So here I'll go create a variable, let OS equals require OS. And where did I get the word require from? Require is a global. So that is why I'm using it. So if I see global, it has the word require here. Here is what I'm using. So we'll actually use a lot of global commands throughout this workshop. So if you find that I'm using it, that means it's a global without importing it. If I'm using, that's a global. Hope that is clear. So now that I have this OS module, I can use this OS module. What this OS module is, it helps us get the details of the operating system that we are working with. One of the things that we will look at is what is the architecture, what is the CPUs, how much free memory you have, what is the home directory called, what is the local that is host name. You also have something called as machine platform. Don't type each one of them. It's actually pointless. But if you want to, you can. Okay, so for now, we'll just use a couple of these methods just to get ourselves acquainted with it. So I'll use a console.log, which is a global command. I'll say OS and dot. I want to see what is the architecture. Most of these are methods. You simply call it. I know that I'm using a 64-bit architecture. X64, I think is this what I should get. So let's go give this a try. I will say node, run this file, step 3. See, I don't have to type the entire name. Okay, I press tab to autofill that name. That is where the dot slash came in, came there. Press enter, it'll say x64 because I'm using a 64-bit processor here. Now coming back to the context. So we understand what is the you know architecture, but maybe I'll also put the architecture of the OS is what I'm referring to here. And now if I ask, okay, how many CPUs you have? See, all of this becomes a necessary input for your programs to move moving forward. Why? Because I want to know how fast is my system. Remember, we spoke about that single thread idea that has a lot of things to do with this OS module. So you'll see the utility of this OS module, in a later point. So let's go ahead and say, hey, console log OS dot CPUs. CPUs is a function. When you call it, actually gives you an array, and you can specify what is the length of it. Okay, so you can specify what is the length. That is, this array will now have a length. It'll tell you how many CPUs you have. These are what? Logical and physical CPUs. So this is a list of logical and physical CPUs that are available on your computer. So you'll see how many are there. Press enter. You'll see I have about 32 CPUs on my machine. And let's say I want to find out information about each one of them. So you can use, instead of using the length, I can then say, hey, I want to get the information of the first one. It'll say first CPU details. Now if I up arrow key, it'll tell me I'm using Intel Core i9 processor, the speed and blah 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 blah. All the details have now displayed. Now if I this tells you, if you create a program, how many CPUs you can actually employ. Frankly, every CPU that you have on your computer is a thread that you can run. So we can also find out what is the um, memory that you have. I mean, it basically tells you how much RAM you have and how much the amount of RAM you have on your machine is what you have on the server, because your computer, your laptop or a desktop that you're using will essentially become your server, which is serving node application, isn't it? So let's look into that. So I'll just leave all of these intact. So we want to find out what is the total memory. available on your computer. It'll say OS dot total memory. I want to find out what is the free memory available. Here is the free memory. This total memory and free memory actually gives you in value in bytes. Okay. I'll put that word here in bytes. Okay, the values are always in bytes. But if you want to convert it to um, um, megabytes and gigabytes, then you'll have to divide them by 1024 and then divided by 1024 and then divided by 1024, so on and so forth. So let's run this. Okay, you got some blah, blah, blah. I know that I have about 36 GB of, I think it's, yeah, 36 GB. But I guess, some of them are, some of these is not dedicated to the operating system. So it might be consumed by uh, mm, the BIOS and things like that. So let us go ahead and divide this by in GB. You take this, you divide this by 1024. Oops, 1024. And you take the whole of this and divide that by 1024. Let's go check. CPUs return an array. It doesn't return a string. Is it returning a string for you? Sorry, this should be total memory, guys. So that's where the mistake is. And I will divide this also by 1024. It's still in MB, is it? Try that out. So it is showing me 31.777 GB is free. You will get the same number actually when you press Control Shift Delete and you open the terminal. See, about 12% is occupied by the CPU, and I guess the free memory is so 45% is being used. 7% of the CPU is being used. I guess this is the total memory, and this free memory is what we were referring. Okay. So we should get the computation. Let's check that out. So there's a lot that we can actually do. So you also have the we can use the user info. We'll do that quickly. I'll tell you the user info, the os dot user info. User info is a object, and we want to get the username as registered on your computer. So you can say dot username. You guys can explore it. So in my case, it says Vijay. That's what I have registered this computer in. My intention is to run step 1 JS, right? I want to run step 1 JS. Now, the step 1 is inside this folder called day 1. But you see here, I'm on the C drive Node Online June folder. That folder has day 1 folder, but I'm not in that. So if I ask Node to run step1.js file, it'll show you this error message, module not found, isn't it? Why? Because this module that we asked for, step1.js, is not found in this location. But if you navigate to the folder, appropriate folder, that is, okay, cd and day 1. And now if I say, hey, Node, run the step1.js file, it will execute, isn't it? So it may happen that you have not navigated to the specific folder, and then you started using the name of the module. So obviously Node is not able to find, and it's a common error. Don't worry, you will be able to fix it. It's easy fix. Yeah. Okay, but make sure that now you navigate. And I told you one more step. Okay, you need to auto save these files, and don't leave it unchecked. Always use auto save. That's another issue. Many a times you write a program and you have not saved it, and you expect the program to have the updated um, methods or properties, but it is not saved. So you are expecting the code to behave differently, but it keeps behaving the same in the same fashion that it used to behave earlier. So that will also stress you out sometimes. So make sure you keep this file saved. There's some nodes that are created, which has all the examples that we started our journey into Node. And I told you from my slides that Node creates something called as read, evaluate, print, and loop. So basically, it gives you access to the terminal. And I told you that and when you open the Visual Studio Code and open the terminal, by default it shows PowerShell, right? And unless you say, hey, Node, thing will just say Node. When I type Node, the terminal changes to Node, right? That's because when you install Node, it actually installs a terminal for you. This one. Okay, it installs a terminal, this one, which is what we actually start working with. So ideally, we should have started working with this. Okay, but this is quite an inconvenience, right? If you want to save some files, this will not allow you to that. Frankly, that is not true. You can still save some files and make use of this terminal as well, because initial days, Node developers used to use this terminal to save all the files and load all the files. That's totally fine, you can do it. So what you can do is make sure you jump into the editor mode by using the dot editor. um, dot editor. So it jumps to an editor mode, which means that this terminal now acts as an editor. All right, and we can now create a file like this. Let us say I want to create a variable exactly like what we did before. I'll say I want to create a user. I want to set its name as Vijay. I'll use mine, you use yours. And then I will say, hey, console log user. User. And now once you're done, you can say dot save. Dot save expects you to pass in a parameter, which I forgot. There are a couple of steps that are missing here. Let me just start from the beginning. Make sure you launch VS Code as an administrator. That's a requirement. Okay, or else you'll not have the permission to write files. Now I cd to the day one folder, and then I will say node. We got into the node REPL mode. I will now say dot editor. Now in the editor mode, and then I'll create a variable var user equals, again, I put my name, and now I'll say, hey, console dot log user. And if I want to save this piece of code that I've written, I can say dot save and pass in the name that I want to save. Let us say I want to call this as 29th June .js file. Waiting for this file to save. At least it should give us some error that it is not able to save or whatever. I'm not able to see. Okay, I think let us try save 29th June. Yeah, you need to give an extension, but I guess it threw an error, which I'll rename this .js. I should have given a name. All right, let me do this once again, just in case. I'll delete this. And now I'll say .js file. So it saves that file, you see, 29 June there. And I guess, there were some commands that I'd used. So I'll just get rid of that. Now, once I've saved this file, saved the code that I'd, typed into a file, I can load it back. I can say .load and the name of the file, 29th June .js file. And it loads that very file that I saved into the memory. So you can use this editor mode and save the file to a .js extension, and you can load them as well. Which is what we are using VS Code to um, uh, VS Code not to do that. We can store these files and we can load them and ask Node to execute them, so that we can take advantage of whatever code that we had written. Right. So let us. I think moving forward, we also saw some core terms that we may encounter. We used var, let, and cons, and I gave you an overview of what cons, let, and var does. And then we also saw a flow of how Node tends to execute the files or the commands that you pass. So you see that there was the set immediate. I think created an example for all of that. So we learned about set immediate, set interval, process.nextTick, and how to use callback functions and so on and so forth. I think, we will delve on this. And we started our journey into one of the built-in modules called the OS. There are tons of them. And I would walk you through how you can start learning these modules on your own, because see, there are tons of modules. And will we be able to cover all of them? No, because there are hundreds of them. You go to nodejs.org and you click on the docs. You see there are these many modules. Frankly, these many modules also have some internal modules. Now, how to learn about all of them? It may become quite useful, because when you start working on a project, you'd want to know all the details. There are a couple of steps that you can do, and may probably make a note of these. So if I were you, I would do something like this. So let's go create a new folder. We call this as day 2, that we can jump into this. I will press Control C twice. So I come out of this and then we'll navigate to the day 2 folder. We are in the day 2 folder. Inside the day 2 folder, I would now want to create some commands. But before that, all right, so you can use console log. Sorry, we'll use the node. So we get into the node terminal and then say console log. So let us say you want to learn about the OS module that we used earlier. So if I say OS, you see you get a list of all the modules. Let's press enter. You see all the methods that OS module has is now available here. And we used some of them, like we used architecture, we used the CPUs, remember, we used the free memory, also have get priority, the host name. I think, we learned about the user info, which is the function. You also have the version, the machine information. So you have a great deal of information of every module. You don't have to refer the documentation all the time, because these modules are built in. When you install Node.js, it gets installed on your computer. So you can ask for each one of these modules and it will tell you what are the properties and the methods that are available to us. Quite a useful technique, isn't it? And there's one more tip that I want to probably give here. If you are working with Node, let us say I will uh, say create a variable user equals, and I'm assigning a string here, isn't it? I'm assigning a string. So if I want to get more information of this, I can say user dot tab, and I have pressed tab twice, guys. So it will actually give me all the methods and the properties that are available on the string. I'm sure some of you are familiar with these methods. All right. So I suggest you try these two techniques and let me know if this worked for you. Just to give a backup, what we learned how to save a file using the dot editor, load a file using the dot editor. We saw how to a module. So you can use the console and log the name of the module, and that should give you all the properties and the methods that that module has. The next thing we saw is how to access the built-in properties um, by using var user equals. Let us say you may want to change this. Okay, so you can say probably power equals 5. Now this time I'll have a number, right? So I can now say power dot dot and tab. Okay, so this will give you a list of all the properties and the methods that the numbers had. So this is quite useful because many times you will get a property that you had not written. One of your colleagues had written, or you get into a project and you frankly don't know what is that property all about. So you can use these techniques and just give it a try and let me know if you are through with this. So we go to the next step. So when you start working with Node here, you not only use these modules that are built in, you'll also use you know um, mm, a, a new ecosystem of modules that are available on the npm's website. Although this is one of the platforms, you have several more. You can also be using things from the GitHub. So I suggest and advise all of you to create an account on the npmjs.com. You should be able to create an account and create a username for yourself. My username on npm's website is vjoy, and I've also contributed to some of these modules. Not many of them are useful. Just that I created just for the sake of learning and then explaining things to others. So it's a good experience. So just go create a name, username with the npm's website so that you can start contributing. And the npm's website, you see, has um, these many modules. So it sums up to about 31 lakh and 94,805 modules. Okay, so that's a huge number. So this by many measures is the largest ecosystem that is out there, which has these many modules. Not all these modules are useful. Let's consider um, about 1% of these modules are useful. Even then, we have a huge ecosystem, right? We'll find modules to do everything. First, let us understand or get our mind around some of these built in modules. They are very important and very useful to know. Once we understand these core modules, it becomes easy for us to understand and the nitty-gritties of how Node.js really works, the event cycle, the flow of the events that will happen, what is the loop of the events, and then we can have a deeper understanding of how these modules were created and if there is a need for you to tweak. So that's the flow we follow. All right. So we saw how you can use the OS module. So the next module that we will look into is the path module. You'll actually find me use this, in quite a number of examples because I would be using Mac on my, sorry, I'll be using a Windows machine on my for these examples, but you would probably be using a Mac sometimes, Unix, Linux for sometimes, and these paths may not always match. So for local development, I'll use Windows, but if I have to publish my project, I have a Linux server which I usually host my files onto, and the paths will definitely change there, right? So how do we make sure that the paths that I create will always match? So that's where this path module comes handy. You see, you have few many methods. You can join a list of paths. You can parse a path. You can resolve a path and check if the path works or not. You can also set a base name if you want to. There are a couple of things that you can do. So what we'll now do is we'll see how to use this path module, exactly like what we did to use this OS module. Let us now go create a new file. This is called this step 4 path.js file. All right, so first let's go import that. So I'll go create a variable, let path equals require the path module. See, although this is a qualified way of using the path, and if I say, hey, console, log me the path, it'll actually give you all the methods of this path module exactly like the way we did before. So if I come out of this and if I say, hey, node, run this step 4 path, and it gives you a list of all the methods and the properties that this path module has. And if you refer the documentation, you'll see these are some of the methods. They have alphabetically sorted it out for our convenience. And you see here, we have a list of all the module methods, not necessarily alphabetically ordered. So we have something called as resolve, which is a function. Normalize is a function. Join is a function. Relative is a function. Div name, blah, blah, blah. I don't have to read, but you see you got a list of all the methods and all the properties that are available for this path module. Now let us go create a simple exercise around this. So let us say on Windows, if I have to navigate to a folder, how do I navigate? I'm sure if you open any file, I'll just use a file explorer. Let's go on my C drive. We'll use this folder. And if I want to access it, you see, I'll use this is the file that I want to access. So if I want to do that, I'll have to use C drive node file node online June and day 2, and you see backward slashes are being used, isn't it? So we'll probably copy this path as it is, and let us say we'll ask Node.js to give us that path. So I'll first log this entire path, and so that you see the difference. This is the path, and now I'll use the path module to resolve this path, exact same path. So I'll say path dot resolve this path, and so you'll understand what is happening. So I'll save this, go back, and let's say we want to relaunch this. So press enter. Um, I see that some characters are missing. Not sure why. Yeah. So sorry, that's because this backward slash n is a escape character, isn't it? So these are escaped. But you see, the path that we wanted to resolve is actually here. So I'll probably use with, let's say this is without the path module. All right, so let's give this a run. So without the path module, you see this is a new line that is being created, isn't it? And with the path module, this is the code that was created. So in fact, this backward slash n is a new line command. Backward slash d also is something, I'm not sure what. I think it is a return character, I think. So which is actually being displayed here. So you can take a path and then convert it to a qualified location. So in this case, see, without the path module, this is not a qualified path, right? This is how it should have been. So with the path module, it gives you a qualified path, isn't it? So if I probably give a different name, let's say Intel, even this, let us say dash backward slash V, or probably what I'll do is I will simply say forward slash and forward slash and use this path dot resolve. It'll convert it to a path that will work on your machine. Okay, so this particular example will not have much of a meaning because I'm actually using this to be rendered on Windows itself, isn't it? So I copied this path on Windows and I'm executing this on Windows. That would not make much sense. But if I um, run this on Linux, then the path will change. Okay, the output probably would look like this. So in this case, you see, I'm getting backward slash. But if I run the same command on Linux, it probably would give me forward slash. Okay, these backward slashes will be replaced with forward slashes in that case. Okay, I'll change this also. Let's see, if that would give me any different message in the terminal. Yeah, you see, this is now at least making sense. Yeah, I hope you can easily understand this part. The path here that I gave was forward slash, but because I was using Windows, it should have been backward slash, isn't it? So this should have been a backward slash. Makes sense? And you see in the without path module, it is using the forward slash without the path module. So it is giving me exactly as I have typed. But with the path module, it is now become a qualified path. You see backward slash here. So I'll comment this out because we would go to the next step. And many times it may also happen that I have a list of folders and I would want to access them. All right. So I can use something called as a join to do something like that. So what will path.join do for us is this. So let us say we would want to create a list of folders and files that we want to access. Let us say I will go ahead and create some folders. I call this as users. This is one folder, and guest is another folder. Admin is another folder. And let's say each one of these folders have same amount of files. So I'll go create a file called index.html. I'll build some basic snippet here and put a message index. Copy this, create a new file. I'll call this as profile.html. Paste it and change this to profile. Copy this, create another file. Say, I'll call this details.html. All right, so I've got 3 files here. Admin has index, profile, and details. So does a guest have. So does the user have. Okay, in the guest page, I will change this to guest. In the guest folder, that is, I'll change this to guest. In the user folder, I'll change this to user. Okay, so I've got these folders and files. And now I may want to access each one of them. Okay. So they all are closed. Now I want to create a list of these folders. So I'll go create a let folders equals. We'll create an array. So we'll create something called as admin. Oops. Guest and users. These are the folders, right? So similarly, we'll also have files. The files are what? Index.html, details.html, and profile.html. So these are two different properties. One indicates the folders and one indicates the files that are in that folder. And let us say we want to randomly access some file, just creating a um, exercise. Okay, so it may not be a practical use case. But let's assume that now I want to randomly access these files. How will I do that? Okay, so I would want to, let us say, console.log. I want to use this folders square bracket 0 if I want to access the first file, and files square bracket 1. Let us say 0, both. So what will this give me as an output? So you see, this actually gives me both of these folders, so folder and the file name, like this, admin and index. But is this a qualified path? No, right? So ideally you had to say something like this in between. And will that work? No, isn't it? So this has a space here and it is not giving me what I wanted. Now, in order to avoid that, we could do something like this. Not that, no, we cannot. Let's save this. It gives me this folder and file combination. But this forward slash may work on Linux or on Mac. But on Windows, you need the backward slash, isn't it? So if I try run this, you have a error. Why? Because remember, this backward slash and this quote is reserved for an escape character, right? So how will we get this to work? So what we can do now is use this path module to join these two paths for us like this. So I'll say this is error. So now I want to use the path module and it has a join method that I can use. Join takes a list of values that you would want to join. And in our case, we want to join these two paths. Folder 0, file 0. So if I run this example, let us say the user is looking for admin index.html. What will I give him? This. If the user is looking for guest detail, okay, so I would give something different. See, I'm giving admin index.html. In fact, if I click on it, holding control on my keyboard in the terminal, it actually opens that file. It's giving me that admin index file, isn't it? Now, let us say I want to create a configuration to access the guest details page. So what would I do? I would say console log folder 1 file 1. So this will give me the guest detail page. So let's run this. Gives me the guest detail. I can hold control and click on it. It opens the details.html of the guest. Oh, this makes sense. So what will the join do? It'll take, I mean, it's not restricted to two paths here. If you have multiple files, you can actually use as many arguments as you want, and all of that would resolve. Okay. But you need to create these many folders and files. They're pretty easy. It's not tough. Let's jump to the next topic, guys. So the path module has few other methods. So I suggest you start exploring this on your own. Okay. Um, so I find that this we have seen join and we saw resolve, right? So you also will find normalize useful. So normalize will um, work if you have um, um, unwanted characters in your um, path name, which could be like this. Let us say we take this. I'm just showing you one more example before we jump out of this. Let this be around. Probably comment this out. So I'll say my path, and this is here, which is a string. All right, but it has a lot of forward slash, and let us say we'll also add some space here, and we'll use on the T2. Let's say we want to access this file called step 4 dash path.js. I'll use dot dot here. And you'll see that there are many errors here that I've created. All right. I want to normalize this. So I can use console log path dot normalize. I want to log this. So it will normalize this path and should give us the output. No, it is not. Let's say resolve. I think resolve should work. No, it is still using this path spaces. But you see, this one is gone. In the I think that was gone even before. Um, um, I think normalize works only for uh, the extra for backward slashes that you may have, not with these extension. Terminal is PowerShell. That's okay. That is because see, we are using Node to be executing this command for us. So it will still be PowerShell. Why? Because we are not using Node. Are we using Node here? No. We are using, I think you have a valid point there. But see, through PowerShell, we are calling Node and we are passing this file as an argument to it. And Node executes and gives us the output here in the same PowerShell. Okay. So you see, I have made some blunders here. Let us say this also. And you see my path is yet normalized. Yeah. So what's happening, when I run this command is node is invoked with this file. Okay. So there is a module that works for us behind the scene, which is called the process module. We jump to the next topic because that will kind of help you how you can pass parameters to these files. Let us say step 5 process.js file. So this process.js is something that works for us all the time. And I think I walked you through some of the globals earlier was what? The console, isn't it? We also saw exports and require. There was a module as well. Similarly, we have process. Process is a global. It always works for us behind the scene. So if I come here and say, hey, console log process. Now you remember the process keyword I did not have to import, like this path. Path points to this module. Process is already available for us. So this process has a method called arguments vector. This argument vector is an array. It basically gives me a list of all the arguments that have been passed. Now, if I open this file, step 5 process, so I control C, I start using node space step 5 dot process.js file. What am I expecting to happen now is whatever arguments were passed to node will be logged because I'm using the process. The arguments vector object will tell me what parameters were passed. Cannot find module process. Okay, I process.js file. I think there is a problem. Let's go check. Oh, it is step 5 dash, not dot. I made a mistake. Let's run this. Now you see, I'm actually getting an array, isn't it? So if you carefully observe, the first parameter is the location of node where it is installed. So these are the two commands that I gave, correct? Node and the name of the file. So node is located here. The step 5 process is located here on my machine. So basically node was invoked with this file. That is what this command is doing for us. So it doesn't have to move from the partial because it will pass this file to node and gives us the output in the partial itself. Okay, you're not in the node terminal. That. So if I want to pass other arguments, let's say in a node and step 5 process.js file, and let us say I want to pass Intel, press enter. You see, I'm not only passing a node, this file name, but I'm also passing two more arguments, Vijay and Intel. Press enter, you'll see these are the 4 arguments that the process object took and passed to node. So that is how node actually reads and executes a file. So if I want to just access the second and third argument, the third and the fourth argument in this case, I can use this arguments vector and say 0 would be node, 1 would be the name of the file, correct? So I can say 2 and 3. So what are those? So if I run this example, it will give me this output. Easy. You can actually take this argument and assign that to a variable as well. That is totally fine. You can do that. I can say let user equals process dot argv, and let's assume that you are passing this. If this argument is missing, I'll say guest. So this or guest, and now I'll say hey console log me the user, and it'll tell me whether it was the name of the argument that you passed, or if you don't pass, it will simply show guest. All right, so let us run this. So this time, I will not pass anything. We'll say guest. So these two are undefined. So we can ignore this now. Okay, the undefined is because we did not pass any arguments, remember? So this says guest. But if I pass something, it'll use that name. Does that make sense? So there is a global module called process, which works for us behind the scene. So which takes the command, pass it to node, and node utilizes it and gives us the output. Complete this and let me know when you're done. We go to the next step. And when you're done, put a message that you're done with the process. Example, pass a file which has a requirement to change some variables inside that. So I can do something like that. So the parameters that you pass need not have to be a string like this. It can also be a path name, the file name. And maybe we can use this as a example going forward. Let us say I have this user has a profile, and the profile here shows this. Okay, so let us say we want to convert this profile to dashboard. So you pass this profile.html. When you pass, it'll look for this string profile and it'll change that to dashboard. Okay, so how will we do that? I think, moving forward, we'll use this same example as an exercise, and that should help you. Okay. All right. So I see many of you are saying you're done. Let's go to the next step. So in the next example, we'll see how to work with another example. Let's say we'll pick um, events. Okay. So this one. Events is a complex module. Actually, it has a lot of things and it allows you to create your own events, custom events. May not be useful in the basic examples that we are about to create now. Okay, moving forward, you'll definitely find events useful. And at least, you'll find them being used by most of the examples that we are about to write. Okay, so what are these and how they work? So I think we spoke about that events are classified into two parts, the user events and system events. So we are now talking about system events. This should be made happen because, see, if you're talking about a user event, the user comes and clicks on this tab. That's a user event. I click on this front end tab. I click on this backend tab. I click on this CLI. So it's my discretion. I click on CLI and then what should happen? A route changes and then the page displays, isn't it? Now, similarly, if there is no user involved, so we'll talk about these events, what these events are and how they work. Um, we'll understand what events are and how they work for us. And maybe just make a note of these really quick. So when you import this events module, so far we have seen modules that give us some methods, like this OS module gave us methods that we could use. The CPUs was a method, arc was a method, temp directory was a method. I don't think we used it, but nevertheless, temp directory is a method. Total memory is a method. Now, s- uh, on the other hand, we use this path module, which also gave us access to some of the methods. There were some properties, no doubt, but these are all methods. But if you start using this events, this is not a method. This is a class that you get. See, you get a class which is called event emitter. So from this event emitters class, you have these methods of the class, which is, on the instance. So you need to create an instance. So once you create an instance, event emitter has an instance. Let us say in this example called emitter. On the event, you can use add listener, you can use remove listener, you can find out all the listeners that are attached, listener count. You can also find out um, um, what are the event names. You can use the add event listener, also has an alias called on. Remove event listener has a alias called off. You can also set a maximum number of listeners that are attached to an event. You can do a lot of things. Okay, I'll show you some, and I suggest you start exploring these on your own as well. And once the event is created, you can dispatch it by using the emit. Dispatch is the keyword that we use on the front end. So if you go to developer.mozilla.org and look for event dispatchers, dispatch event is the method. Okay. Dispatch event basically will dispatch an event. So you pass in an event and it will make that event happen for us. So on the other hand, we are working on the server side. So how do we make an event happen? You use emit keyword. Emit will basically make an event happen. So the examples that you see here are, so you see there are two different ways to import a component, a module. There is this common JS way and ECMAScript 6 way as well. For now, we'll simply use this common JS itself because that's what we are familiar with. Let us say we will now create a module, an example. This is called step 6 events.js file. And here I want to import that module called events. We'll probably create some small examples around this so it'll be easy for you to understand. So I'll say let event emitter equals require events. From this events here, you have a class called event emitter. That is what we are interested in. And one point that I want you to pay attention to now is this. See, we use this path module. Let us say I also come up with another module called path module. So I'll call this as Vijay path.js file. So Vijay path also has a module that we can export. So I can say exports module dot exports. So let us say I have a variable let path equals is an object. It also has a method called join. What is join? Is a function. It is expecting you to pass an array. And what will it do? Will return the arguments dot let us say assume that we are expecting this argument as a array. So I can use this empty array. And this way, this arguments now has all the methods of the array. So we can use the reverse. And we can use the dot join. I think we'll just reverse this and then give us the output. So join, what will join do? Whatever you pass, it'll reverse it and give you the sequence. So this is my module. And now I want to export this to the outside world. So I can say module dot exports dot path equals path. See, in this example, we had the step1.js file, correct? So this step one, which has this users variable, is limited to this folder or this file only, correct? So exactly like what I want to do here before we get into this, let us say let user equals, I'll put my name Vijay. This user will be accessible only in this file, agreed? In this vijaypath.js file. But what if I want this to be accessed in another file? So I can come here and say step 7 using vijaypath.js file, JS file. So I want to use that file here. So I want to use this variable user here in this particular file. How will I do that? So you will actually, import method. How will we import is the question. There are two, basic requirements. You need to export this so that other files can import it, isn't it? When we have not exported, how will we import it? So how do we export it? There are two ways to export it. First, we'll learn the common JS way of importing and exporting. Okay, common JS way of exporting. How do we export? See, if you go to the documentation and look for these globals, there is globals. See, there are some list of globals. Now, see, one of them is called module. So if you click on it, so I guess this module here, not this navigator. Okay, navigator will not be useful moving forward because we will not be working on a browser. So they are trying to disable this API. They have instead they are using this navigator API, which will not work on Node. We need to have a web application to do that. But you see, this module is referring to another module, okay, which you'll find here, this one, modules. So this modules has exports, require, and other methods. All of them are global. So if you click on globals, you'll see those lists here. So you have exports, okay, you also have module, and you also have require, which is what we have been using all along. So if I want to export this to the outside world using this common JS, design pattern, common JS, why don't JavaScript simply has a way of importing and exporting? The answer is yes. So if you look into the documentation, the ECMAScript has a way of importing and exporting. Okay. But this was introduced in 2015. Okay. But Node.js was introduced in what? 2009. 2009. So they had a way of importing and exporting much before ECMAScript introduced this import export, which came in 2015, right? So they had actually invented a way of, or a standard of importing and exporting, which they refer as common JS design pattern. The common JS design pattern allows you to import and export a module using some of the terms. One of them is called module dot export. There's a module dot export, sorry. Come on. Now using this module dot exports, you can export this user to the outside world like this. So I can say dot user equals user. Now exporting this user with this name user, I can change the name if I want to. I'll call this as, let us say, um, module.exports.trainer equals user. So what I'm trying to imply here is, to the outside world, I have a variable called trainer, which actually refers to the user inside this file. So this is how I export using the common JS design pattern. Now, in order to import it, I will use the required keyword. Require will ask you an absolute path to this file. Sorry, it'll ask a relative path to this file. So I'll say / and it gives me access to all the files that I have. In this case, this vijaypat.js file is what I want. So I can use this .js as option, but even if you don't use this, will still work for us. Okay. And now when you require it, it actually gives me this trainer property. I mean, it actually gives me this object which has a trainer property. So I need to store it somewhere, right? So I can simply use this console log to show you what this require basically gives me. So if I run this node, step 7, so it tells you that it gives you an object which has a property called trainer. That's because I wanted to show you a flavor, that is all. And ideally, this name here should match the name that you are trying to export. So it can be customized. That is what I'm trying to tell. You don't have to export the same name to the outside world. Let us say you want to keep it a secret. You don't want to use the names that you have used inside your file to an external wallet. I don't want to export with that same name. So I can change it if I want to, isn't it? So I'll say user. And by using the same name, you're also implementing something called as a revealing pattern. This revealing pattern expects you to reveal the same name to the outside world. It's just a pattern. So if you are using an alternate name or an alias name, that's referred as a non-revealing pattern. If you're using the same name to export, that is referred as a revealing pattern. Hopefully you got this. This is um, not destructuring as of now. Okay. We are not destructuring. Are we destructuring something here? The answer is no. And in Node, we usually follow this revealing pattern. Why? Because we don't want to confuse ourselves. So you use the same name to the outside world. So now here, if I run this, you will get this variable user itself assigned to this object. Exports. Okay, what is exports? An object. Now, when you actually require, what you get is this exported object, the exports object. So you let us say there are a couple of them. So let us say I call this as company. I call this as city, Intellipaat, and let us say Bangalore. But you see that this is the only property that I've exposed to the outside world. So this makes it public. Why? Because I've exposed it to the outside world. These are not exposed to the outside world. So this makes it private. Hopefully it makes sense. Unless you want to export it to the outside world. So if you don't export it, it stays within the same file. Who can access it? Only this file can access it. Can this guy access the name, the city? So you see, it does not. Doesn't have access to it. But let us say I want to expose all the properties. You can use something like this. You can say exports company is company. City is city. So now I exported all three properties. All three are public now. So if I run this example, I see I've now got an object which has all three properties. Makes sense. So you can export all the properties that you want in one of these two different techniques. Now you saw that no, although I made three different statements, they merged themselves to one object. Okay. And let us say I'll shuffle this now. So I've shuffled it. You see, company comes first, user comes next, and the city goes next. Now, if I run this example, you see the company was the first one to be added as a property, user was the second, and the city is the third. So, which kind of follows the same sequence that we have exported from this file. Now, let us assume that instead of using something like this, if there are hundreds of properties here, will I create these lines in 100 places? The answer is yes, you can do that, which is what we used to do before. This is in 2010, 2011, around that time. But later on, when Node came up with the next build, they introduced this idea of overriding this exports object. So instead of doing something like this, we can use this exports and assign an object to override the existing object. See, we all know that this module.exports is an object. And now I can use this user is user. And the company is company. Revealing pattern. Remember, I'm revealing the same name to the outside world. City is city. Now, if I come back to this file, the output would be still the same. Okay, so I've got it's an object. So you're basically on the object, you're arbitrarily creating a property called user, company, and city and assigning these names, these values. Instead, now you're overriding the exports object. See, this was a dynamic object any which ways, right? So you are arbitrarily creating these properties on them. Now, instead, what we do is we will override that with this object. So module.exports will be replaced with this object. And now the idea of destructuring can be used. See, the name of the property user is representing the value called user. Similarly, company property represents the company variable. City property represents the city variable. So instead of doing something like this, we can destructure. And this was a capability that was added after ECMAScript introduced the idea of destructuring. So instead of using the name like this, I can simply use an object where the user is an alias name for the variable called user. Company is the name for the property called company. City is the name for the property called city. So is the key and the value name the same instead of user? Correct. So you can use this destructuring only if the name and the values are same. You can't use it without. Okay. But let us say I want to change, or I want to change company to a different name. I can do something like this. So what will happen now is the company is now destructured to a variable called comp. Now, if I run this example once again, okay, so there is comp is not defined. Uh, no. I think we can't do that here because this is not an actual destructuring. So we need to have the same name. Comp, correct. It's correct. Did you attend the destructuring exercise that we did with Angular or yeah? Correct. So what will happen now is you take this company, assign it to this variable called comp. And now to the external world, you will have the user, comp, and city. So can you um, change the name to the outside world? The answer is yes, you can. I mean, this will come handy because um, many a times, you will use a property called, let us say, data. And data is a very common name. So when I export it to the outside world, I don't want to call it as data. I don't want to do that. Instead, I want to give an alias name to that. So this is fine. You can do something like this. So if I now open this file, I've got user, comp, city, comp data. This is what the data property now has an alias name, comp data, to the outside world. Okay. So this is how modules can be exported. Now, this was what some properties that we created. Can we create classes and export them? The answer is yes, we can. So I'll go create a class called, let us say, hero. Hero is a class like so, and it can have its own properties and methods. Let's say I want to add a property called first name, assign a name to it. Let us say Tony, and we'll assign last name, Stark. Oops. These are two properties. Let us say we also have a method, full name. Full name is a method. What will it do? It will return this dot first name, concatenate with a space like so. And I want to export this hero. How will I do that? So what we can do is, we can export it like this. Hero is a new hero like this. So hero is nothing but a new hero. So if I run this example, so you got a hero. Now, in order to denote that, this is an instance, um, see, one, you can create an instance and export. Optionally, you can also export the hero itself where you don't have to create an instance of it. Frankly, you don't need this, isn't it? Because we can use this idea of destructuring now. So if I now import, you get a class called hero. Now, once I've exported, I can use it here. I mean, what I'm trying to show you is that, you not only can export properties, you can also export classes. You can also export functions. Let us say, let my fun equals a function. I mean, this can be a regular function, can be an arrow function, which will simply return hello from my fun. So there's a function. So when you call it, simply returns this. Or let us say you pass in a message and It'll use that message, or maybe call this as user name. Hello will be prefixed to that username. If you don't pass anything, we'll add guest. So there is a default value as well. Now this my fun, if you want to export to the outside world using the revealing pattern, you can say my fun like so. Now if you import it, if you import all of these, see, user is a string, comp is a string. Comp is what? An alias for the company. City is a string. Comp data is an alias for the data, which is a string. Hero is a class. My fun is a function. Now, in this file where I've imported, I now have access to all these properties, isn't it? So I can import them and let's say I want to use it. I can now say, hey, console, because remember this my fun, which we get from this require can be used. So instead of logging this, what I'll do is I'll store that onto a variable equals require dot slash Vijaypat Tara, like here, and I'll say object dot my fun. So my fun is a function. You need to call it. If I run this example, you'll see hello guest is passed. But if I pass in a name, it'll use my name and then it'll give me the output. Making sense? So you have the ability to export and then import. So this is what a technique that we embraced much before ECMAScript 16, that is ECMAScript 6, introduced the module system. ECMAScript 6 was actually introduced in 2016 with a lot of changes from 2015. It's because this is the same standard which was re-released. We refer 2015 as ES6. So frankly, ES6 was released in what 2016, which is a toned down version of whatever we had on 2015. 2016 was a re-release of whatever we had on 2015. But as of now, if we have to use this ECMAScript 6 way of import and export, we can, but the existing node module cannot work with both of these importing and exporting techniques. It will either use CommonJS or ECMAScript, not both. It can't use in some cases this and some cases that. I guess that's something that the node team is working on, but which may be available at a later point in time. But as of now, you'll either have to use CommonJS or ECMAScript 6 module. Way of importing and exporting modules to the next level. What I'll do is I will paste. Oops, I think I have lost the clipboard code that I had created for the path. No worries, I will create that. So you may have a module which has the same name that may conflict. So for example, let us say when we created this module, we can also come up with another property called path, which is an object, exactly like what we did before. And it has a method called, let us say, join. What is join? Remember, a join is a method that we saw earlier. And let's say we also had one more method. What is that called? Join was one, resolve was one, right? Join expected you to pass an array, correct? So there is a path module which already has this join. Now, this join method expects you to pass in an array, which is an array, and it'll simply return the arguments that are reversed. Reverse is a method, you call it. So if you pass in an array, it will simply reverse it and give you. That's what path does. And let us say we want to export this path module. So I can use this module dot exports equals path. I can do something like this. Why? Because path itself is an object, isn't it? So I'm overriding that with this. Now, if I want to import here, I can import it like this. Makes sense? So this path is nothing but the path module that we have exported here. It has a method called join. Let's say console log path as a join method, and it expects an array of value. I'll call this as first name and last name. Basically, when I call this, it should give me last name and first name. That is all. We don't need these. So it gives me last name and the first name. Okay, it simply will reverse and give me back. See, this path is different from the path module that we used earlier. So what the community has done, what the Node community has done, is whenever you are importing a path module or a module that is available within the Node ecosystem, you use this special um, this is called what? A namespace. Okay, a namespace to indicate that this is a node module. This is a node module. You can easily identify because you know the path is totally different, but way down it becomes more obvious for you. So in order to represent this, I call this as VJ path just to show you the difference. And now I can use either this or this. But all the built-in modules now will have this namespace colon module. It's not a mandatory requirement. It's a good practice. That is all. Because you may create a module the same name because Node ecosystem has many common names. Say, for example, events is a very common name. Um, Let us say HTTP is a very common name, right? Errors is a common name. You may also have stream, a common name. URL is a very common name. So in order to indicate that these are built-in modules, you should have said node colon path. Okay, node colon path. So you are basically saying that, hey, this path module belongs to the node, but this one is different. Okay, so this import will happen in the very first line, but after about 2000 lines, you may forget what is what. Okay. So just keep this in mind. And usually the name of these modules will be the same name that we would use here. So if I called my module as Vijaypath, I would use the same name here without too much of a change. Why this practice helps you? So now you see, if I run this example, okay, it says that it must be a type of string. Yeah, because this path requires a list of strings, isn't it? You'll simply join them. So this will give you a different output and this will give you a different output altogether. So the idea here is you have something called as a namespace and you'll find that useful moving forward. So in the events, we'll say node events. Most welcome. See here, if I go back, when I open the events module, if you refer the documentation, you'll see node colon events, isn't it? So is this a mandatory requirement? I mean, do you always have to use this node namespace? The answer is no. But it's a good practice. Why? Because you may have another events module somewhere. So you can avoid the conflict by denoting this node colon. That's the whole idea. Now, coming to the context. If I want to use this module, see, we know that this event emitter is a class, isn't it? You saw that above here. This is a class. So, similar to what we did here. So, when we had this hero, when we exported this hero, let me club this also here and comment this line. So, now if I import this Vijaypath, which is a object, like so, you can do something like this. Okay, so but it's slightly complex. What I'll do is I will assign it to a property called hero and then then use it. So you can also use hero equals require Vijaypath. This is returning an object. It has a property called hero. You can do this as well. That way, this need not have to be used. You can simply use this. Does this make sense? So this is a usual practice. You'll find that if you are exposing many properties, but you are just interested in accessing only one of them, you can now split that object's property and assign it a different name. This will just make your code a lot easier to look. So if you did not use something like this, we know from this Vijaypath, we would get this dot hero. You have to do something like this. This looks weird, isn't it? Now I then can say console log hero dot full name. Full name is a what method. So if I run this example, you will get the output. Let's go check before we jump. That's because we don't have this join methods now. We will comment this out. Yeah, so we get Tony Stark. So instead of this technique, we can use this as well. And now we can directly use this. This makes our code look a lot elegant. Go back, relaunch. It gives you the same output. Now on the same lines, when we are importing a class, it's a usual convention that we will use this class name onto this variable. Makes sense? Now that we have got this class, we can create an instance of that. So let's say my event equals a new event emitter. So we're creating a new event emitter out of this. What will this do? Nothing, because we have not asked this to do anything as of now. Let us say after some 1 second, I want this event to happen. Let's say we make it 2 seconds. Set timeout. We'll call a function. I'm using an arrow function. We'll now call this arrow function after 2000 milliseconds. What will this basically do? It'll trigger this event. So we can make this my event to emit. Emit what? Let us say Intel event. Now, this is bound to make this event happen. So it'll happen once every 2 seconds. I will console log a message saying that this Intel event happened. Okay. So you see set timeout, call this function after 1 second. But who really cares, isn't it? Nobody is listening for it. This event happens. Okay, the event happened, but we don't know. So what we can do is we can set up a listener to this. Let us say we come here and say my event dot add listener. Listen to what? Intel event. And when that happens, we call a function which will then tell us that Intel event happened. Okay, so let's give this a try. What we are expecting, it says Intel event happened. After how long? After 1 second. Now I'll make it 2. So the code is waiting for 2 seconds and then it'll say Intel event happened. So this log is now triggered. Okay, so this is something significant that we are achieving here. We are just learning how to how to use an event and make this event happen whenever something happens. Let us say I want to know if the count is um, less than 5, then I want this event to happen. The products in stock drops below certain level, or a new value was added into the existing array. I can dispatch an event. Makes sense, right? So you can have event dispatching and telling your program that something changed in your program using these events. Okay, complete this and I'll take you to the next step after you say you're done with this event emitter. We're not done with event emitters yet. Okay, there are a few more examples that we will create and then we will continue to the next. So these basic understanding will help you in the next few exercises. So it's important that you understand um, the importing and then the methods and so on and so forth. We will remove this set timeout just for the sake of it. What do you think will happen? Event is emitted, line number 5 is emitted, no doubt. I'll keep running now. This file gets executed just once, isn't it? So what happens now is if I run this, okay, just pay close attention. You'll understand. Nothing really happened. See, whenever you ask Node to run this file, it just executes line number 1, 3, 5, and 11 to 13. And there is really nothing that is expected to happen, isn't it? See, if you think about it, we imported this event emitter. Okay, we created an instance of that event emitter. We dispatched that event, so we made that event happen, and then we attached the event listener. But sequence is important. See, after this event happened, if you attach a listener, what will it do? If I hit a 6, let me know. Okay, you've instructed that person that if you hit the 6, he will let you know. But you've already hit the 6 here, and then you tell this person, after this command that you have given, you never hit a 6. What do you expect to happen? Nothing. The event was emitted, no doubt, but the listener was not ready by then. But now we'll change the sequence. So what we'll do is, before you hit the 6, before a task is complete, you have set up the listener, and then you tell, you perform the task. Because you have a listener listening to that task, he will tell you that something happened. Does that make sense? Now, if I run this example, this will immediately tell you Intel event happened. So it's not that the event did not happen, but before the event happened, you did not have the listener ready. So listener is nothing but a watcher. He keeps watching. When this event happens, he will tell you. Okay. And you are asking a watcher to listen to this type of event. And only when that type of event is dispatched, this function gets called, or this callback function gets called. Makes sense? Now, let us say when this event happened, I can attach another event listener. There are two functions. So let us say this is the first one, and there's second one. So this event will happen. When this happens, there are two listeners attached to it, isn't it? So if I run this example, that is because I have attached two listeners, but I need to make this event happen, isn't it? It really doesn't matter how many lines, okay, empty I leave. It'll all happen in a jiffy. So if I run this example, it happened in the same order that we had attached, right? So let us say I will attach another listener. This one is third. I'll save, I'll launch this. See, all of them happened. But when you created this event, you can specify what is the maximum number of listeners that you can attach. See, how many event listeners have I attached? 3. I can say, hey, my event can only add set um, max listeners to, this takes a number. I'll say 2. So only 2 listeners can be attached to this. But we have attached what? 3. So do you think this will work? Let's give it a try. Since we said that there are only 2 listeners and you attached 3, you have an error now. Okay, so you see there is a warning. It says that, see, there is a memory leak detected. There are 3 Intel event listeners added, but the max listeners were only 2. So this kind of, tells you, I mean, it will not stop you from executing your code. It could be any name. Call this potato if you want. Okay. I've been using Intel name, but this can be anything. It can be anything. Okay. It's a defined name. Um, so it's a developer defined name. So if I come back, so you see, because we set the maximum listeners to be, we are getting this error. But if I increase this, let's say maximum is 4 and I attached only 3. So this should not throw that error. But if I attach fourth one, this should still not show you the error. Why? Because that is still allowed, isn't it? 4 is a allowed number. But if I assign the other one, the fifth one, now you will have a problem. So it will basically tell you that, hey, the max listeners are exceeding. Okay. Because this is configured by the set max listeners. You can also find out how many listeners are attached to this by using the listener count, my event dot listener count. So this will tell you how many listeners are attached. This is quite a useful technique, because many times you would not know how many listeners are attached. Okay, so it will basically tell you how many listeners are attached. Let's make this event happen and then listen for the number of events that are attached or listeners that are attached. Okay, it says 0. Why? Why? You need to use set listener count to the name. I think, the event name is this, because this can have many events. Okay, so so it says 5. See, my event dot listener count, Intel event. For the Intel event, how many listeners are listening? 5. Now, just to make this code improve a bit here, what I'll do is I will write some functions. Let first fun. This is a function. In fact, I'll cut this from here. paste it here. Second fun is this one. That way I can now use this first fun here. Third fun is this. So instead of using these anonymous functions, I will now go ahead and use these named functions, because this will give us more control over what we are trying to achieve. So you've got the first fun, second fun, third fun, and the fourth fun, all of them attached. And these are functions that are already declared here. Now, why this is a better approach is because when you are using these anonymous functions, the one that we just used before, this one, okay, you don't have the ability to stop listening to it, or unlisten to it, or um, removing the listeners. Okay, so this is a better approach. Now, let us say after first and second, I don't want to listen to the third and the fourth and the fifth. So what if I want to do something like that? And we will emit this after some time, just providing some room so that we can use a set. I'll use a set interval so that this will call this function occur once every let us say 2 seconds. So it will keep happening. Now, if I run this example, you'll see all three logs. Okay, this what we'll do. If I run this for every 2 seconds, all three will happen. All five will happen. I'll control C to quit. There I come out of it. But let's say we don't want these three functions to happen. I don't mind attaching events, but I want to remove them. So how do I do it? Similar to this add listener, you also have remove listener. If we can do that after you have attached. So I'll call this as my event dot remove listener. Remove listener, which one? Intel event. And I want to remove the third fun and the fourth fun and the fifth fun. So I'll just remove the third and the fourth. Let the fifth one continue. See, I've attached in line number 28. I've removed in line number 32. I've attached in line 29. I've removed in 33. Okay, so let's make this happen. See, first, second, the fifth happened. Third and fourth did not. Why? Because we stopped listening to it. Now you have the ability to listen to events, unsubscribe to listening to events. This actually works on the publish subscribe model if you have identified. So you have the ability to publish. This is what you are publishing, and this is what you are subscribing. And you can stop the subscription using remove listeners. You can also remove all listeners for this. So here we can specify no function, but you have stopped listening to all of them. Let us say we'll make this happen after, let us say, 10 seconds. Set timeout. We'll pass in a call arrow function this time. We'll do that after about, let us say, 10 seconds. And we'll make this event happen once every second. So what is the use or need of this use case? Okay, I guess that will be more clear moving forward. For now, we'll just learn this. Okay, because without using this, you could also use a callback, isn't it? But callback has its own life cycle. Events have their own life cycle. I think when we talk about this event cycle, it becomes more easy for you to understand. But until then, just understand what these events are doing. Let's run this. And then you see the events stopped happening. Okay. So whenever something happened, let us say, you made a request to an external file to load. Uh, when the data is complete, you would want to know about it. Fortunately, the file system module already has that built-in um, callback function that will be called. But again, that is implementing the event itself. Okay. So if you know how to use these events, it'll come handy. That's one takeaway. But moving forward, when you understand this idea of event loop, so basically, events are a mechanism that tells you about some change in your program. You can dispatch them, listen to them. You can specify how many listeners can be attached and when you would want to stop listening to them. To illustrate all of that, I've created some simple exercises. Callback functions. Frankly, callback functions are also a way of events that are already implemented for you. Okay, but this will help you um, create a custom module that probably um, will let your program know that something happened. See, in this case, we are logging, but not necessary. We may want to use that information in a program when that specific thing happens. Okay, so we can use these events, and they are very useful in most of the cases. Let's say when the user, I think I explained that to you. So when the user clicks on this, how will I know that the user clicked on it? By attaching a listener to it, isn't it? But let us say I don't have the event idea. Then should I always keep listening to this event? Is the question. I mean, I'll just wait. I'll set up a watcher who will always check. Let's say we don't have events. Let us say when the user clicks on this button, I want to know. So, what is the frequency that I'll keep checking whether this front end is clicked? How do I know whether this button is clicked? So, I'll have to run a program every few seconds to know whether this front end button is clicked or not. Does that make sense? So, I need to create a program that will keep listening to this. Let's say we don't have events. We'll keep listening to that, and that will make your program drain itself too much. So, what we can do is we can set up a listener using events that will let you know when the user clicks on this. So, we assign a event to this area here, and when the user clicks on it, I will be informed. See, as of now, there are events that are happening. When I take my mouse over, it is changing its color. When I take my mouse over, it is changing its color, isn't it? When I take my mouse over it, that is also an event. But we did not navigate. When will we navigate? When the user clicks on it. So, click is a type of event. Mouse over is also a type of event. When I take my mouse down, I can trigger another event, isn't it? So, events basically help you um, schedule a task, wait for it, and inform you when, as and when they happened, instead of constantly keep listening to it. Okay, so that's one takeaway. So if I have to dispatch something, I'll have to run into a loop, and then um, see, as of now, we have not done anything significant. Let us say we would want to import a file. When this file path is loaded, I want to do something. So without using the event, it becomes very difficult for a developer to keep watching for something and give you a feedback as and when it happens. So event kind of helps you with these listeners mechanism. Yeah. And this becomes more useful when you understand something called as event lifecycle, because that kind of changes your perspective on how a program can be organized with whatever we have learned. See if you can do it. Create an event that is dispatched once every second for 10 seconds only. This is your requirement. And see if you can identify the problem. Step 8, assignment.js file. So what is the purpose here? What is the objective? We need to, we'll copy this. So we'll keep this here. Okay. Stop, just pay attention because it's really important that you get this. So what is the objective? Create an event that is dispatched once every second for 10 seconds only. Okay. So I've, I've, uh, I've got many people do this. Let event emitter equals require node events dot event emitter. Now I'll go create an event emitter. Let my event equals a new event emitter. That's how I've created a new event. And now we can set up a listener first. So I'll call this as my event dot add listener. You can use add listener. You can also say on. On is equivalent to add event listener. So on what? On Intel event. Could be anything. I'm using Intel event so that you know. And then we will call a function. Okay. So in this case, we will use a Intel listener function. This Intel listener is a function that we will create here. And we'll console log that Intel event happened. That's what it says. And now in order to make this event happen once every second for 10 seconds, okay. So you best choose to do something like this. So we set an interval and this will call a function. This function is called once every second. All right. And then we will say my event dot emit Intel event. So this will make sure that this event happens once every second. Let's give this a try. CD step 8, sorry, no, step 8 tab. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever. So it will keep happening. Why? Because we did not come up with any logic to stop this. So I see that some of you have remove the event listener, this on is an equivalent to add listener. You can either use add listener or on. I just thought I'll use this flavor so that you see there is a way to do that. Okay, so you can use on or add listener. I think when I was explaining this, I did tell you that on is equivalent to add listener, off is equivalent to remove listener. Now I can set a timeout to call a function after 10 seconds where I off this. Okay, so I can do this. Remove listener, this. I guess many of you have done this already, correct? So let us give this a try. And while I'm, logging, I will also log a variable let count. We start with 1 and we'll keep incrementing it. Okay, so you'll then see what is the problem. Let's run this. That's better. In fact, we will make this 5. Even 2 is okay. Okay, I'll make this 4 seconds. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. After 4 seconds, this stopped happening, right? So I'll make this 0 so you actually see all the logs. So you're all convinced that, okay, this worked only 4 times. I think I should have made it 5 and I would log all of this. Okay, I'll just make this 1 back again so that, it'll work. But watch. I will put a console log here as well. Let's say interval was triggered. So let's run this. See, interval was triggered, interval was triggered, interval was triggered. You stop listening to the event, but you see the interval was still triggered and it will keep triggering till the end of time. Does that make sense? The most of you use the same approach, isn't it? So we not only will have to remove the listener, but we'll also have to remove the the interval as well, because this interval will keep making this event happen, but you stop listening to it. But is the interval not working? The answer is yes. The interval is working, but you stop listening to it. You did not use the timeout. What did you use? Okay, so no, that's okay. No, not because of that. No, not because of this. Timeout is your problem. The problem is here. This interval should be stopped. How do we do that? We'll go create a variable called SI and assign it to set interval. This SI is also a made up name. Okay, you can do it whatever you want. Now, after the 5 seconds, I not only will stop listening, but I'll also have to clear the interval. Uh, Clear which interval? SI interval. Now, hopefully, this will make sense. If I run this example, once, twice, thrice, 4 times, then it stopped. You see, the program also came out. Okay. So it's quite useful. Let us say you want to make one call every few seconds to check what is the update. You can do that. And when the user logs out, you not only remove the listener, but you will also clear the interval. And you can increase it to 10 if you now want to, because it will take us 10 seconds for every example. I'll save this. So instead of using add, I would suggest you use on, and instead of using remove, I suggest you use off. Emit is triggering, emit is triggered by the interval, isn't it? Yeah, in this particular code, you will be right. So in this particular, yes, in this example, that's what I'm trying to say in this example, but let us do this. Okay, so I see you guys are done. Let's go to the next step. Let's use this file system. Um, the file system has many, many methods. Frankly, there are too many methods. Okay, they all are relevant. They all are important. You should know about them. Okay, but will we have time to go through all of them? The answer is no. So I'll give you a gist of it. Basically, the file module helps you do these things. It allows you to create a file, read a file, and watch a file. Okay, and all the things in between that. So it can read a file, it can read it synchronously and asynchronously. It can write to a file, it can do that synchronously and asynchronously. It can watch a file. Watching is always an asynchronous activity. So you can also append to a file, you can prepend to a file, you can check the time that a file was modified, so on and so forth. So you have a lot of things that you can do. But predominantly, these are a few things that you can easily check whether you know this file is created, whether it is updated, and when it is deleted or removed. Similarly, you can also do that with folders as well. So you can um, create a folder, you can delete a folder, you can also watch the changes in the folder. Now let's see these in action. I'll go create a file which is called step 9 called fs.js file. Now this time we are working with file system. So we'll go create a variable let fs equals require node colon fs. So with this, the file system module is available. Now file system module, if you scroll down, you will have the documentation and you'll find both CommonJS and ECMAScript is available. Say we want to use fs. See, in this folder, we don't have a file called temp.txt. So first, let us see how to create a file. Then we'll see how to read a file. And we'll see how to remove a file. Now, let us first create a file. So how do we create a file? We'll say fs dot um, um, dot fs dot. I think it's called create file. Let's go to the documentation. Yeah, it's called create. Sorry, it's called write file. Write file. So this write file can be of two types. You can write a file in two ways. You can write it synchronously or asynchronously. Synchronously means the next piece of line will get executed even before the file is written. Asynchronously means the file will not be returned until, uh, the next piece of line will not be executed until the file is written. So write file sync will ask you a couple of parameters. What is the file where you would want to write? I'll say temp.txt file. And the next parameter is what is that you want to write. I say I want to write this message called welcome to your life. That's what I want to write. See, as of now, there is no temp.txt file in this folder, isn't it? And now what I'll do is I will launch this file, step9-fs, require QUI. That's why this was not giving me any help. You see the temp.txt file is now created and you get this message, welcome to your life. So require, and you say you want to write to a file. Now, if you want to do that asynchronously, I'll delete this. If you want to do this asynchronously, as of now, we did this synchronously. Now, when you want to do the same job asynchronously, this will ask you for a callback function. So this callback function will be called when this file is written. So I can say console log file is ready. It creates and then logs the message file is ready. Okay. So this is about reading to a file. Let's try this. Okay. Um, get milliseconds is a function. You call this, and we do that here as well. Copy this. I don't think this would make much of a difference because we are not writing too complex a poem here. So this should not take you more time. But let's see. 134, 133 here. Okay, you see that this function actually is getting called after, isn't it? Now, if you want to do this in the sync way, this technique that we just saw, and we will use a console log. We copy this, paste here, paste this here as well. Okay, so let's give this a try. See, in the previous case, you saw that the sequence was the file was created and then the callback was called. Uh, in this case, the log will happen first because this is the say. So if I make it sync, oh, sorry, if I make it sync, what is expected is that this will write to a file and then this log will be called. Here I got 102 in the log, correct? I got 102 as well. But let us try to make this slightly complex. What I'll do is I will write a file with a lot of text. I'll cut this text. I'll put this variable data equals. I'm using backtick. That way I can put multi-line strings here. And this data is what I want to write here. Okay. We'll do that in a new line. Let's give this a try. 858. You go to the temp. Yeah, this 858. So I guess, this is both are more or less the same time. Maybe, it may differ on your computers. You may want to try that. But let us now try this asynchronously. So because this is asynchronous, okay, this would have a change of time. I will do this. I'll call this as inside the FS operation. So you see the outside the callback function was called first. Then the inside the callback function was called. At least the sequence right? This is 344, this is 349, and in the temp file, it says 343. So, although the file was written earlier, but the callback was immediately called, and then the function that was scheduled to be called later was called first, and then the callback was called. Do you understand the sequence now? Instead, what I'll do is I will change this text now. Welcome to your life. Now I can say data. I'll delete this file. All right, so you've got this in the file 392, 393, and 399. You see the sequence here is that when this file was returned, it actually called the function that was scheduled to be called after immediately before this callback function was even invoked.
So let's start with our first module, that is basics of full stack web development. Now in this particular module, we'll be covering 15 questions, and those will just be the basics that you need to know before starting with the main part, that is the merge stack part. So starting with the first question, that is, what do you mean by hoisting in JavaScript? Now this question is so common and so important that I think if JavaScript is included in any particular interview, there is a 85 to 90% chance that you will be asked this question at least once. So, in technical terms, hoisting in JavaScript refers to the behavior where a declared variable or a function is hoisted to the top of the scope in which they exist during the compile phase. Now, JavaScript has this behavior. JavaScript has a lot of weird behaviors. Now, this is one of those behaviors in which a variable, when it is declared, not initialized, just declared, it is hoisted to the top of the scope where it is existing. To understand this better, I think we should look at an analogy. So let's do that. Consider this tree as your existing scope, this little boy as your JavaScript, and this ball as your variable or a function. Now, what happens is when you compile your code, that is when you run your code, JavaScript throws this ball to the top of your scope. That is, it hoists the variable to the top of whichever function it is existing. Now, there are three types of hoisting in JavaScript. That is variable hoisting, function hoisting, and let and const hoisting. Starting with variable hoisting. Variable hoisting is where only the declarations are hoisted and not their initializations. Now, declaring a variable and initializing a variable are two different things. When you say that, okay, I want a variable X, that is declaration. But initialization is if you provide some value to that X. If you say, okay, X, hold the value 5, then that is initialization. You're using the variable. Not just like X is there. When you assign it a variable, it is initialization. There's an example. Okay. Now let's move on to my code editor where I'm going to initialize a variable. Right now I've declared it, variable X exists. This is declaration. And now if I assign it a variable, this is initialization. Now let's try to call this variable, console.log, value of X. Okay. Now if I try to run this, you can see by this line there is no x. X is declared at this particular point on line number 3. So if you try to run it, you will see that the variable is undefined. That is, we haven't provided a value till this point. So if I bring this down and then run it, then it will have its value. Moving on, we have function hoisting. Function declarations are fully hoisted, meaning you can call a function even before you define it in a code. Okay, now let's try to run this as well. I am going to write down a function. Here, my function will be known as greet, which will say, hey, I've been called. So hi. Now I'm going to call this function here. Keep in mind that it has not yet been declared if you consider this particular part. So if I try to run this, it is able to access the function even though it is not declared here. That is function hoisting. Let me clear that. And let's move on to the next part. Let and const hoisting. Now here the same problem comes in that I told you before, that variables are declared with let and const are also hoisted, but they're not initialized. You cannot access these variables. Let's take an example here for better understanding. If I declare a variable let x is equals to 10, and if I try to access it from here, it will tell you that cannot access x before initialization, because it is a let variable, and even if you try to do it with const, you will get the same result. Cannot access y before initialization. Now this happens because again the value has been declared but it has not been initialized. So in case of let and const, they won't even let you access the variable to begin with. So by the time they access, these variables are in a temporal dead zone. That's a particular term we use in JavaScript. So to understand this better, you can take an example of maybe say a Zomato guy who is there to deliver your order. Now Zomato guys, they are like filled in a room right now and they're just standing there. If you don't give them any orders, they will not come out of the room. They'll just stand there. That's called as a temporal dead zone. This particular room is called as a temporal dead zone. So your variables exist in that room, in that temporal dead zone, until you have given them value. So I hope that was enough to clear hoisting. Now let's move on to our next question, which is, what is the difference between local storage and session storage? Let's look at the technical definition first for local storage. For local storage, data that is stored has no expiration time. It remains available even after the browser or the tab is closed and will persist until it is explicitly deleted by the user or through the code. Let's take an example for this also. Open a new window or a new tab and open the developer tools. Now let's start with local storage dot set item. I'll give the value as Arya. Okay. Now if I try to access this local storage dot get item, that will be my name. Arya is there. Let's do the same for session storage as well. Session storage dot set item, my name is Arya. Let's try to access that as well. Session storage. This is fine. We are able to access in both local and session storage. Now, if I open a new tab, open my developer tools here as well. If I try to run the same code with local storage, I'll still get my name. But if I try to do this with session storage, the value does not exist. That is the difference. With local storage, the data is permanent. However, in case of session storage, the data is temporary. It can only exist within a particular tab. That is, in the first tab, the session storage, if I try to call it again, it will still be there. But if I switch tabs, it's not there. Local storage, permanent. Session storage, temporary, only exists in particular tabs. Now let's look at the proper definitions. So, data stored in local storage has no expiration time. It remains available even after the browser or tab is closed, and it will persist until it is explicitly deleted by the user or through any code. The best example you can consider for local storage is Amazon. If you have logged into your Amazon account and if you click on this add to cart button, then it remains there. It's not like you just log out and then you log in back again and your cart is suddenly empty. It will still be there until you remove it from your cart. Next, you have session storage. Data stored in session storage is tied to the specific session of the browser. It gets cleared when the browser tab is closed, meaning the data is only available as long as the tab or the window is open. Best example you can consider is in LinkedIn. So you must have applied for jobs on LinkedIn. So there's this particular interface you can get in LinkedIn. And if you, while filling the form, if you reload it, then the whole data that you must have filled before just disappears. That is session storage. So if you look at it in a tabular form, data persistence, for local storage, it persists until explicitly deleted. Session storage, cleared when the tab is closed. Scope, local storage can be shared across tabs of the same origin. Session storage, unique to each tab or window. Use case, local storage is for long-term uses and session storage is temporary. Moving on to our next question, which is how can page loading time be reduced? Page loading time is very important to increase your user retention rates in your websites. So there are certain ways you can optimize page loading times. The first one is optimizing the images. You can use formats, instead of using formats like your JPG or your PNG, you can use WebP formats, which offers smaller sizes but with good quality itself. Next, you can minimize the HTTP request. You can put your CSS and JavaScript in the same file itself so that the number of HTTP requests your website has to make is reduced. Next, you can enable browser caching. I hope you're familiar with the concept of caching. That is when if you visited a website once, then the data is fetched from the original server only once. Next time when you access the same website, that whatever was loaded the first time, it's stored in your local machine. So that the next time you're opening the website, it doesn't have to load from the start. It can store some images and videos in the local machine itself, reducing the page loading time. Next, you have CDNs. CDNs, I'm sure all of us must have heard of. A lot of companies like Amazon, Prime Video, all of them use it. It's like taking the data from the server that is closer to you. Like if I'm right now in India, so a server from Mumbai will be much more closer to me instead of a server from England. So moving on, you have lazy loading, which is delaying the loading of images and videos until they are needed. A very good example of this you can find in Pinterest. Let's explore. Okay, I like reading. Now, if you try to scroll down, you can see that half of them are loading when I am getting there. Before that, it's not loading. So that is the concept of lazy loading. Only loading the particular parts when you reach there, when the particular interface is active in front of the user. Moving on. What is the difference between SOAP and REST? Let's look at the differences in a tabular form first. SOAP, what it is, it's a strict set of rules for sending messages. REST is a way to use existing web rules to get data. SOAP uses an XML format, which is really complicated. I'll show you the code in a minute. Just bear with me, just look at the differences, then we'll see the code and you'll have a better understanding. REST uses JSON, which is way more simpler. Connection type, it is stateful. Stateful meaning it can remember the past requests or not. REST doesn't remember the past request at all. How it works, SOAP has its own set of rules for sending messages and receiving, but REST uses standard methods like get and post, which makes it far more easier. Now let's look at the examples I have here. Here I have Postman. I'll leave the link to my GitHub in the description down below. You can find all of these code in my GitHub account. This is my SOAP URL right here, and I'm making a post request with this particular body. This is how it looks. Right now we're using this API to convert this number. And for that, we require all of this. We're just sending the data. And for that, we need to write all of this heavy code just to convert this to word, to number. Now, if I send this data, I'll get the response something like this with 123. Next, moving on to REST URL. That's a GET request. Let's try to send it. And here I have Now, if I try to make a post request with the body, I'll copy that real quick. If I put it here, it is created. Now you can see that just for creating a new post, this is all the code I required, and that too I copied from the previous, whatever they'd send it, I'd taken that code from here and pasted it here and then just modified my data. But for SOAP, you can see how complicated it is just to make one particular post request. Okay. So in a nutshell, the major difference between SOAP and REST is that SOAP is a protocol with strict standards and advanced features, making it suitable for complex, secure applications because it has its own set of rules, so it's harder to modify it. While REST is an architectural style that is simpler and more flexible, making it deal with web services that require speed and scalability. Moving on to our next question. How is GraphQL different from REST? So if you try to compare these three in terms of the ease of use, GraphQL, REST and SOAP, the order will be something like SOAP will be at the bottom because it's really difficult to use. Next you have REST, it's better than SOAP, and then GraphQL, which is even better than REST. Okay, so let's look at an example for better understanding. So now if I try to make a post request, I need to specify a body here. I'll just put this here. Now if I try to fetch the data, I'll get a list of every single country. Now I don't want every single country, I only need a specific country. Now if I only want a particular country, say this one, AD, then I can send the request I can modify the query in such a way and then send the request, and I'll only get a single country. Now if you notice, I'm only getting the parameter that I asked for. If I add code here as well, I will get the code too, but I'm only getting the result I'm asking for. Now, if I go to REST API here, let's make a GET request. If I send it now, in the parameter section, if I only want the post with the ID 1, I get the post with ID 1. But you can see that a lot of other things like the user ID, the title, the body, everything, I'm getting all of this as well, additionally as well. This is called as overfetching, when you get all the data about a particular resource. Even if you don't want every single detail about a particular product, you'll still get it. That is the difference between REST and GraphQL. In Graph, you can specify your whatever resource you're getting, you can specify it in the server itself while sending the request itself, so that whatever is being fetched is what you need from the server. But in case of REST API, everything is fetched, and once you get the data, that is when you filter, oh okay, I only need this particular part. So moving on, let's look at this in a tabular format for better understanding. So we have data fetching. There's a single endpoint for all the queries. In REST, there are multiple endpoints for different queries. Response structure, client defines the structure of the response. I can define whatever I want. REST, the server defines the structure. The server will just give you, if you'll ask for a particular resource, I want the post with the ID 1. Even if you request for a name, the server will just send you everything related to that. Its name, its description, its author, its title, everything. Next, overfetching, underfetching. GraphQL reduces overfetching and underfetching by only delivering you what you need. REST often leads to overfetching or underfetching. Let's look at some more examples. You had multiple endpoints in the API that we used. We can use post, we can use users, you can use post as a post request. Clients often need to make multiple requests to different endpoints to gather all the necessary data. Single endpoint, clients can request all necessary data in a single request, avoiding the need to hit multiple endpoints. Next, you have a fixed structure in REST, but in GraphQL, it is much more flexible because you yourself can request for the fields that you need. So it is flexible. So in a nutshell, while both GraphQL and a typical REST API can achieve similar end results, their approaches differ significantly. In REST APIs like JSON placeholder, you fetch data from a specific endpoint and perform filtering on the client side, that is after fetching the data after it reaches my laptop. While in GraphQL, you can tailor your queries to retrieve only the necessary data from the server itself. Moving on to our next question. What are the components of a CSS box model? Alright, so if you go to any particular website and you open the developer tools, the CSS box model is always there. If you go to the layout, the computed, there it is. This particular box that you can see with margin, border, padding, and the main content of the website is called as the CSS box model. Now, for a better understanding, I have a code. So let's try to run this code. There's the margin, then the padding that is inside the border. Let's look at it a bit more closely. See, the margin, the border, the padding, and the content inside. Now, if you go to the styles part, you can see the width. If I increase this, you can see that the box is expanding horizontally. That is the width. And that is because I've set it in the left side of the website. If it was in the center, it will expand from both the sides. Next, you have the border. If I try to expand this, you can see the green color is expanding. That is the border. Padding is the inside part. So if I increase the padding, the main content is not expanding. That particular space remains the same. But the space between the border and the main content is expanding. That is called as padding. Alright, that's all you need to know about CSS box model. Now let's look at it from a technical perspective. First, you have the content. This is the actual content of the box, such as text, images, or any other media. The size of the content area can be controlled using properties like width and height, which I told you before. Padding is the space between the content and the border. The padding adds space inside the element, effectively increasing its size without affecting the actual content. You can control the padding using the padding property. Next, you have the border. The border surrounds the padding, if any, and the content. It can be styled with various widths, colors, and styles. The border's dimensions can be controlled using properties like border width, border style, and border color. Next, you have the margin, which is the final one. This is a space outside the border that creates space between the element and its neighboring element, which separates one particular element from another. If I have a button here and another button here, the distance between them is the margin. Margins do not affect the size of the element itself, but create a space around it. You can set margins using the margin property. Moving on, what is the difference between a class selector and an ID selector in CSS? Now let's look at a code for better understanding. I'll have to create one here. Let's create the style as well. I'll call my main boxes. That is the ID. Inside of this, I'll put a class as the class box. Main box with ID selector. Internal box with class selector. Okay. Let's run this code now. We have a main box and an internal box. Now let's try to style them. The ID is main box. Let's put its background color as light blue. ID. And the class box's background color is pink. Okay. Now the main difference here is that the ID can only be used once, but class selectors I can use it multiple times. If I call this class selector 1, I can make it as many times as I want it to be. And every single time, the same styling property will be applied to all the 3 div tabs. If I were to specify a border, But with IDs, I cannot do that. ID can only be applied to one particular thing. So now let's just look at the differences. Can be applied to multiple elements. You can use the same class on different HTML elements. It has lower specificity than ID selectors. And for ID selector, each ID should be assigned only once to the element and has a higher specificity than class selectors. By specificity, it's trying to say that if your element has an ID, it is more likely to latch on to that particular ID because it is unique. But class selectors, when you have a huge HTML or CSS file, sometimes it can get confused, and sometimes because class selectors you can assign it to multiple elements, it might get clustered and it might get all messed up together. Moving on to our next question. What are the various data types present in JavaScript? Now in JavaScript, there are basically two main types of data, that is the primitive and the non-primitive. Primitive data types are immutable, that is their value cannot be changed, and non-primitive are mutable, that is their value can be changed. Now inside primitive, we have 7 data types, starting with the number. Number represents both integer and float points, like 5, 3.14, minus 10, etc. Next, you have big integer, used to represent numbers that are larger than the number data type, created by adding an n to the end of an integer. You can see in this example, there's an n. It represents the big int. Next, you have string. String can be double, it can be single, or it can be with backticks like this, hello world and hello world. Next, you have Boolean. Boolean can either be true or false. It represents logical values. Next, you have undefined, which is assigned to a variable which is declared but not initialized. We saw it in the first example, in the first question, in the hoisting question as well, when our variable x was defined, var x was defined, but when we tried to access it, it showed its value as undefined. That means the variable is declared in the code, but it's not been assigned a value yet. Next, you have null. Now, to avoid the previous problem, we just assign it a variable value null. When we don't know what value to give, you can just give it a value, which is null. Represents an intentional absence of any object value. If you don't know, or if you, at this point, if you don't want to assign any value to your variable, but not want to show it as undefined, then you can just assign it with null. Next, you have symbol, which represents a unique and immutable value, often used as object keys. Symbols are useful for adding properties to objects that you want to keep hidden or private. Now, let's look at the examples over here. Integer, you declare it like this. Let age temp or a number or a floating point number. Big int is when you add a n, if you write any long number and add an n to the end and add an n in its end, that's called as a big int. Next, you have strings, which is double quoted strings, single quoted strings, or backticks. Next, you have Boolean values, which is logical value, true or false. Next, this is undefined. We have seen this already. This will show as undefined because it's also not assigned yet. Null values, symbol. An interesting thing about symbols right here is, although both of these are the same with their descriptions being the same, but if you try to run this particular code, your output will be false. That is the interesting part about symbols. Moving on, we have non-primitive. Non-primitive, we just have one particular subset, that is your object. It represents a collection of key value pairs, can be used to store various data and complex structures. This is like your JSON format. So an example here is, if you define an object called as person, you can specify its name as Arya and its gender as female, or any other category. If you want to specify the, say, if I call it as favorite hobby, I can put reading there. That's how objects work. Moving on to our next question. What is DOM? DOM, or Document Object Model, is a programming interface for web documents. Now, it represents the structure of a web page as a tree model, where each element in the HTML or XML document is a node in the tree. Through the DOM, programming languages like JavaScript can interact with and modify the content structure and style of a web page dynamically. So if in any particular website, this is how the DOM looks like. A main document is there, followed by an HTML head title. Then there is a DOM example, that was my title. Then there's a body with the h1, which is hello world. Inside the body, I have an h1, which contains this particular string as hello world. Then I have a paragraph tag, which has this particular paragraph tag. Then I have ul, inside of which I have 3 list items, item 1, item 2, and item 3. That is DOM, which specifies it in a tree structure. Now, the document is the root of the DOM tree representing the entire web page. HTML element is the parent node containing 2 main children, head and body. HTML, head, body. Inside head, you have a title node with the text DOM example. And inside the body, you have multiple children's. So, document we discussed, the entire web page is represented as a document. Node is each element like the div, the p tag, the image tag is a node. And the tree structure is, these nodes form a hierarchical structure with parent and child relationships similar to the family tree. Moving on, we have what is the this keyword in JavaScript? Again, another very important question. In JavaScript, the this keyword refers to the current execution context or the object that is currently executing the code. Its value can vary depending on how a function is called. The best way to understand this is with an example. Say you have a particular code here with the button. That is, if you see when you're adding an event listener to this particular button, a click event listener, look at how we're calling onto the button. Whenever it's being clicked, you're logging that button into the console. But if you bring this keyword into the picture, instead of putting the button there, you can directly put to this. That is, this particular this here, this is going to be confusing. This is referring to this button. That is, it's referring to itself. This keyword is used inside the function to refer to the calling function itself. It can be used in multiple contexts. It can be used in a global context where this function, in this particular example, the show this function is calling itself. So that's why we are putting the this keyword here. Next, you have a function context where you're calling to the object itself with this keyword. Or you have an arrow function where again this object is being called with the this function. And you can even use this inside event handlers, as we already saw, and constructor functions. I repeat, this is very commonly used inside constructor functions. Moving on, we have our 11th question. What are the advantages of using a CDN? Now, obviously, using a CDN has a lot of advantages. That's why a lot of popular and famous companies use them as well. There are a lot of advantages, so let's look at them one by one, starting with improved load times. Say if I'm in Bangalore right now, then a server which is inside Karnataka itself will be closer to me than a server which is in Delhi. So that is why my load timing, the time it takes for my website to load, will be far better if my server takes the content from a server inside Karnataka itself. Next, you have increased reliability. That is, if one of the servers inside Karnataka fails, then there will be multiple servers inside one particular state itself. So even if one server fails, there will be multiple backup servers. Hence, the reliability for the users to fetch the data will be increased significantly. Next, you have a reduced bandwidth cost. Now, obviously, transferring the data also costs a lot of money. But if the distance is reduced, as in the cost for fetching the data from Delhi, or say, and the cost of fetching the data from Maharashtra, if I'm in Karnataka, will be different. And the time when I'm fetching it from Maharashtra will be far lesser than from when I'm fetching it from Delhi. Moving on, we have scalability. Now, this can handle large amounts of data. This also acts as a load balancer because there are so many servers. If one server is busy, it can distribute the load, the traffic in a way which is best for the user, and it can also increase the health of the servers significantly. Moving on, we have enhanced security. Now, CDN itself provides DDoS protection and web firewalls to secure your websites. Next, you have SEO benefits. Now, obviously, if your website's loading time is lesser, people are much more likely to interact with your websites, which means your website can get a better ranking, a better search engine optimization. Next, you have content caching, which we already talked about, for which we use cookies and all. So content caching is when our secondary server, that's a CDN server, accesses the data from the first time. But the next time, because it has already accessed the data the first time, it doesn't have to keep on fetching, going back and forth every single time. Deliver static content with content caching. You can deliver static content quickly without always needing to retrieve them from the origin server. That is, if my user from Karnataka accesses a website once and the origin server is Delhi, obviously the first time the data has to be fetched from Delhi's server. But the next time when the user accesses the same website, the Karnataka server had already fetched it once in the beginning. So now it doesn't need to fetch it again. So some of the static content, like the images or the videos, will already be stored in Karnataka's server. Hence, the loading time can be reduced. Last but not the least, you have geographic distribution. Now, this is again obviously based on your location. Like you can take Netflix's example. Like if I'm trying to watch a movie, then Netflix can provide me a server. Right now I'm in India. So Netflix can provide a particular server which is closest to my particular location so that I can watch the movie seamlessly. Moving on to our next question. What is the difference between event bubbling and capturing in JavaScript? Now, this is a very important and very interesting topic. The basic difference is in event capturing, the event starts from the top. We discussed the DOM structure in which we had the HTML head, body, then the children of that. So in event capturing, it starts from the body, then the div tag, then the h1, which is inside the div tag. And in bubbling, the order is reversed. Div tag, h1, then the body. For a better understanding, let's look for an example in the form of an analogy for both event capturing and event bubbling. Starting with event capturing. Say you have a company. So in the company, you have the CEO, the manager, and the employees, which are working under the manager. So say if there's a new product feature to be added to a product, that is, the CEO has an idea to add this new product feature to the product, that CEO first communicates this particular feature to the manager, and the manager further communicates this to the employees. That is event capturing. That is body, div, h1. From the top to the bottom. As for the case of event bubbling, say there are some concerns about this product feature among the employees working in the company. Now these concerns which are generated from the employees is communicated to the manager, and the manager further communicates it to the CEO. That is bottom to top. That is event bubbling. Let's understand this. Now this was an analogy. Now let's understand this with the real HTML code. Here is my HTML code. Here you can see there's a child, a parent, and a box. So the box is the first div which starts here and ends here. Inside of it, we have this child and parent, and then inside of parent, we have child. So it's basically box that comes first, followed by parent, followed by child. Now let's run this particular code. So now event bubbling is starting from the inside and going to the outside and going outside. Right now, this is event bubbling that is going to happen. If I click the box has been clicked. If I click on parent has been clicked and box has been clicked. So you can see that the inner element is clicked first, then the outer element is coming. If I click on child, the inner element child is coming first, then parent comes, then box comes. To understand this better, this was event bubbling. Now let's do it for event capturing. For capturing, we'll add true here. Now this true here with the event handler signifies that you're going to capture the event. Capture the event true. If you don't mention anything, it's by default false, and it won't capture the event. But right now we're capturing it. That's why we put true there. Now, if I click on child, initially when we didn't add the true here, when we used to click on child used to come first, then parent, then box. That is bottom to top. But the moment I add the true here, if I click on child now, box comes first, then parent, then child. Top to bottom, it has changed. That is event capturing. And the bottom to top, event bubbling. I hope this example was enough to clarify the difference. Moving on, the main difference is that in event capturing, it allows the parent to respond to the click before the parent. As in when we did event capturing, our box was being clicked first, followed by parent, followed by child. That is, event capturing allows the parent to respond first before the child. In event bubbling, the event bubbling allows the child to respond first before the parent. That is, the child responded first, then came parent, then came box. Moving on to our next question, which is what is use strict in JavaScript? Now, use strict enforces stricter parsing and error handling in the JavaScript code, helping to catch common mistakes, prevent certain action that could lead to bugs, and make the code more predictable and easier to maintain. Use strict is basically used in JavaScript to prevent any bugs which might not be detected at an early stage, but when you go into the later parts of the code development or deployment, that is when you see that there are certain bugs which led to certain errors. So to avoid these minute errors, you use strict. Let's take an example so that you can understand better. Say if we already know about the concept of hoisting in JavaScript, right? So let's take an example of hoisting only. If I had the same function greet, but instead of greet with var, I'll put a variable here. I'm not declaring this variable, I'm directly initializing it. X, I've initialized it. Now I'll try to print the value of this. I'll just print X. All right. Now if I call this function and if I run this code, the value of X is getting printed as 10. However, if I put use strict here and then try to run this code, it will throw an error. X is not defined. Now this was a very minute change that you might not notice because it didn't even throw an error in the beginning. Without using use strict, it didn't throw an error. So you will not notice it. But then in the later part of your code, the X becomes a global variable. Although it's defined within this function, X has become a global variable. How? If I try to access the value of X here, without use strict, I'm still able to access X. See, although it's defined inside this, I should not be able to access X outside, but because I haven't officially declared it, X became a global variable, I'm able to access it outside as well. Hence, we are using use strict, which will prevent this from happening by throwing an error. All right, I hope that was enough. Moving on to the next question. What is the difference between cookies and local storage? Cookies and local storage. Cookies is again temporary and local storage is permanent. One of the main differences between cookies and local storage is cookies is usually used to analyze and track user behavior in a particular website, while local storage is more like storing your permanent data. There are a lot of examples I can give you. Primarily used for session management, personalization, and tracking user behavior. We already know what session management is. Next is local storage, used to store larger amounts of data on the client side for web applications. Now, when you log into a website like Gmail, a cookie is created to remember your login session. In email apps like Gmail, there's a particular session that is created. So you'll see that if you open Gmail app and leave for a while, and then when you come back, it might have logged you out. That is keeping track of your session. So cookies can be used for session management. Then websites like Amazon use cookies to modify your searches. If I am looking to buy a pant on Amazon's website and I browsed for a couple of pants, then Amazon tracks this behavior with the help of cookies so that I will get more recommendations of pants to analyze my user behavior. Next, websites often use cookies to track user behavior for analytics as well. Like Google Analytics tracks your however you're interacting with Google Chrome, Google tracks that also. So that Google can also, according to your user preference, what kind of articles you're reading, what kind of websites you're going on, how long do you stay in a particular website. All of this, Google keeps track of all of this using cookies. Next, we have local storage, which is the best example will be your online games or your offline games also. They save your progress, scores, and settings so that when you return to the game later, you can pick up from where you left it. That is the main difference. Moving on to our last question of basics of full stack web development. How can you prevent a bot from scraping your publicly accessible API? Now, what this means is your API must have had tons of data. Like we use the JSON placeholder API. We saw how there was so much of data inside that. Now, sometimes hackers prepare some kind of bots which can leak this data, which can steal this data from your API. This question is asking you, how can you prevent a bot from accessing your API, accessing your data, which is kept inside the API? There are multiple things you can do. And obviously, none of these are foolproof methods. It still happens a lot. But there are a lot of preventive measures that you can take to protect your API. One such method is API rate limiting. If a particular server is requesting data, fetching data. We fetched data using Postman. That was fetching the get and post method. So if a particular website is trying to fetch data from your API, you can limit it. If you will have to detect it in your website itself. If a website is trying to access your API a lot of times, maybe n number of times in an hour, which is a lot, then you can try to restrict it. You can put a rate limit that, okay, now your maximum amount of trying to fetch the data has reached. Now you can't access it. Now the reason why API rate limiting is so important is, consider if you have a house, right, and you invite some people over for partying. You kept an open invitation that I'm throwing a party and anyone can come in. So there is a possibility that your house might be overcrowded, and then you might not be able to keep all those people inside your house because it's overcrowded and overstuffed, and then people won't be able to properly enjoy the party at all. So you will keep a bouncer who will make sure that only the people with the invitations are able to get in. Hence, your resources will be properly utilized inside your house. That is how API rate limiting works. Moving on, we have CAPTCHA integration. CAPTCHA stands for Completely Automated Public Turing Test to tell computers and humans apart. It verifies whether you're a real person or not. I'm sure you must have solved a lot of CAPTCHA when you're trying to access websites and all. Now, this is important. CAPTCHAs are very important because CAPTCHA is like a guard which can differentiate between a human and a bot with the help of a puzzle. Now, humans will obviously be able to solve the puzzles, but bots are not that capable. Once I read an article about Google as well, that when you're trying to solve a CAPTCHA on Google, it's not about clicking the right thing. It's about your mouse movements. Because if I'm a human, my mouse will not go like this. That was tilted. Like this. But if it's a robot, obviously its movements will be very controlled. Move y-axis, x-axis. Your website can track the mouse movements to differentiate between a robot and a human. Moving on, we have creating honeypots. Now, honeypots is like creating a trap for your website. This is actually quite interesting. In your website, you can create some elements which are invisible. You can decrease their transparency to 0, their opacity to 0, so that to the human eyes, it's not visible. So how can you interact with an element if you can't see it? But bots who are visiting your website, they don't know what's visible and what's not. So they will interact with this hidden element. That is creating honeypots, creating obstacles or creating hidden elements that humans will not be able to see, but bots will, hence blowing their identity. Moving on, we have obfuscating API endpoints. Obfuscation means making your API endpoints less obvious or harder to find out. That is, instead of giving an API endpoint like API/getData, you can put something much more complicated. Next, we have anomaly detection. That is spotting anything that looks unusual or suspicious, like a sudden spike in requests that is similar to your API rate limiting. Moving on to our next module, that is React. In this particular module, we'll be covering 10 questions about React, from basics to advanced. So let's start with our first question. Explain virtual DOM and how it works. So in React, to reduce the number of renders, we have virtual DOM. Now, virtual DOM is basically a concept used to improve the efficiency of updating the user interface in web applications, especially in JavaScript frameworks like React. It acts as a lightweight copy of the real DOM, allowing changes to be made quickly without directly modifying the actual DOM each time. So say I have developed a particular website in React, which will update every single time, which will have a button. And every time I click on this button, the count will keep on increasing. If I click on it one time, it will give 1, 2, 3, it will keep on increasing. Now, if you look at both of these websites, this is the initial look of the website. And this is after clicking it one time. If you compare both of these web pages side by side, you can see that the only thing that has changed is this particular 0, which became 1. And the only thing that will change is this particular 0. This will keep on changing. Nothing else will change. The button will still be there. The paragraph will still be there. Just this particular thing will change. Now, if only this particular span element is changing, why do I need to render this button? Why do I need to render this whole paragraph? Why do I need to re-render the whole web page? That is the concept of virtual DOM. It develops a temporary lightweight copy of your actual DOM when you try to compile and when you try to run the particular React file, and it compares both the pages. What has changed? And whatever has changed, it only renders those components. Wherever the change is detected, only those components are rendered instead of the whole web page, which saves a lot of time. Although this is a very small application, so here it won't make a lot of difference. But if it's a complicated, huge application, then yes, it does make a huge impact. So this is your original DOM and this is your virtual DOM. This is your DOM, this is your DOM tree structure. Say you change 2 elements here. So now this whole tree doesn't need to be rendered because there's these two changed. So React compares both of them, the original and the virtual, and sees that only these elements have been changed. Hence, they are also updated in the original DOM. Moving on to our next question, what is state management in React? Now, state management involves controlling the flow and handling of data within your app to ensure the UI responds correctly to user inputs and data changes. Now, there are multiple types of state management in React. There is component state, props drilling, context API, and state management libraries. Component state is like your use state and use effect. Props drilling is an important and interesting concept here. Here's my React file. Now, if I have a particular message, props drilling is basically passing the message from the parent to the child. Like say if I have a message here, hello from the parent component. Now this is the parent component. We're going to send this to our middle component. It's going to take a prop as the message. This will be our parent element. And then when you come to the middle component, you will take that message as your prop, arrow function, a development. And now here, this will be my middle component. Here I'll call my child component and pass the message as a prop to my child component as well. Moving on to the child component. Again, we'll be taking the message as a prompt. And here we'll finally be showing the message. Child component, our message, which we brought all the way from the parent component, will be displayed in this particular child component. That is props drilling. Now, in case of huge applications, this becomes a problem because if it's a smaller application like the one that I just showed you right now, it's easier to keep track of the ones that you're using. But if you create a complicated application, then you'll not always be able to remember the order of your components or the layout of or the structure of your whole website, and it can lead to confusion and a whole bunch of chaos. That's why you have context API, which is useful for global state management. Next, we have state management libraries like Redux and all, which is used for complicated applications. Moving on, what are some of the commonly used hooks in React? Now in React, there are a lot of hooks like useState, useRef, useReducer, useContext. But in this particular question, we'll be looking at the 3 most commonly used React hooks. That is useState, which is used for creating variables that can change over time. useEffect, that is used to handle the side effects in a component. Then useContext, which is used to access data from a context in your component. For a better understanding, let's consider an example. All right, now let's look at the code for better understanding. Let me open my React file. I've already created a React file right here. Now, if you don't know, all you have to do is go to command prompt and then write npx create React app and then give any name to your app and press enter. Your React application will be created. Going back to my VS Code, let me remove this middle component and things like that. So for this example, let's just create a timer, a clock timer. All right, so other than React, we'll need to import use state and use effect. Use context, I'll show you in another example. For this, let's just look at use state and use effect. I need to create my state here. Time and set time. I'm gonna keep it 0. Then let's call use effect and create an interval. Set interval set time function. The previous times' value will be increased by 1 every 1 second. Then this function is gonna return. When it's gonna return, it will clear this interval, and in here, let me create an h2 perhaps. Time all right. Now if I start my application, okay, we haven't called it in the app yet. Clock timer. Now you can see it's getting increased on its own. Now that is how you use use effect and use state. For managing the state, we're using use state, and for creating and clearing the interval, we are using use effect. Now let's move on to understanding how to use context. So for this, let's first create our context. For that, let me just create a file called as message context, which will have the message to provide it to the rest of the code. Because this is global, so whatever message I'm going to put here, it can be accessed by every single file out there inside this particular React project. So I need to import create context here, and then this will be message provider, which will have this prompt. But before that, I'll need to create the context. So that will be message context, which will be create context. Next, this will be the provider. Let me put my message here, which is, hey, this is create context. All right, now in the return part, message context dot provider, the value will be this particular message, and this prompt will come here. Now we can create another file, display message, which will display this content from the message context. Now in this particular module, I'm gonna import use context, and then here I am going to import my message which will be from message context. And the next line, we will display the message. Now let's go to our app.js and add it here. Here I'll import message provider because I need it here. And then inside our display, or rather display message. Now let me run it on the browser. I'll have to re-render it. Alright, here is your message and this is the create context. That is, we are importing it from the create context. Not just display message, you can even create other applications. We still have a clock timer. Here also we can try and bring our use context and display it somewhere here. Now if I put the clock timer here as well, this is the create context. It's inside the context file also. That is what I'm talking about. It creates a global context which can be accessed from any file. Alright, so let me stop this and let's move on to our next question. That is, explain the component lifecycle in React. Now, in the component lifecycle in React refers to the sequence of events that happens to a component from its creation, that is mounting, to its removal, unmounting. Now let's look at these processes one by one. To start with, let's compare it side by side with an analogy so that it will be easier for you to understand. So to start with, you consider a person who just woke up. So that is known as the constructor function. That is the initialization, waking up from the bed. Next, you have the dressing up part, which is known as rendering. That is getting ready to interact with the real world. Dressing up, drinking coffee, or whatever you do before you get ready to meet the world is called as render. And this, if you compare it with your UI UX design, when you design your website so that it's ready to interact with the users, that is called as render. Then you have the particular part where you go to work, you attend phone calls, or you do your job, you code, whatever you do. That is called component did mount. And this whole process comes under mounting. Moving on. Next, throughout the whole day, the person can keep on deciding if they need to change their clothes or if they need to do something new. That is called as should component update. Should a new feature be added? Should a re-rendering take place? And if the person does decide to change a new dress, or does decide to do something new, then you have to re-render the whole thing again. Again, rendering comes in. Next, the person can think about whatever they did throughout the whole day, which is component did update, that yes, the update did happen. This whole process is called as updating. Moving on, we have the last phase, which is when this person goes to bed. You are done with your everyday activities and you're preparing to shut down the whole process, shut down your whole body and your mind. That is, component will unmount, and that is inside unmounting. So, to summarize, we have mounting, updating, and unmounting. Mounting is when the component is created and inserted into the DOM, the person waking up, getting dressed, interacting with the world. Updating is when the component's state or props change. Should the change happen? If the change did happen, then render it, and then the change happened, so commit the changes. And lastly, we have unmounting, that is shutting down the whole process. Moving on to our next question, which is what is context API and how is it different from props? So we just looked at how we can create a global state using use context, which is part of context API, and props. We saw that in props drilling, as in how we were passing the component from the parent till the child, which passed through the middle, parent, middle, and child, and how difficult it was, and then how we solved it with use context, which was a global context, and this is part of context API. Let's look at how these are different in a tabular format. The context API is a feature in React that allows you to share state and data across components without having to pass props down manually at every level. It helps manage global state and avoids prop drilling, where you have to pass data through many layers of components. Now let's look at the table. So the purpose of props is to pass data from the parent to its child components. And the purpose of a context API is to share a global state across multiple components. Data passing in props is explicitly passed down through component hierarchy. In context API, you can access it directly in any component. You just have to use the use context and you can access it from any component inside the same React file. Next, reusability. Components are tightly coupled to their parents, and if you have to call a child of one particular parent, then if you're calling that child from another file, say a parent number 2, then you'll have to call the parent as well to get that child file, because there might be prompts that are passing from the parent to the child. Next, in case of context API, components can be reused as many number of times as you want to, and they're independent, meaning when you're importing one context API, there are no additional prompts or anything that you need to take care of. It's much more clean. Depth of component tree. Props can lead to prop drilling in deeply nested structure, whereas in case of context API, it can avoid props drilling completely. Any child can access the context directly. Setup complexity. Props is simple and straightforward, whereas context API requires setup of providers and consumer components. Context API does take a little bit of time to set up, but once you get the hang of it, context API can save you a lot of time and keep your code modular and very, very neat. Moving on to our next question. How can you optimize performance within a React application? Now, React itself tries a lot with features like virtual DOM and a lot of other libraries. React itself can optimize performance a lot, but there are other things that you can take care of. Like we have pure component built-in performance optimization. This is like the virtual DOM I talked about, only rendering the particular components that have been changed. That is the built-in performance optimization, like filtering out only the ones that needs to be updated. Next, you have load paths when it's needed. That is code splitting or lazy loading that we talked about when we looked at the Pinterest example. Next, you have optimizing context usage. That is whatever data that you're sharing, make sure to only share the data, only share the particular parts that you need. Like when we looked at the case of GraphQL in that API, we were fetching only the parts that we needed. So when you're sharing, don't share the whole file, just share the particular things that they need. For example, in an API, if you're sharing, don't share the whole body of the API. If they only need the name of the file or the title of the particular item, just share the title. Next, we have remember calculations and functions, that is memoization, like the caching and cookies and session data, temporary data, so that it doesn't have to be loaded over and over again. Next, you have reduce component re-renders, control when components update. Don't go around updating the same component over and over again. You can add new features, but don't go around and keep on updating the components. Moving on to our next question, that is, what do you understand by a higher order component in React? Now, a higher order component is a function that takes a component as an argument and returns a new component. HOCs are a pattern for reusing component logic. Now, to understand this better, let's consider an analogy. So say whenever you go on websites, when you click on a particular link in any particular website, you'll see that it starts loading, like the way it is loading right here. So it will take some time for it to load before the website is finally loaded. So this particular whole part, which when it was loading, that is done by a higher order component. How? Let's look at a code. Now you can see this particular code where you can return a new component and add your logic here. Now, if you consider the loading code in this particular format, you can see that with loading is loading and props. Props is the pre-existing state. So now here you have the loading function if is loading is true. That is, if your website can detect that it is loading, that means is loading is true, then you will display the loading scene. Else, you can go into the main component, which is the wrapped component. And then you can go around and show the main component right here. That is HOC. So if is loading is true, it will keep on loading, and the moment is loading becomes false, your website will be displayed. And this is loading function is called as a higher order function, which is used within another function. So in summary, a higher order function is any function that you use inside of a function. Like this loading thing is very important inside this website, because when you're transitioning from one web page to another web page, you need some kind of connector there. So that's why you need to fill in with a function. So that's why it's called as a higher order component. Moving on, we have our next question. How do you handle forms in React? So when you think about any forms, Google Forms or any kind of forms, there are three main important things that you need to keep in mind. That is managing the form inputs, how your user, what kind of inputs your user is going to send to you. Then capturing the user inputs. There should be a field so that your users are able to input their values, whatever values they need to put in the form. Then you need to be able to store this user input. Then you need to be able to respond when they give you the data, store the data, then you manipulate the data, then you have to respond to it as well. Let's understand this with our code. So let's move on to the code part here. Let's create a new form here. I will need to import useState in this particular form. Alright, I will have input value and set input value as my useState, which is, I'm just gonna set it to 0 right now. Then I'm gonna need two functions, which is handle change which will set the input value as e.target. If you have worked with JavaScript, you'll know this one. Then you have handle submit, which will obviously handle the form once it's been submitted. Let's do e.prevent default, which will prevent the default submission behavior. We'll put form has been submitted and here's your data. Let's just put the value of input value here. Now inside of this function, div function, let me just put form, which will have on submit, you'll call handle submit, and inside of this I'll create a label for input. Input type is text, name and value and ID let it be. Value will be input value. On change, handle change function will be called. That's the label one. And then let's create a submit button. Submit. This is how you handle forms. Now this is for taking single input. You are creating a label in here. So you're taking an input inside the label, and the value is input.value, which will take the value from the user. So we're fulfilling the three main criteria with this particular code. The first part where we're taking the input from the user. Second part, we're processing this with the handle change. And when the user clicks on submit, we are handling the submit part as well. But this is for single input. There's just one input field right here. What if there are multiple input fields? So for that, inside the handle change function, so here in the use state itself, you'll have to change everything. Instead of one particular element, you will have to change it to form data and set form data. And here it will be, say, if I have name and email, I'll leave space. So instead of this, we're going to have to change a lot of things. Like right here, we'll have to put const name and the value, and this will be e.target, and we'll have to set the form data as the already existing form data plus the name, which will be set to your value. And then we'll have to update the form data here as well. Okay, don't get confused by the name here. This is just, I can change it to something else also. I think the name will be, you will get confused with this name. That's not it. It's just if any item, say if this is name or this is email, then that its value will be updated in the form data. And on the already existing form data, this will also be appended. So here we need, this is the name field. This will be form data dot name, and we'll need another label. This will become the name label. This will become the email. Type will be email, and handle change. And that is how you handle multiple inputs. Alright, so now you know how to manage the form inputs, how to create user forms, and how to respond to form submissions regardless of a single field or multiple fields. Let's move on to our next question. What is server-side rendering and how is it beneficial? Now there is two types of rendering. One is client-side rendering, that is rendering the information after my local server has fetched the data from the original server. And the next one is server-sided rendering, which is already delivering to my my local system a rendered web page. That is in this original server itself, the file will be rendered and then it will be delivered to my particular local machine. Server-side rendering is a technique where a web page is rendered on the server before it is sent to the user's browser. Instead of sending a blank HTML file with JavaScript code that builds on the page of the server on the client, the server generates the HTML with content already included and sends it to the browser. That is already, everything is defined, everything is rendered, and then that particular data comes to your local machine. That is SSR or server-side rendering. Now, an amazing example of this is your Times of India website. If you go to that website and you try to scroll down, you'll see that all the data is preloaded for you. How is that happening? That is called as server-side rendering, because all the data that you're looking in front of you, that is already rendered. It's not rendering after it reaches you. It has already been rendered and then it reaches you. This significantly reduces your page loading time. Then another example of client-side rendering is your social media apps like Instagram. Although Instagram does uses CSR and SSR together, the first interface that you see of Instagram is server-side rendering. But once you start scrolling, it's client-side rendering, because based on your user activity, you will be suggested that kind of reels which you want to watch at that moment. So that is client-side rendering. Now the benefits are that it has a faster initial load. Since the HTML is pre-rendered on the server itself, the browser can display the content quickly, improving the perceived load time for the users. Next, better search engine optimization. Since when it is listed down on search engines like Google and all, if it is already rendered for you, then the search engines can look for certain keywords inside the website. Now, since it is already rendered, it is already there on the website. Hence, it is easier for the search engines to locate certain keywords. Search engines can easily index the content of server rendered pages because they don't need to execute JavaScript to see the content because it's already there. Next, improved performance. Since most of the rendering is done on the server, client don't need to do as much work to render the page, which is helpful for users on slower or less powerful devices. Reduced interaction time. With SSR, users can interact with the content more quickly because they don't have to wait for the JavaScript to fully load before seeing anything. Moving on to the last question we have for React. What do you understand by Redux in React? In React, components manage their own internal state, but as an application grows, managing shared state between multiple components can become complex. This is where Redux helps by providing a single global state that any component can access. This comes under state management libraries that we discussed in the previous questions. For understanding Redux, we have to do the whole code. So let's get into that. All right, let me open my code editor. Here it is. Before starting, we need to install a couple of things. We have to install the Redux library. So let's do that. While it gets installed, let me just tell you quickly what Redux actually is. So I am sure you must have heard of this deadlock situation where one resource waits for another resource. So Redux is exactly something like that. It tries to solve that issue. So consider this analogy that there are a lot of chefs working in a particular kitchen. Now, they all have separate ingredients. They all have separate knives and forks to cut vegetables and do things like that. Now, if one particular chef requires a particular knife and it is with another chef, they have to wait for this first chef to finish using that knife so that they can get it. And sometimes there is a chance that this knife might get lost and this other chef who was waiting for the knife, they might never get the knife at all. So that is why we need Redux, so that it can centralize all the resources at one particular place so that every other component can access it. Now, in case of Redux, Redux collects all these resources and puts it in a common particular store, say a particular place, which is called as the store. So let's create our store, which will be called as counter reducer. Now, React has this particular feature where it collects all the resources and puts it in a common warehouse. And that warehouse or that particular store is being guarded by a manager. There's a manager for the store who makes sure what kind of resources to give, when to give. So that is this counterreducer.js file. Next, you need to create the main file where the warehouse where it will be stored. So let's create that. That is our store file, store.js. That is called a store in Redux. Now, we'll have to import a couple of things like configure store we need. Next, we need counter reducer, which we just created. Counter reducer. Next, if somebody tries to access your store, let's configure that. Let's just put out the resources there. Let's just define who is the manager of the store. And that is counter reducer. Export default store, and that's it. Now we need to create an action. Now action creators are like when a particular, coming back to our warehouse example, and our manager is standing in front of the warehouse managing everything, and then somebody has to access a particular resource inside the store. Now for accessing that, they need to create a particular kind of slip or maybe a paper in which everything is written that we're gonna make a website with this example in which there'll be two buttons, an increment button and a decrement button. So if you click on the increment button, the value should increase, and if you click on decrement, the value should decrease. So that is our action, that okay, I'm gonna give the action that increment and the value. There'll be two parameters. So that is what the action is, the paper which you give to the manager that this is the action I need to perform. So we'll need to create that action.js file, inside which, like I said, in our website, we'll just be creating two methods, that is increment and decrement. So I'll create increment which will have a certain value. Like I said, the type of the action, what I need to perform, and the resource that I'll be giving. Okay, this is my resource, you do whatever you want to do with this. So when I give the resource with the type action, I want you, the type will automatically become, when it's written increment in my action, in my paper, when I give the paper to the manager, it's written in increment. That means the type of the action I'm requesting for an increment type action, and the payload is basically what is contained inside your action, the value that you're giving, that is payload. And the payload is this value that I will be specifying in this particular function. Same I have to make for decrement as well. Decrement. Okay. Next, we can move on to the app.js file, where we'll be creating use selector and use dispatcher. Let me just write that first. Use selector and use dispatch. We also need increment and decrement from our actions. Now, use selector and use dispatcher, the simplest example that you can understand will be, say, if you consider the example of Amazon's web page. If you say if I create an e-commerce website of my own, then I'll have a particular JSON file in which all the items that I want to display on my website will be stored, right? So retrieving that data from my JSON file and showing it on the website is done by use selector. Now, when my user interacts with my e-commerce website, when my user click on add to cart or remove from cart, that kind of request, that the request that the user is sending, is managed by use dispatch. Moving on. I hope that made the difference clear between both of them. Now, we need to create a function called as count here, which will be used with use selector. It will have a already existing state.count. Okay. Then the dispatcher will come, which is use dispatch. Counter with redux. Here we'll display our count. Below this we'll have our two buttons. This will be the increment button, and we'll have an decrement button as well. So whenever you click on this, we'll call the value, the parameter which we have defined, this increment with the value. This particular value is 1. We'll be dispatching that, okay, a user has requested for something. I told you dispatcher is whenever the user requests for something. So when the user clicks on the button, we'll dispatch immediately with the value 1. This is not supposed to come here, this is supposed to come here. And we will have to do the same thing for decrement as well. Now this is not enough. We are left with one last step, which is the connection point. We have to connect Redux with our application. For that, you will have to go to the index.js, there it is. And here, instead of this React strict mode, we need to replace it with provider store. We have our own store. Let's close that. I'll remove this. Store, we will have to import. Alright, that is done. Alright, we didn't do one very important thing here. If you go back, we haven't set the state yet. So let's do that. So the initial state, we're gonna keep the count for the initial state as 0. And counter reducer, when it's called, the by default state value will go and it will have the initial state and there will be an action. Alright, moving on. will insert a switch case which will define what to do based on the actions type. So there can be the case of increment. Whenever that happens, you have to return the already existing state, but the count will increase by 1. The same thing for okay, don't worry, VS Code. Happy? All right. -1 will happen. Then there will be a default case where you'll simply return the state and do nothing more. Now, if you look at this particular code, you can see our initial state is here. Click on increment. That was all there to know about Redux. Moving on to the next component, that is Node.js. In this particular module, we'll be covering 10 questions. So before we start with this, let me just walk you through how to create a server using Node.js. Let's call HTTP. We don't need that. We need a port. Then we need to create the server where we'll be taking request and response. Rest dot writing something, we'll be sending the status code as 200, it's fine. Then we'll be setting the content type as plain text. Then we can end the response. Then we can listen our server on the port that you have selected. Let's log that. Server listening on port. Then if I try to run this code, and if I open my local host 3000, it is listening on this particular port. Now, Node.js and Express.js are very closely related with each other. So if we have to convert the same code to Express.js, we'll have to change a lot of things, starting with this. You'll have to first call Express, and for this you'll have to install Express as well. I've already installed, so I'm not going to install it again. And you will have to require it here. Then you need app, where we'll be calling Express. Port remains the same. Instead of creating the server here, we'll have to do app.get, getting the root page, request, response. Let's send something. We can remove this and it will be app.listen instead of server.listen. If I try to run the same code again. Okay, let's try to run that. And it's again hello world. Those are some of the changes between a Node and an Express module. Although in the course we have broken down Node and Express into two different modules, most of the times both of them are very closely related.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers a full stack web developer course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee. Through this course, you'll learn tech stack like MongoDB, Express.js, Angular, Node.js, along with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and more from the IIT faculty. With this course, we've already helped thousands of professionals transition into high-paying developer roles. You can check out their success stories on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. No doubt this course can take your career to new heights. So check out the course page link in the description and take the first step towards becoming a certified full-stack web developer.